Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was god of all 5 elements? Part 2. James came to a stop about 10 feet in front of the centaurs, and at a level that put everyone's head even. He studied the centaurs, as they looked at, and past him. "Good evening," he said, "how can we help you?" One of the centaurs, a grizzled older male, moved to the front of the group. "We knows what comes, and for once it affects us all, not just the humans. Writ large in the night sky are the names of the 8 who are one, and we would meet the children of prophecy." James nodded, and had the rest of Chimera move up on line with him. As they settled into their line, the spokes centaur asked, "Which of you is the seer?" Rose answered him, "I have that duty and honor." The centaur moved forward and faced her. "You see the future clearly then. Sight is not the stars, nor do I have the experience or training of you who watch the stars. I see possibilities of what can be, and we try to guide the path into the possibilities that we want it to be in," Rose said, watching the centaur closely. The centaur nodded gravely. "In guiding these paths and possibilities, do you consider how it will affect the non-humans? I cannot. Unless I meet a being, or their path crosses a path I can see, I cannot see a single path among all the paths of what could be." Again, the centaur nodded as he considered her words. "So you have no idea how this event will affect the non-humans?" "I've never met one of the non-human races, except the house elves. And they are tied too closely to humans. Would you like me to look forward for you now? If you would, seer." Rose looked inside, finding her path of now, and found the paths of the centaurs that were here. She followed the paths as far as she could. One by one, she followed the 4 centaurs' paths. For some time to come, your paths do not vary. In 2.5, 3 years, your paths converge with a great many others. That convergence is a pivot point, and I cannot see what happens at or past that point. Almost all the paths break into 2 main groups, however. In the first, they break apart, and return to what they are. Now, Rose looked at the centaur solemnly. The other group of paths fades away into darkness after a while. The 4 centaurs discussed what Rose had told Hem in their own tongue for several minutes. "You cannot tell then, what causes the division between light and shadow?" Rose looked again, trying to pierce the multitude of paths. She had once described Ed following a single path into a pivot point, like following one strand of spaghetti in a whole boiling pot of it. She looked back at them. "I'm sorry, but there are simply too many of them right now. Maybe in a year or so I will be able to see more." The centaurs spoke amongst themselves a few more minutes, and the spokes being turned back to Rose. "During the next winter season, on the day you call winter solstice, will you come to us and try again, seer?" Rose and James conferred quickly, and Rose agreed to return on December 21st to try to see again. While they talked to the centaur spokes being, another of the centaurs moved up and spoke to Melissa. "Your power shall emerge soon, healer. When it does, if you would learn to heal the non-humans, come to the edge of the forest, and one of us will meet you." Melissa nodded. "I will, if I may teach those skills to others of my clan." The centaur looked at Melissa gravely. "You know that one that can heal can also hurt." Melissa raised her head, a flash of anger quickly swallowed by pride. "In all my clan's history, only 2 of us have so abused their power, and we dealt with them." Melissa looked at Chimera, and sighed. She turned back to the centaur. "You know," she said somberly, "that some humans have burned themselves out, and become unable to do magic at all." The centaur agreed that such things had happened. "What they do by accident, we can do deliberately." Chimera froze, staring at Melissa as the centaur moved back to his group. "Are you serious?" asked Adam nervously. "Can you really destroy whatever makes us wizards?" Melissa sent, "Yes, any healer can do it, but we've only done it twice and both times it was a clan thing, so I would really appreciate it if we kept this secret." Hangeld shivered at the thought of losing all his magic. "I don't even want to think about it." The 4 centaurs said their goodbyes and moved off into the forest. Chimera moved across the clearing to the injured unicorn. James, Rose, Adam and Lisa set up an overwatch while Emma and Tiffany helped Melissa bandage the unicorn's injury and Angeld rigged a large litter to carry the unicorn in. Moving the unicorn to Hagrid's hut took very little time, and Hagrid was soon treating the animal. He looked at Chimera. I will nae ask where or how you found the wee beastie, but in an hour, I'll be walking the grounds, and I would hate to have to report anyone I find out of their houses. Chimera took the hint, and headed off to bed. On March 15th, Ravenclaw easily defeated Hufflepuff in Quidditch and the House Cup was down to the Gryffindor-Slytherin game. If Gryffindor defeated Slytherin, they would take the House Cup. If Slytherin won, the cup would go to the house with the most points, and currently, Ravenclaw was leading by 57 points. After that, Ravenclaw would play Slytherin if they lost for second and third place in the cup standings. James and Rose were avidly waiting the match. For the first time, they would face off against another set of twins as beaters. Marlon and Larry Gerrans were 7th-year students, and had been the Slytherin beaters since their second year. They were duly acknowledged as the best beaters in Hogwarts, even with a reputation for occasional brutal double-teaming. Adam was always scribbling on scraps of paper, notebooks, and anything else that came to hand, as he tried to create new plays that used the link to its best effect. Rose and Melissa spent several hours with the 8 candidates for Manticore, and passed the 6 first years quickly. Carrie Fudge, grandson of Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, was a different matter. Rose reported to James that he was a null, not affecting any path she could find. Whether he joined Manticore or not, he simply never made any difference in any future path. James asked what was wrong with him in Melissa's hearing, and she scolded him for nearly an hour. Aside from the invective, discussion of James's arrogance, and arm-waving, the actual message was short. Most people led ordinary lives, never affecting the world in any measurable way, but that didn't mean there was anything wrong with them. They were just ordinary people. James apologized to Melissa for his phrasing. Carrie might not mean anything to the world in general, but James was determined to give him some self-confidence, and included I am in the group that would be told about Manticore. Dirk Clave was another story. Rose and Melissa came away from their interviews with him conflicted. He would make an acceptable. On the other hand, his sponsor was correct. However he did it, when he was talking to the invisible people, he could find out what was going on anywhere in the world right then. James smiled at that, and set Emily to trying to figure out how he did it. Rather, he tried anyway. For the second time in 2 days, another Manticore blew up at James. I realize, you bloody git, she said, in a tone that made James feel about 3 centimeters high. That since you don't sleep, barely eat and have a dual brain, you can work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Some of us, however, are merely human. She then lied out all the things she was already doing, the time she needed to study the class work, and asked James where he expected her to add this project. James looked at her schedule, and called Mercy over. They set the phoenixes that weren't doing anything to helping Emily. While they didn't have her flair for research, or the analytical mind that could make sense of all of the data, they could do the outwork and find the books and scrolls she needed, as well as eliminating any obvious wrong choices. Cumulus had nearly 250,000 employees, contractors and affiliates in both worlds, and therefore, every decision had far-reaching consequences. There was also the guardianship of the Dragonian Codex, but Rose couldn't tell Melissa about that. To put it very simply, James had been raised to consider everything as a major decision. He simply didn't understand that most people would never make decisions like that any more than he understood the way ordinary people thought about money. To James and Rose, spending 51,000 galleons 60 rings x 850 galleons each 51,000 on the Manticore rings was simply a wise investment. To the average Manticore, that was roughly 3 years' pay at a good job, making the signet ring the most expensive piece of jewelry they would ever wear. Melissa came away from their talk sobered. She had a long talk with April Erskine and was very quiet for the rest of the week. She knew about important decisions, of course, every healer did. When to let somebody go, heal this one or that one, let this person die with dignity, and a dozens more. Those decisions, however, were the exception, not the rule, and the idea of considering everything with that gravity sobered her. Melissa had often wondered why James and Rose seemed so mature for their ages. And now she was beginning to understand. 2 weeks before the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor, Chimera brought the 8 candidates for Manticore into the hall, and explained everything to them. They, like all the other people who had joined so far, were given a week to decide if they wanted to be a part of Manticore or not. In the end, all of them joined, although Rose was fairly certain Carrie only joined because James was involved, and Melissa said Carrie had a huge case of hero worship for James. James was almost the only person in Hogwarts that took it for granted that Carrie was just like everyone else. James didn't assume that the long time Carrie took to make decisions was because he was slow, but because he was thinking all the way through the problem. Dirk Clave was another sort of headache for Manticore. Whatever it was that allowed him to know what was going on right then in remote areas of the world was beyond the fledgling skills of Manticore. Melissa and Emily came to James. They wanted to tell April all about Manticore. Since she already knew about the links and bonds, she was the perfect experienced Medowitch to help. James consulted with Rose and Tiffany, and the day before the match, she was offered the same type of position Professor Dumbledore had. The Gryffindor vs. Slytherin match was on a Saturday in early May. Rose woke that morning, since Lisa was still working on her first cup of coffee, she dressed quietly and slipped out of their room. In the common room, she found James and Tiffany engaged in their favorite sport. "You two are aware we have a match this morning, aren't you?" she said, still half asleep. James's hand never slowed, as he opened his shields enough to show her that while they indulged in the hair care, they were going over what they knew about the Slytherin team, and discussing Adam's latest plays. "Way ahead of you, flower child," said Tiffany. "I realize that you know everything James knows, but to me, that name is from a private joke between James and I, and your use of it is unwarranted and unwelcome." Rose was still not fully awake yet, and for just an instant, before she clamped down on her shields, Rose broadcast anger, hate, fear, jealousy and bitterness. James and Tiffany were startled out of the rapport. "Rose," questioned James, as he got up and crossed the room to the windowsill she liked to sit in. He sat down with her. "I'm sorry, I never meant for you to know about this, but I was not awake yet, and I was really not ready to hear your nickname for me from her." James focused on the one part of that was most important to him. "When did we start keeping things from each other?" he asked quietly. Rose looked at him sadly. "Ever since you started noticing how she looks, and her female form." Rose searched his face and eyes with her eyes, as if looking for traces of her brother. "You've gone somewhere I can't follow because of that damn soul bond. We just don't think alike anymore." James considered what she was saying, and the bitterness behind her words, and he rubbed his chin. It was an errant thought, that he needed to shave again, that crystallized the problem for him. He cast a mirror spell on the window, and looked at the two of them. That they were related was obvious, but where twins had sat last year, there was now an older brother sitting with his younger sister. "It's not fair to you, is it, Rosé? I get a tighter bond than even the one we share, and all you get is to watch me slip away from you." Rose sighed, and began turning. James turned with her in a habit of long standing, so that they ended up back to back, leaning on each other. Rose relaxed into James, and the two of them dropped all their shields on the twin bond, holding nothing back, in a way they had not done since James and Tiffany bonded. James felt the things Rose had hidden for so long. Her fear of being alone in her head, her worry for him and the aging of his other bond, and he loneliness she'd been feeling for so long. "What can we do? You're bonded, and this thing we're doing is too important to let one or two people stand in the way." It was James's turn to sigh, as he considered her words and the emotions that drove them. "It does matter, sister mine. I owe you an apology. I've let myself get away from you, and there is no excuse for that. We're going to fix that." Rose smiled, and James could feel her spirits lift. "Okay," she said. "I don't know what you're going to do, but I have faith in you." James grinned, and twisted suddenly, so that Rose fell into his lap. "In the meantime, sister mine, I think it's been entirely too long since your ribs were counted." Rose tried to pull away. "James, don't you dare." 2 clouds of smoke enveloped the twins, and when it cleared there were 2 giant slugs where the twins had stood. One slug had red, white and blue, racing, stripes the length of its body, and the other was covered in green roses. The laughter from the Gryffindors standing there brought most of the house down to see what was going on. The two slugs were pushing against each other in an attempt to force the other slug into a corner. It soon became apparent that they were playing an old game, with rules known only to the two slugs. Gryffindor was just starting to bet on one or another of the slugs when the portrait hole opened, and Professor McGonagall stepped through. The sudden and total silence warned the two slugs, and they froze, with their eye stalks swiveled back towards the professor. Professor McGonagall surveyed the overturned chairs and tables in silence. She looked down, where a liberal dollop of slug slime was centimeters from her right foot, and spoke in a conversational tone. "I suggest," she said, as if seeing two giant slugs destroying the Gryffindor common room was an everyday thing, that every student capable of walking disappear. Now, the two-legged Gryffindors vanished, except for Tiffany, who hesitated. "Professor, there's something." Tiffany trailed off as the professor held a finger to her lips and pointed up the stairs. Tiffany looked at the two slugs, and went up the stairs. Professor McGonagall looked at the two slugs. "I am impressed by the transfigurations. Excellent works for second-year students. However, I am concerned about the noise and mess you have made of the common room." She stared at the slugs and sighed. "It's very hard to tell what a slug is thinking." She pulled her wand out and cast Finite Incantium on the two slugs. James and Rose stared at each other, and then at Professor McGonagall. As usual, James's first thought was irreverent. The professor makes a beautiful slug. The professor was a giant slug, much as the twins had been seconds ago. However, the professor was a calico-marked slug, and judging from the way the eye stalks followed the approaching twins, not a happy slug either. James and Rose pulled their wands and cast the Finite Incantium together. Mies was talking before the professor was completely human again. "It was not deliberate, it's a new prank enhancer we're testing. Tiffany did try to warn you. If a single person tries to break a prank, it transfers to that person." Professor McGonagall sighed, and looked pointedly around the common room. "Breakfast is in 25 minutes. This room will be clean and ordered before then." She stepped back out the portrait hole, hearing the twins casting and the pounding of feet rushing down the stairs as she left. She walked down the hall considering what the appropriate punishment for this would be. She finally decided to hold off until after the match to decide what she would do. She looked around, and smiled happily at the thought of today's match. The whole school had seen the skills of the linked players, and Gryffindor had the only fully linked team in Hogwarts. She wondered if Professor Snape would try to weasel out of their bet. For over 15 years now, the two househeads had been betting on every Gryffindor-Slytherin match. With Chimera as the Gryffindor house team, Minerva had a hunch that bet might be over. The match was scheduled to begin at 1000, and by 0940, the stands were nearly full. The announcer, a fourth-year Ravenclaw named Denise Crosby, was giving some facts and statistics before the match began. "Good morning, Quidditch fans. This morning Gryffindor plays Slytherin for the House Cup. Gryffindor has been favored in this match since their astounding performance against Ravenclaw earlier in the year, but only barely, as Slytherin's commanding performance against Hufflepuff was truly impressive." Denise moistened her throat with a sip of tea, and started naming the teams. Today's seekers are Tiffany Potter for Gryffindor and William Durrington for Slytherin. Tiffany Potter, oldest daughter of Harry Potter and the third straight Potter to play for the Gryffindor house team, is the odds-on favorite in that pairing. Slytherin's chasers are Sonia Gebbs, Ahmed Anari and Jerry Newson. They'll be facing the team of Emma Weasley, Melissa Xavier and Gryffindor team captain Lisa Malfoy. Both sets of chasers gave amazing performances in their earlier matches, using truly astounding strategies, and today's match promises to be exciting. Denise took another sip of tea as she checked the notes her friend Emily Kitchen had given her. The keepers are Handgelled Hagrid for Gryffindor and team captain Charles Witherspoon for Slytherin. On paper, Slytherin has all the advantages in this matchup, as Witherspoon has 4 years' experience and nearly 20 matches to his record. Hagrid is playing in only his second match ever. Denise's voice took on a teasing note. Of course, the fact that Hagrid is nearly the size of the goals might even the odds a bit. A wave of laughter swept through the stands. Beaters for today are Larry and Marlon Gerrans, 7th-year Slytherins, and James and Rose Evans, 2nd-year Gryffindors. She checked her notes again. According to resident Ravenclaw researcher Emily Kitchen, this will be the first time in 165 years the twins have met on the pitch in the beaters' slots. Here again, the Slytherins appear to have the upper hand. The Gerrans have 6 years of experience, and a well-earned reputation for coordinated teamwork and occasional brutal double-teaming. She drank some more tea and continued. Gryffindor's beaters, the Evans, are mere 2nd-year students, who are rapidly gaining a reputation for excellent teamwork, although, and here her voice took on that teasing note, only one of them has a reputation for occasional brutality. The laughter was mixed with murmurs this time. What is not widely known is that the Evans twins are no strangers to Quidditch competitions. Surprised talk ran through the stands as Denise accepted another page of notes from Emily. She gave the crowd a quick rundown on the North American Junior Quidditch League and the procedures. That culled the 14 best players from America and Canada. James and Rose Evans have been the beaters for the winning red team for the last 3 years, and their teammates have nothing but good things to say about their performance on the pitch. Denise stressed the last 3 words, and the crowd, used to her style of announcing after a year and a half of it, quieted some so they would hear the rest of that sentence. However, she continued after a few seconds, there were a number of complaints about small discs and pranks off the pitch, that their teammates would like to talk to them about. The laughter rolled through the crowd again. That James and Rose were responsible for the wooden prank discs that were covering the school as well as a series of higher-level pranks was an open secret. Everyone knew that they were the responsible ones, but nobody had caught them yet. In the Gryffindor waiting area, where Adam and the team were going over the final plans, Chimera was laughing also, until James and Tiffany froze. Identical looks of purely unholy glee on their faces, and in their thoughts. Rose felt the spike of James's emotions and groaned. Emma looked at the twins. James was radiant, like a knight face to face with the Holy Grail. Rose, on the other hand, was slumped in the chair, shaking her head and moaning. "What's with James, and why do you sound like Moaning Myrtle, Rose?" Rose looked at Emma. "The last time he felt like that, we got sued." Chimera, except for James and Tiffany, who were busy with their own thoughts, stared at Rose. "What did you get sued over?" asked Emma curiously. Tiffany started giggling. James flushed, and evaded the question. "It was our first public prank, and it went a little wrong," he said, and now both the Evans were blushing at the memories. "It's a very long story, we'll tell you about it after the match." Emma grinned at him. "I take it you have something interesting in mind for a prank." James smiled again, and his emotions were laced with an evil glee. "Consider this if you will. The Quidditch stands are deserted most of the time, and we know the exact time and date that they will be full again." Everyone except Tiffany was staring at James in shock. Lisa found her voice first. "You want to lay a prank on the stands? What about professors, and the headmaster?" James was still smiling, and merely raised an eyebrow at Lisa, who buried her head in her hands. "Don't say it, Yank, I know what you're going to say." Calculated risk. James had a dreamy look on his face as he thought about it. "The whole school at one time. I'll have to think of something really good for this one, and since we're not playing in the next match, we'll get pranked as well." James, Tiffany and Rose started plotting, and soon, all of Chimera was involved. Outside, Denise was finishing the preliminaries. Since Gryffindor is playing, Professor Flitwick will be the referee. Professor Potter says that is to avoid charges of favoritism towards his daughter's team. Denise smiled. "Personally, I think it's because he's afraid of what Madame Potter would do if he called a foul on Tiffany." More laughter spread through the stands. And both the Potters were among the laughing. Ginny Potter had loudly and sarcastically told off enough students that came to her with injuries caused by their own stupidity that her temper was fast becoming a school legend. Denise got the start signal and the game began. "Ladies and gentlemen, now entering the pitch is the Slytherin team of Witherspoon, Gerrans, Anari, Newson, Gebbs and Durrington." The Slytherin team flew around the pitch once, and then waited. The Gryffindor house team was introduced next. And now, the Gryffindors. Hagrid, Evans, Malfoy, Weasley, Xavier and Potter. The two teams faced off and Professor Flitwick took the team captains aside. James and Rose were facing the Gerrans. "Look, Marlin, it's the Yanks. Larry's voice was falsely cheerful. Larry, I know they had to cross the Atlantic to get a decent education, but do we really have to let that sort in? Marlon's voice was openly hateful and sarcastic, and Rose felt the anger starting in James. Larry was just oozing sympathy. Be nice, Marlon. Think of it as charity for the underprivileged. The gerunds smirked at their younger counterparts from Gryffindor. James looked at Rose when the Slytherins stopped. Insults, Rose. About. Rose picked up the sentence. Grade 3, brother. Definitely second rate. I hope, James, that they play better than they babble. Too true. Ames smiled coldly at the rapidly flushing gerunds. Allow us to show you how to insult people properly, he said in a patronizing tone. Rose started the insults. James, do you suppose they were this ugly before they started catching bludgers with their faces? Not unless their mother was a goblin. She couldn't be. Goblins only mate with beings that can count to 11 with their shoes on. So true, Rose. These two don't look smart enough to come in out of the rain. James was waiting for the bludger release while they insulted the gerunds. When it came, the Slytherin beaters were caught flat-footed as James and Rose lifted after the bludgers. Hey, James called back mockingly, are you two playing or what? James opened a link to Chimera. Can y'all take control? I promise there will not be any beaters or bludgers to worry about. Chimera felt the anger in James. Lisa was the first to speak. What's going on, James? These two freaks just insulted my country and my family. Rose, and I are merely going to teach them the error of their ways. Most of Chimera spared a second's pity for the gerunds. James's fierce loyalty to his family first and then his country was not a button you wanted to push. Those two had just pushed both of them at once. Emma didn't even think twice. We can do it, she said happily, and flying one-on-one against Sonia and them will be fun. James and Rose had control of the bludgers and were batting them to each other in a long-standing habit. Sister mine, shall we mesh? Rose grinned as she knocked a bludger back to James, watching the one he was hitting towards her. Surely, brother mine. Meshing was a technique James and Rose had perfected after they had spelled their twin bond. They would drop all the things that made them separate, and for a time they could reach each other almost as deeply as the soul bond. Rose opened her sight, looking about 10 seconds into the future. Got them, Larry's low and right to you, going to break left. A dim memory of the Sorting Hat warning her about using the site for personal things crossed Rose's mind, but she ignored it. Marlon's high left to me, going to break down and left. Using the bludgers, Rose's sight and 11 years of twin bond and teamwork, James and Rose made the entire game a personal assault on the gerunds. One of them would hit a bludger, not at where a gerund was, but at where they were going to be. The other would do the same to the other gerund, and they would race to get into position to strike the bludger that the other Evans twin had just hit. Using the superior speed and nimbleness of the Starblades, the Evans literally herded the gerunds all over the pitch. They completely ignored the other players, concentrating on the total humiliation of Larry and Marlon. Denise was trying to watch everything at once, and with the help of Emily, mostly succeeding. Quidditch fans, I have never seen a match quite like this one. Each position is playing separately from the others. The Gryffindor beaters are in total control of the bludgers and the Slytherin beaters, to the point that I don't think the Slytherin team has even touched the bludgers yet. The Evans are clearly the better beaters. Despite their youth, she looked at the score, and then back at the game. The score is 50-60, with Slytherin leading, but Gryffindor has the quaffle, and they're off. The Chasers match is a thing of beauty. Both teams fly as if the Chasers for their team share a single brain, intricate maneuvers and split-second timing dominate their play, and the whole match is an aerial ballet. She watched the Gryffindor Chasers long enough to be sure of what they were about to do. I don't know what you call this move, but it's Gryffindor's best weapon. Malfoy is the top of a triangle, with Weasley and Xavier at the lower points. Now, all three head for the same point in the air, and they meet. They are all within a meter of each other, and spinning clockwise. Under the cover of the billowing robes, they're passing the quaffle. Now they break apart, just 50 meters from the goal lines, and each of them is heading for a different goal, but which one has the quaffle? Denise was watching the Chasers intently, and Emily had to pull on her robes twice to get her attention. Direct your attention to the Seekers. They're both diving for a point in space, and yes, there's the snitch. Tiffany had seen the snitch first, but it had been far too close to Durrington to risk going after it. She had been trying to work her way into a better position when William had seen it. And it became a race. In the end, only luck gave Tiffany the snitch and the win. She had not been close enough to catch the snitch, and William would have gotten it, until it made one of those random darting moves. And moved right at Tiffany. Between the speed of the Starblade, the excitement of the moment and the speed of the snitch, Tiffany misjudged the snitch slightly, and it smacked into her hand while she was still reaching for it. The snitch struck her little finger, breaking it, but Tiffany kept her grip on the snitch. There's the game. Gryffindor wins the cup, slightly higher than Tiffany, and on the other side of the pitch, James's head whipped around as he felt Tiffany's finger break. He stopped, ignoring the bludger, letting it go as he concentrated on Tiffany's injury. Marlon was so embarrassed, humiliated and angry though, that he didn't care the game was over. While almost everyone was watching the Seekers, Marlon smashed the bludger straight at James's back. The bludger struck James squarely in the back of the head, erasing his consciousness and the links. James fell off his broomstick, and they both tumbled toward the ground. Second year's end. Year's end. Tiffany had barely felt her finger break in the heat of the match and the joy of taking the house cup. James's pain she felt for the barest instant. The event that caused her heart to stop and nearly made her lose her grip on her broomstick was losing the touch of James in the links and their soul bond. For 18 months, James had been there in her head. Waking, sleeping, it didn't matter what she was doing or when, James was there. Every thought, feeling, emotion, anything that passed through her head had been doubled, and suddenly there was nothing. A fear deeper than anything she'd ever felt immobilized her for a split second. Then her head tracked on the last place she'd felt him. Her heart nearly stopped again as she saw him falling, and she dove, pushing the Starblade in a race against gravity. Rose had not been as scared when James had been jerked out of the link, but she had felt him knocked unconscious at least 3 times before this. Rose had been much closer to James, and she dove after his limp form. She vaguely noted the rest of Chimera heading their way, but her attention was on James. In the stands, a frozen crowd watched the 2 girls closest to James racing to catch him before he reached the ground. Angel and the chasers were too far away to help, and Adam, who had been on the ground, was far too low to do any good. Rose was the first to reach James, and she reached out, grabbing him by the robes as she started braking, slowing his fall. Tiffany arrived a second later, and the 2 girls lowered him to Adam, who had been the next to arrive. The 3 of them carefully laid James on the ground, and barely had time to get out of the way, as Melissa arrived and started examining him. Mercy and the other Manticore Metawizards were pushing their way through the crowd. And as word spread from the people that had seen what happened, more Manticores joined them. In just a few minutes, all of the Manticores were heading for the pitch, and they were not happy. Professor Dumbledore was sitting in the stands with Professors Snape, McGonagall, Potter and Moody, as well as Madame Potter, who had already joined the group heading for the pitch. "I think," said Professor Dumbledore, "that we had better go down there as well. Mr. Evans's friends do not look pleased with this turn of events." The professors had an easier time getting through the crowd than the Manticores did. On the pitch, Melissa was exploring the large soft spot in James's skull with magic in her hands. She frowned as they both told her that James was in serious trouble. A circular section nearly 4 inches across the back of his head had been crushed, and there were bone fragments and blood pooling in his skull, putting pressure on his brain, and tearing more of the brain tissue. As the fragments shifted, Melissa couldn't explain how she did what she did with the healing talent, any more than James and Rose could explain the soul bond. She watched, saying the injuries inside James's head disappear as the fragments were eased out, and fitted back together like a jigsaw puzzle. At the same time, the brain tissue was repaired and any other damage was wiped away, as if it had never happened. She looked up at Tiffany, feeling the panic pounding at the link. "He'll be fine," she said, trying to calm that panic. Relief washed through the link, and then Tiffany heard Emma's thoughts. Emma's shields were iffy at best, and the angrier she got, the worse her shields got. She had seen what Marlon did, and Tiffany saw the scene in her mind. The instant fury that washed through the link erased everything else in an instant. Tiffany found Marlin, and started towards him, with her wand in her hand. The thoughts in her head made Chimera pale, and except for Rose and Melissa. They took after Tiffany. Professor Flitwick, who had taken Marlin in hand as soon as the boy landed, saw the approaching girl and had no problem figuring out what she was going to do. "Miss Potter, stop," he called, and she didn't hear him at all. "Miss Potter, stop right there." Tiffany froze as the spell caught her, and the fury edged higher inside her. She started moving again, slowly, as if she was underwater. Or wearing heavy weights on her arms and legs, but she was moving. The rest of the house team that was not with James caught up then, and Angel held her arms as Emma relieved her of her wand. Lisa looked at Marlin, as if he was a new species of bug, and one that was about to be extinct. "You have to be the stupidest person alive, or the craziest. James is going to wake up soon. And he's not going to be happy with you. Ask Crabbe what happens to people that anger James." A sudden vicious thought from Tiffany made Lisa grimace. "Not that it matters, even if James leaves anything of you. Tiffany wants to skin you alive, slowly. With a spoon. I would assume," said Professor Flitwick dryly, "that releasing Miss Potter right now would not be recommended." The four chimeras holding Tiffany considered the invective and thoughts running through her mind and spoke simultaneously. "No," Emma eyed Marlin angrily, "unless you would really like to see if Tiffany could actually disembowel him with a spoon. I believe the school could do without that display, Miss Weasley." Professor Dumbledore and the other instructors had arrived in time to hear that last comment. The headmaster looked around at the groups gathering on the pitch. All of the Manticores were standing with the Gryffindors. The Slytherins, minus their Manticores, were standing behind their house team. While Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were off to one side, but closer to Manticore and Gryffindor. Professor Dumbledore looked at the angry Manticores and noted the number of wands being fingered and the rising tension in the air. He acted to diffuse the anger before somebody cast a finite incantium on Tiffany, or something less harmless on Marlin. "Professor Snape, please escort the Gerrans back to their house." He looked at the Gerrans pointedly. "I will be wanting to talk to them later." He looked over to where Madame Potter was assisting Melissa in the final part of healing James and continued. "Professor Potter, would you watch over Mr. Evans while he wakes up, please?" The headmaster looked at Tiffany again, in time to see Adam wince, and take a step away from her. "Is something wrong, Mr. Brooks?" asked Professor Dumbledore. "Tiffany wants to remove Marlin from the gene pool." When that comment met with blank looks, Adam explained it. "It's a Muggle expression, Sue. G jesting castration before he has a chance to breed." Adam considered the thoughts pouring down the link from Tiffany, and shivered. "I wish she'd drop that bloody obsession with the spoon though. Before anyone could ask what a spoon had to do with castration, a change came over Chimera. Four heads swiveled around to look at James, drawing everyone's attention that way. James was raising his head and blinking. He focused on Tiffany and spoke. "There's something broken in Tiffany's hand. Would you please look at it, Melissa?" Angel had loosened his grip on Tiffany when she stopped struggling, and suddenly she was moving again. She ran to James, too relieved to feel him in her head again to be angry. Tiffany dropped to her knees beside James and wrapped her arms around him. Melissa had to pry the injured hand away from James to check the finger, and when she did, Tiffany saw the blood on her hands. Her anger blazed up again, and James blinked. Tiffany showed him what had happened and James's eyes took on the same cold emotionless look he had had while he beat Crabbe to protect Mercy. James and Tiffany looked at each other, and then evil smirks grew on both their faces. Voice a bit more, making the listening students strain to hear his next comment. "Privately, you can tell them that we'll be looking for them sometime this summer. Remind Marlin that Tiffany thought of skinning, gutting and castrating him with a spoon, and we'll have months to refine those plans and acquire suitable spoons." As Sonia left on her errand, James stood up and Tiffany wormed her way under his arm. As close to his side as she could get, James spoke to Jarek. "Jarek, spread the word to Manticore. My lady has some." James paused absently, as he rubbed the back of his head gingerly. "Interesting plans for Marlin. I will be annoyed with anyone that interferes with those plans. No Manticore is to do anything to him, is that clear?" Jarek acknowledged the orders, and found his assistants. After a short conversation with Jarek, they began talking to the various teams using the rings. Tiffany was still glued tightly to James's side, and James was glad of it. He was beginning to feel the effects of a major healing. Green Eyes, let's go. I am not falling on my face in front of the whole school. Chimera started toward the school, with Rose supporting Melissa and Hangeld carrying almost everyone's starblades. They stopped by the group of professors, and James looked at Tiffany. She looked back, sighed and spoke to Professor Flitwick. I must apologize for my disregard of your instructions, sir. I was somewhat upset. Both of the professor's eyebrows went up at that understatement, but all he said was, accepted, Miss Potter, but it's still going to cost you 5 points and a detention. Tiffany nodded, and Chimera continued making their way toward the school. Emma was in the back, and only Professor Dumbledore saw her rubbing her arm with a bemused expression. Mental note to keep an eye on the budding warlock, as it appeared that she might be ready to start changing. At dinner, word of Marlin's punishment spread quickly. The incident had cost Slytherin 300 points and Marlin 30 detentions. Half of his detentions were to be served with Professor McGonagall, who was upset at the attack on one of her house. The other half would be served with Professor Snape, who was absolutely furious with the events of the day. Marlin's point loss, coupled with the loss of the match, guaranteed a 4th place finish in the house standings for Slytherin this year, even behind Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff had not beaten Slytherin in house points in more than 20 years, and Professor Snape had plans of his own for Marlin. Marlin had also been removed from the house team, and Larry had left with him. James and Tiffany remained silent about the whole thing, except to say that everything was settled in their minds. Since that comment could mean anything, it did nothing to her. Ace the picture most people had of the two of them hunting Marlin down this summer and doing unspecified things to them involving spoons. The only thing that happened to them, however, was an untraceable prank. It seemed, however, that this prank could not be broken, and the Gerrans spent a week sequestered away in the hospital wing, until the truly appalling stench, black and white fur and the large bushy tail went away. And people could approach them without gagging and throwing up. James and Tiffany were questioned about the stunt, but the inquiry was dropped quickly with Tiffany's first words. If I had done anything to them, they wouldn't have skin to grow fur on. James did have a talk with Rose, telling her that when he said, any manticore, that included her. Rose merely shrugged, unrepentant. Her only comment was that family was more important than manticore. I have been appointed by Chimera to give you two something. I think it's because they think James won't do anything to me if he isn't amused, but whatever. She pulled a parchment from her robes and began to read it. Rose handed each of them a small package, hugged them and slipped back upstairs. James and Tiffany were examining the slim rectangular gifts. Tiffany sent an open thought over the link. Gee, she sent, in mock amazement, I wonder what this could be. They tore the paper off the gifts to reveal two black lacquered boxes about a foot long and 4 inches wide. Avis, can you convert that? The laptop I'm using doesn't have the metric conversion chart I normally use. Thanks, Raven. Inside the boxes were 2 silver spoons, about 11 inches long and with the front half of the bowl sharpened. On the handle was an inscription, with our hopes that you never need them, Chimera. James grinned and sent an open thought down the link. I wonder how many people would run screaming if we took these to breakfast. Green Eyes. Tiffany smiled as she moved in front of James. I only thought of it once, or maybe twice. She protested. As she passed the brush James was reaching for back. James shivered as they sank back into the rapport that brought them closer and closer, and felt so good. It only takes once, sweetheart. The emergence of Melissa's healing power was a minor annoyance to James, as such things were rare enough to make the paper, and kick up a bit of fuss. Melissa ignored all the letters. And since the reporters couldn't get to Melissa at Hogwarts, the fuss soon died down. Melissa took the centaurs up on their offer, and spent 2 hours every other day at the edge of the forest, learning to heal animals and magical beasts, as well as the non-human intelligences. James had insisted on an escort, and Professor Dumbledore had agreed. While they were not going into the Forbidden Forest itself, they were close enough to it to make a Noid-like James worry. Since almost all the Chimeras had projects of some kind going, Melissa's usual escort was Rose, who was talking to the centaurs about seeing the future anyway. James and Rose were also working on regaining the closeness they had shared, and that led to some truly entertaining pranks, as well as some long overdue revenge for Rose. Every Saturday found the twins in Manticore's lab, brewing, casting or otherwise creating new pranks. Tiffany tried to help at first, but soon gave up. Melissa, who still wanted to know everything about the various links, questioned her about the way the twins worked. Tiffany frowned as she tried to explain it. It's as if the two of them share a brain. When I think something, James knows what it is. But he may not understand why I think that way. With those two, it's as if a word or two sets them both to thinking about the exact same thing, and they expand on each other. Tiffany was struggling to explain it. But she kept on. Then, as they talk about something, suddenly, one of them will have an idea that is related to whatever they're talking about, but might be a good prank. By the time I've followed their talk, and figured out what they're talking about from James's mind, they've finished the prank, and are on to something new. Melissa and April Erskine, who had accepted the offer to become a Manticore, spent the next 3 Saturdays observing the twins at work. They finally concluded the twins' ability to adapt anything was some sort of unique thing, some sort of talent that allowed them to create a new magical spell without really understanding how it worked. After they built the first one, they would take it back apart, and figure out how to make more. In a process Muggles called reverse engineering. Some experiments soon proved that their talent only worked on things and spells they had created in the first place. During the course of the tests and experiments, they created 4 new pranks. Follower would make any object follow you around until you told it to stay. Multilingual would make up to 10 people hear 10 different languages being spoken. And paper chase would cause anything made of paper move away from you, staying just out of reach. During dinner one night, Peeves was heckling some of the Gryffindor students, and James called to him. Peeves floated over, hovering just above the table. "Look, it's the bloodthirsty Yank. Fallen off your broomstick recently," Peeves said. James just smiled at him, and motioned him closer. Peeves drifted a little closer, and as he came within arm's reach, Rose tossed the disc at him, where it stuck to him, just as the ordinary discs would stick to people. "What is this?" said Peeves, trying to pull the disc off. Peeves froze, watching her. "Yes, what of it?" Rose stood up, and pushed the plate of turnips into Peeves's face. When she pulled the plate away, the turnips stayed stuck to Peeves. The Gryffindor table shook as the Gryffindors exploded into laughter. Rose stuck a dinner roll into each of Peeves' ears as she explained. "This is called Polter grip, and it causes real objects to stick to ectoplasm entities, such as ghosts." Most of the school was watching now, and the other ghosts were gathering. Peeves had been an annoyance to enough people that everyone was enjoying the sight of him being used as a plate, since a few more Gryffindors were adding things to his anatomy. Peeves tried to sink through the table, but found himself stuck to the table. "Anything material, Peeves," Rose said as she watched him struggle. "So you really want to avoid touching anything that you can't move, because you won't be able to move. That prevents you from going through a wall and getting away before I'm done with you." Rose considered the suddenly still ghost, and pulled out a camera. She took a couple of pictures and put it away again. "How long does it last?" Peeves asked, in a voice muffled by turnips and other food items. "About an hour, or until the person that cast it on you releases it. Now hush, we're trying to eat." With that comment, Rose went back to eating, as if there was not a food-covered ghost sitting in front of her. At the head table Professor Moody turned to Harry, sitting next to him. "Just think, those two are going to be your in-laws." Harry sighed and then grinned. "They can't be any worse than Fred and George, and I've been dealing with them for 20 years now." Professor Moody smirked. "There's an entertaining thought, the Weasel. EY twins and Evans twins in the same house. You won't be able to turn around without changing size, shape or color." Ginny was sitting next to Harry, and she looked at Professor Moody. "Yes we will, I'll make sure of it." Professor Moody watched her for a minute, waiting for her to say something else. When she just kept eating, he sighed. "I'm going to regret this, but just how can you keep those 4 from pranking everything in sight?" Quote, Madam Potter smiled, and it was not a, "have a nice day," kind of smile. With a Muggle medical technique Melissa told me about, called suppositories. Harry shivered, and at the blank expression on Professor Moody's face, explained what it was. Professor Moody shook his head. "You're a brave man to stay married to that woman, Harry." Harry Potter looked at his wife, and the mother of their 3 children. He smiled at her, and teased her. "She's not that bad, as long as you don't give her raw meat." Ginny looked sideways at Harry and reached for his leg under the table. "Be nice," she said. As she squeezed his leg under the table, Harry smiled at her again, and bent over to whisper something in her ear. Whatever he said made her blush, and go back to eating. That Monday, the Owl Post brought a long letter from Robert to the twins. They discussed the letter with Chimera over lunch. Robert wanted to tell the families of the Manticores the truth during the Hogsmeade week after training. James quoted from his letter. "We're getting too many questions to hold off much longer. If we tell them that first night, we have a week to convince them to stay. Or to minimize the damages of them leaving." Some of the Manticores did indeed get letters from home suggesting that they could skip a year, or drop out entirely. With Rose and Melissa's help, and many owls, all of the Manticores finally got permission to go. In May, just 2 weeks before the end of the year, Ravenclaw met Hufflepuff in the last Quidditch match of the year. Ravenclaw's linked team dominated the match, and they won the game, even though Hufflepuff's seeker feinted the Ravenclaw seeker out of position and caught the snitch. She said later that there was no way they were going to catch up. And she simply wanted a decent score on the game. The final score was Ravenclaw, 270 points to Hufflepuff's 180 points. Only after the game did James's prank go off. As people started to rise, everyone in the stands was stuck fast to their seats as a giant chimera appeared on the pitch. It looked around and opened its mouth. "Have a nice summer," it said, in a voice that echoed from. Professor Snape was examining the pouch, which contained a random assortment of green flower pranks, and looking at the crowd, where a number of students were already falling prey to various pranks. As the mayhem spread through the crowd, he spoke to Professor Dumbledore. "I think this is fairly convincing proof of Chimera's identity. Few students have the skills to pull this off. And of those few, only the Evans twins have the money to give away this many pranks." When the headmaster didn't say anything, he turned to find Dumbledore staring at the SL. Owly fading Cheshire Cat grins where Chimera had been sitting. The headmaster looked at him, and his eyes were troubled. After Voldemort managed to take Harry and Cedric from the Tri-Wizards tournament, I had powerful anti-Portkey wards set up around Hogwarts. The Portkeys the Evans use should not work out here. I should be the only person that can build a Portkey that works out here. Professor Snape watched the grins fade out. "So, they have found a way around the wards. So what? If they can do it, who else can figure it out?" The headmaster sent for James and Rose as soon as he was back in his office. They showed up with Tiffany, and all 3 of them were wearing their best, innocent, look. Professor Dumbledore didn't even smile, although he did note that Tiffany's innocent look had improved since she started associating with the Evans children. "How did you break the anti-Portkey wards?" he asked, deciding to get right to the point. James looked confused. "What wards?" he asked. Professor Dumbledore frowned, and checked the wards. They were still in place. He questioned James for a few minutes, and answered James's questions until comprehension dawned in James's eyes. "We didn't. The wards prevent people from using a Portkey to enter or leave the grounds. The multi-Portkey doesn't even do that, it merely ports one to a destination within Hogwarts." The headmaster was relieved, and then curious. "What is a multi-Portkey?" James pulled a round object from his robes. It was about 3 inches across and had a swivel arm. "It's fairly simple. Each click of the swivel arm realigns the key for a different destination." He shrugged. "It's a failure though. With this, all the destinations have to be within 2 kilometers of each other. You can only have 6 destinations. And it costs twice as much as it would to simply create 6 different Portkeys. The only reason we keep using it is the Cheshire Cat grin effect." James sighed as he put the key away again. "Not our first failure. And it won't be the last." He blushed and grinned at a memory suddenly. "At least this one didn't cut the house in half." Rose blushed as Tiffany started giggling. Professor Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, but decided he was better off not knowing how the twins had managed to cut a house in half. He thought about what James had said, and the report April had given him about the TW. Ins and their ability to adapt almost anything. Tell me, could you break the wards around Hogwarts if you wanted to? The trio got the familiar absent expressions that meant they were discussing things amongst themselves. And the headmaster waited for the verdict. They came back to the headmaster's office from the link, and James was frowning thoughtfully, even as the light of a challenge grew in his eyes. We're not sure. There are 1,000 years of spells and wards on the school. Would you like us to find out for you? Professor Dumbledore considered that for several minutes. On one hand, knowing if the wards around the school could be circumvented might be a good thing, if they knew before the war started. On the other hand, the idea of Manticore, and Chimera especially, being able to leave the grounds at will was not one that would allow the headmaster to sleep soundly. James was watching him, and talking to Rose over the link. Sir, Chimera doesn't need to break the wards to leave the grounds. And if the wards can be broken, we have the whole list of Pendragon wards to draw on. We can give you a better one. Professor Dumbledore sat up a little straighter. How can you leave the grounds without breaking the wards? Easy. The Starblades have unplottable spells on them. If we use the spells, even the Marauder's map can't find us. Tiffany and I tested it once, just to see if it could be done. James looked at the headmaster and shrugged. It's no big thing. I can't even conceive of an emergency so great that I would leave the grounds without telling you first. James looked completely serious for a minute. Being a leader lays certain responsibilities on me, even as it frees me of some things. One of those responsibilities is setting an example. If I do not follow the chain of command here at school, how can I ask my people to follow it for me? Professor Dumbledore regarded James thoughtfully. He had known James took the position seriously, but he had not known just how well James understood the bonds of leadership. He made a decision, and summoned a book from the wall. I am going to trust this to Chimera, he said, stressing the word Chimera. In here is every spell even laid on Hogwarts. Go through, tell me what still works, and what you can do to make it better. James took the book, bowed to the headmaster. Chimera will honor your trust, he said formally. Chimera was listening on the link, and Lisa warned, Jarrick's going to be after that book as soon as he finds out about it. James's answer was instant, and backed with a great deal of heat. The only way that he could find out about it would be for one of you to forswear that oath I just gave, and the one that does that will not be a happy camper. Even Rose flinched away from that anger. James, she's just being careful. Sorry Lisa. James apologized. I have a healthy respect for my honor and the thought of being forsworn is annoying. Chimera sniggered at the understatement, and allowed the trio to finish their meeting with the headmaster in peace. The rest of the year passed quietly, and at the final dinner, Gryffindor was awarded the House Cup. The next day, Manticore was back in America, and spending the day getting their gear and weapons. They were eager to start training this year, as they would not be in the constant classes of last year. This year, all the first-year Manticores would be taking the classes, and the second-year Manticores would be using a training idea called War Games. Summer training, second year. My beta reader, Aviza, I'm so glad you're far away, because somehow I think you'd beat me for what's about to happen to Manticore fourth year. This chapter is dedicated to those two. Summer training second year. Manticore arrived at the summer training site by Portkey, just as they had a year ago. Alexander Evans took the first-year Manticores off to talk to them, and the rest of the Manticores lined up to get their uniforms and supplies. The issue went much smoother than it had last year, and in short order all the teams were heading for their tents to put away their gear. The second-year Manticores were eager to begin the training. Instead of endless classes and drills, they would be using a training technique called War Games. The Wolfpack trainer assigned to a team would give that team a mission, and the team leader would plan, review and execute the mission. That night, they got their first assignments. Mercy and Jarrick were going to use Phoenix to defend a site, like a field hospital that couldn't be moved. Griffin had drawn the Op4 mission, and would be attacking them. The scenario was very simple for the first mission. Phoenix had a supply base hospital with wounded that could not be moved, while Gr. Iffin was the enemy force tasked with the destruction of the base. Mercy and the Metawizards not in the tent with the wounded were the base's defenders, while Jarrick used the other Phoenixes as a mobile strike force. The next morning, After getting their mission, and the go-ahead, Arthur Weasley sent a scout out to recon the site. Mounted on a broomstick, and covered with invisibility and silencing spells, Michael Weasley spent several very uncomfortable hours observing the camp with binoculars, noting tent locations, where the sentries were, how often they were relieved, how many total people the camp had in the landscape or terrain around the camp. After he finished making a rough map of the area and the camp, he reported to Arthur. Given Mercy's known defensive abilities, Griffin W. as not surprised to find that there was not an easy way to attack the camp, and Arthur decided on a simple ruse. After the rest of the team was briefed on their role and what they'd be doing, the start time was chosen. And Arthur took Brian Crockford back into the tent and gave him a slightly different mission. Griffin lifted off after Arthur and Michael checked all the weapons again. The weapons they were using were real. The ammunition, however, was not dangerous. It would not break the skin, even if you were hit directly on an eyeball. It would sting quite badly, however, a feature that had Mo. Saint of the Manticores wincing in anticipation. Alexander just grinned at them when asked why it had to be painful. You're all big boys and girls. Figure it out. When James was approached about it, he was typically blunt. Because I don't want any of you thinking these things are painless. People expecting pain are more cautious than fearless fools, and I want every one of you to know that you need to learn to duck on a regular basis when the bullets are flying around. He rubbed his chest, smirking at the people listening to him. Besides, Tiffany and I have tested them privately, and I can say that while they are quite painful, they will not interfere with. James glanced at a blushing Tiffany, then continued, any later plans you might have. Griffin flew low, using the terrain to avoid detection from the camp until they reached the FRP or final rally point. This was the point from which they would make their attack. Brian had broken off and taken a different route about 20 minutes earlier. And now they waited for his part of the mission to open the attack. Brian used a grenade launcher to liberally fill the camp with tear gas and smoke. At the same time, the doohickey W. as projecting images of the rest of the team darting from one bit of cover to another, assaulting the camp. The attack drew Jarek and the strike force to that side of the camp, which was Arthur's signal to begin their approach. Inside the camp, the smoke was obscuring vision, but the tear gas was useless. At the first smell of the gas, the word was passed and everyone cast, or had the bubblehead charm cast on them. With everyone's attention on the attack though, Griffin managed to disable the first sentry with the Interclusio spell. At the camp's edge, Griffin ran into the first of Mercy's magically enhanced traps. And Franklin Finnegan triggered a mass of magic ropes that bound him and his broomstick in place. Griffin pressed on, but they had lost the element of surprise, and Jarek K sent half of his force back to help with this new attack. During the after-action review, the Wolfpack trainers that had watched the entire scenario pointed out both good and bad points on both sides. Griffin had made good use of terrain in their approach, and the ruse that drew almost all the strike force out of place to meet the real attack was praised. After that, however, they had stayed too close together, making a single target for the defenders, and allowing them to mass fires on the target. The trainers suggested breaking into two-man elements, and separating, so that the defenders had fire at several points. That would decrease their fire ability, as the unlinked phoenixes would have to be careful not to hit their own people. Griffin, being a linked team, would not have that problem. The last mistake Griffin made was not assigning people to look after each other. If one Griffin had stopped and freed Franklin, they would have had one more person for the assault and might have been able to work more effectively. Arthur was not happy with his first trial as team leader, but the trainers thought differently. Your mistakes were the result of inexperience, not incompetence. That's why we have training. One of them told him, and then it was Phoenix's turn to be analyzed. The use of wards keyed to the Phoenix signet rings was praised, although the trainers said that they have placed the outer ring of defenses further out, as it was not a killing trap, and wouldn't hurt any muggle or innocent wizard that happened to stumble over it. Jarek's reaction to the attack had been extreme. As the defenders, with pre-set cover and active defenses in place, an attack by just 6 should not have required more than a third of the strike force, leaving the rest to deal with anything else that happened. Such as the attack on the rear of the camp today. After discussing each team's overall performance, the trainers began reviewing the actions of individual manticores. ND opened a general discussion of what each team needed to improve. Across the valley, the teams not involved in today's war games were learning to coordinate the actions and responses of 2 or more linked teams using the rings. This meant everyone had to respond to a general command at the same time, in the same way. Muggle militaries taught this with marching or drill. The Wolfpack trainers were using the same idea, but they were incorporating the flight capabilities of the broomsticks. Those manticores that didn't have their own broomsticks for whatever reason were lent a broomstick that had been traded into the Starblade Company. On a new Starblade, the broomsticks were causing one of the biggest problems in the entire day. Chimera's Starblades were outperforming everything, of course, but after that, broomstick performance varied widely depending on the age and quality of the broomsticks in question. Chimera was taking a break while Sphinx and Hydra practiced some maneuvers, and from the ground, the ragged formations were clearly visible. As Chimera watched the formations trying to straighten out, a burst of shock from Tiffany made them look at the soul-bonded couple. James and Tiffany were arguing about something, and as Chimera watched, James pressed his point, gesturing at the formations in the sky. Tiffany's initial shock was fading into an unwilling acceptance, and finally, she threw her hands up. James caressed her cheek, and turned to Rose. He sent something down the twin link, and it was Rose's turn to be appalled. She got over it faster, and pulled a parchment from her robes. She began writing something and making quick figures, as Emma couldn't contain herself anymore. Would you 3 like to fill the rest of us in on the surprise? James was still watching the group in the sky as he answered absently. Our formations look like hell because of the different broomsticks, and that could be bad later on during the war. I simply want to get all the Manticore Starblades. It took a second for that to sink in, but after it did, the rest of Chimera was every bit as shocked as Tiffany had been. Starblades were custom-made for one user, and wouldn't even work for anyone else. They had more than 100 wards, spells and charms on them, and it took 5 wizards a month of work to make just one Starblade. They were also the most expensive broomsticks made, costing an average of 2,200 galleons each. Lisa was the first to get over the shock and speak. Are you talking about every manticore, even the new ones? James nodded, still watching the sky. Of course, it wouldn't do any good to get all our people Starblades, if their replacements didn't have them as well. Lisa was adding numbers in her head. Are you going to get them? For the Wolfpack people that can use them as well. James turned and looked at Lisa. I had not thought of that, but yes. Manticore wouldn't be half of what it is without Wolfpack. Lisa closed her eyes, running numbers and figures through her head, and when she was done, she looked at James again. You do realize you're talking about spending nearly 160,000 galleons on this? Except for Rose and James. The rest of Chimera froze, shocked into complete silence by the amount. James looked at Rose. Would you ask Uncle Alexander if we could use his cell phone, please? Rose walked over to where Alexander and Martin were watching the sky, where Dragon and Unicorn had taken Sphinx and Hydra's place. A short conversation later, Rose returned with a small phone and handed it to James, who dialed a number from memory. Chimera avidly listened to James's side of the conversation. Hello, Mrs. Johnston. How are you today? James listened for a minute. Then, it's good to hear that. Give your daughter our best. And then I need a favor. Can you patch me through to Dad? James's emotions spiked with humor suddenly. Well, that depends on what Starblade is going to charge us for. James paused and consulted with Rose suddenly, then turned back to the phone. 71 Starblades, and a continuing order of 5 to 10 more. A year for a few years. Immediate delivery, or as soon as possible would be good. He listened some more and started to roll his eyes again. He stopped in mid-roll, and grinned. In his best mock-innocent tone, he said, Me. Roll my eyes at you, father. Would I do a thing like that? He laughed. They discussed Manticore and the family for a few minutes, and then James hung up to find Chimera and Alexander staring at him. Rose raised an eyebrow at the amount, but was scribbling it down for later as the rest of Chimera stared at James in shock. Lisa was the first to work out the total. We're paying 220,000 galleons for the Starblades. Actually, It's 219,952.94 galleons, but Lisa rounded off. Raven. James shrugged. After the extra charges for rush delivery, and jumping the line, and the interest Dad is charging, yes. Adam blinked. Your father is charging you interest on the loan. James and Rose both looked blank. Why wouldn't he? Business is business after all. Tiffany giggled at the rest of Chimera. Haven't you figured out yet that capital B business is the driving force of the Evans clan? Most of Chimera was shaking their heads as they thought about the whole thing. Adam was running through the conversation in his head again. And he looked at James. What did you mean when you said that will help? James thought back, and then smiled. Father started ordering Starblades as soon as he got the first Manticore measurements. And with a bit of rush, we'll have all the broomsticks in time to give them out at the family week, when we tell all the families about Manticore. Hangeld spoke mildly. I hope you're not so cynical that you think the families can be bought with a fancy broomstick. James stared into space while he thought about it. Some will be, but I was thinking more F them as proof of our commitment to the prophecy. Lisa was thinking about all the uniforms, equipment, personnel and training that the Evans clan had provided so far. Just how much have you spent on this thing so far? Adam converted that into the pounds he was familiar with and froze, with his eyes open wide. You've spent £5.2 million on this so far. James looked at him as he figured the dollar rate out. It's only money. 400,000 galleons, £5.2 million, or $6.4 million, it's still all just money. He mounted his broomstick, and hovered a few feet off the ground as Chimera made ready to take to the air again. He looked at them, and he was completely serious. If a Starblade saves a single Manticore during the war, it will be worth every penny, Canute or pence. However you look at it. Chimera mounted, and joined James, Unicorn and Dragon for more practice. That first day set the pattern for the rest of the summer. Some teams would practice formations, and making the teams act as one group, while the others would be attacking or defending a camp. As Mercy and Jarek perfected their defenses, 2, 3 and even F. Our teams were tasked to attack the camp. The most eagerly awaited matches pitted Adam against Mercy on the strategy, and James and Jarek on tactics. Mercy and Adam were strategic geniuses, and James and Jarek were so closely matched that the outcome was always in doubt until the last minute. Alexander decided to suspend formation flying on those days, saying the other Manticores would learn or watching those for then they could possibly learn flying in circles. About halfway into the summer, Alexander changed the scenario, and Phoenix had to defend a moving convoy, while the other teams had to attack it. Raids, ambushes and counterattacks became routine to all of them, and after they had done that for a couple of weeks, Alexander changed it again. Now, whichever team had the bluff or slot that day wouldn't learn about the mission until the day of the mission. Mercy and Jarek wouldn't learn the OPFOR's mission until then either, making them all rush to get the mission accomplished. This led to a few mistakes, but they soon figured out how to plan a mission in a hurry, and the tempo of the operations was increased again. BLUFOR is an acronym for Blue Forces, or the Good Guys, and OPFOR is Opposing Force, or the Bad Guys. It's American military slang, simply because my own personal Uncle Alexander spent 30 years in the service, and I'm using his knowledge to do the military scenes. Raven. As all the teams got better, the scenarios got harder, with a team or two joining Phoenix in defending, or there being no intelligence about the target, except what you could get a scout close enough to see. James and Adam spent many nights working out basic plans for the 8 most common scenarios they ran into, so that they had a base plan set as soon as they knew what the mission was. A few attempts to use those plans showed them the flaws, and they spent even more time refining the plans, until they had a working manual. Emily was the first person to figure out they had a plan book. And she asked to borrow it one day. James was smiling at her, as she walked away, already on page 2. How much do you want to bet that she's already read everything else in camp, and just needed a book fix? Chimera smiled at the good-natured teasing of the girl that had once walked off a moving staircase at Hogwarts because she had her nose in a book. The consensus around Hogwarts was that if Emily died while reading a book, her ghost would refuse to move on until she finished the book. The last mission of the year was the result of James bragging about Chimera's performance. Alexander heard him, and said, "Since Chimera is so good, in 3 days, you'll face off against everyone else, attacking a moving convoy." After he dried off, James went looking for Adam, and they spent an hour talking to him. When they came out, James was filled with the same sense of anticipatory glee that he had when he was waiting for a good prank to be triggered. The next day, Alexander gave Mercy and Jarek their briefing. Where they would start, where they were going, the supplies they were carrying and the timeline they had to work with. Unknown to any of the four there, James had used Tiffany's invisibility cloak to plant Lisa's Magicrystal the night before, and Adam was listening to every word. Tiffany had protested that this was cheating, and James had asked her if she'd plant the Magicrystal in the patient child's headquarters if she could. When Tiffany had to admit she would, James said it was the same thing. Tiffany looked dubious, but was soon plotting the destruction of the rest of Manticore with Chimera. Adam was aware that everyone in camp knew about and had read the battle plan book James and he had worked out. He decided to ignore the book this time. He and James spent hours working out new plans that were different from anything they'd done before. That night James sent a raccoon into the tent to retrieve the Magicrystal and place it in the table tent where Mercy and Jarek would make their final plans and brief Phoenix. The next day, James and Adam took turns listening to Phoenix. As Mercy and Jarek made plans, James and Adam made counter plans. That night after everyone was in bed, Chimera lifted off, heading for the area and routes Phoenix had chosen. The entire group went because nearly 2/3 of the route Mercy and Jarek had chosen were outside the limits Chimera could stretch their link without pain. James and Adam filled them in on the entire plan while they flew. Emma thought it was going to be fun, but Hangeld wasn't as optimistic. "This is almost completely opposite anything we've ever done." Adam sent a mental smirk down the link. "I know. We've been training in the tactics everyone is going to use that we'll be able to work with them if we have to, but these tactics take full advantage of the Chimera link and the various talents we all have. We haven't used these tactics yet, because Adam and I had decided to wait until we had a firm grasp of the tactics everyone is going to use." James's smirk matched Adam's, and he was filled with anticipation. Hangeld was still dubious. "We're facing all of Manticore tomorrow. Isn't this a bad time to be trying out new tactics?" The next thing James said had them all rolling their eyes. "Calculated risk. Even if we lose, this is only training. And losing here is better than losing in real combat." He started to slow and descend as they reached the first point on their agenda tonight. "Besides, even if we lose, the chaos we cause will be worth it." Chimera broke into 3 groups, and was done laying their traps with Adam's guidance by midnight. They returned to the camp to get some sleep before the mission. "And now, I have some words for the readers. Jenny. Yes, I do have almost 6 years now, on real paper. My way is to write the first draft on paper, and then transfer it to the computer, making the first of any changes. After that, I print that copy, and read it, making any more changes that need to be done. Then the corrections are made in the computer, and another chapter is ready for upload. The problem is reality. Between 28 credits in college, a job and I just don't have as much time as I want to write. I do promise to update as often as I can though, and on the bright side, my chapters are long enough that you have something to read when I do update. Requiem to a Dream. Thank you for all your kind words, and anytime you want to recommend anything I write, you go right ahead. P.S. Cliffy. Me. Oh no, you must be mistaken. Best Rose innocent look. I would never leave you dangling. Cheeky smiley face. Holly. Large chapters. Me. Yes. See, I like to read, when I have the time, and I have this problem. I can read a book the size of Stephen King's uncut version of The Stand in just about 8 hours. For those of you that have not read it, I highly recommend it, but be warned it is 1147 pages long, and the type is not large. Anyway, I tend to write things that take me at least a few minutes to read, without really thinking about how long it's going to take somebody else to read the same thing. Lookin' over the reviews, there is something about threes. I put the beta read version of this story on fictionally.org, and I have a trio of faithful reviewers there as well. Cool enough. Sigh. As long as one person wanted to hear the whole thing, I'd keep writing, so if y'all will pardon me, I have to get chapter 20 ready to upload. Bye bye. Raven. The final mission. The final mission chapter 20. The next morning, Phoenix made their final preparations and left for their start point. Chimera had to give them an hour to reach their start point, pick up the cargo, and get started. James and Tiffany were indulging in the rapport when Alexander stopped by. He looked at James and Tiffany, in the pleasurable loop they could enter nearly at will by now, and the rest of Chimera napping. After their late night, they were very happy to get another hour of sleep, since the mission today promised to be a long one. Alexander evaluated the relaxed chimeras and sighed. What are you up to now, James? James opened one eye, from within the rapport, and regarded Alexander, and behind him, Martin, who was walking up. Tiffany never missed a stroke as James replied. What makes you think we're up to something, sir? Alexander regarded James sourly. A. I've known you for almost 13 years, and the only time you are this calm is when you think you have the upper hand. B. I watched every mission you ran this year. And at this point, you're always running over the mission plans with Adam. C. I am told that you didn't even bother watching Phoenix leave, as if you already knew where they were going. James put on his best innocent look. Maybe we're just thinking of the summer being over. Alexander, also known as Uncle Alexander Evans, had been watching the twins perfect their innocent look for more than a decade. And it didn't fool him for an instant. Bullpucky, to be polite. Martin regarded James thoughtfully. Alexander, he said, maybe it has something to do with the fact that James was using the totem skills last night. James grinned. Now, how can you know if that was me? Martin frowned at James and spoke in short broken sentences, like you might use to a not too bright child. 2 shamans, 1 camp, wasn't me, had to be you. Alexander, with his knowledge of the twins, recognized the instantly suppressed anger Martin's patronizing tone and sarcasm woke in James. James responded with the same patronizing tone. I realize you've been on the borders a lot, but you might have heard about my soul bond somewhere. Martin flushed as James's tone registered. Yes, and, he said without thinking. James smirked as his trap closed, and he used the same short sentences Martin had used on him. 2 people, 1 soul bond. Tiffany knows everything I do. Could have been her. James nodded. I owled Rolling Thunder about that, and the council has decided that since I didn't actually tell her, and I had no way to stop what was happening, they would make an exception for Tiffany. Martin nodded as he followed the logic, and looked at Tiffany with a new respect. So you know all the shaman skills James does. Tiffany traded places with James, settling in front of him, and letting James start his slow rhythmic brushing before she answered Martin. She reached under her robes and drew the same sort of raw magic weapon James had shown the professors at Hogwarts. Would you care to dance the circle and test my skill? She invited Martin. Martin stared at her weapon, noting the steady glow and clear definition of it. He could see the inscription on the handle, but he couldn't read it at this range. I don't think that's necessary, he said, although I've never seen anyone use a spoon as a weapon before. James smiled wryly. Just be glad you can't hear of the thoughts she's had with that thing. Martin's eyebrows went up as he thought about it. I can imagine. Thanks, I'll keep my knife, thank you. As James and Chimera got ready to mount their broomsticks, the whole team meshed in the close technique James and Rose had perfected for Quidditch and taught to the rest of Chimera. While they were this close, James led with Rose advising after. Looking a few seconds or minutes ahead with her sight. The meshed link was suffused with James's eagerness, and all of Chimera began mirroring the fierce, and yet focused look on James's face. What's the final law of combat? He asked as 8 chimeras mounted their broomsticks simultaneously, and 7 voices spoke as one. We're not here to die for our cause, but to make the enemy die for his. 8 broomsticks lifted away, and with the perfect synchronization that only comes with a link, 2 4-person diamonds swept through the sky, heading for Chimera's first ambush site. Martin and Alexander stared after them for a minute, and then looked at each other. Did you see the way they looked? Martin looked after the rapidly disappearing group. They looked like a group of weasels in a cage full of blind chickens. Alexander frowned at the vivid description, but had to admit it was accurate. Chimera got to their first ambush site and set up with the speed of long practice. Once they were ready, James reached out with the totem skills and found a hawk flying high overhead. Using the hawk's eyes, he found Phoenix and tracked their course. They're still on Mercy's alpha route. Dragon and Griffin are running point. Pegasus is the right flank, Unicorn is left, and Sphinx and Hydra are in the tail gunner's slots. Mercy had noted the circling hawk, and its unusual behavior. She thought about it for a few seconds and then she used the ring. Griffin won, Dragon won, leapfrog ahead for the next 15 minutes. Roger that. Phoenix won. Dragon moved ahead as Griffin dropped into covered position. When Dragon had reached the limits of Griffin's covering fire, they settled down into covered positions of their own, and Griffin moved ahead to the limits of Dragon's protection. Moving like this slowed the convoy down, but it provided maximum coverage and protection for the group. Jarek had heard the order, and noted the slowing, and he flew up next to Mercy. Is something wrong? Mercy pointed at the hawk. It's nothing most likely, but that hawk circled us, then an area ahead of us, and then us again. Jarek frowned, and then comprehension cleared the frown. You think James is using the shaman skills to watch us? Mercy nodded, watching the route in front of them. That Yank is just sneaky enough to use the wildlife to watch us. Jarek grinned wryly. James would pirate a satellite if he could. Quote, Mercy, who'd grown up in a Muggle-born wizard's home, understood the reference. She grinned at Jarek. I hope he doesn't have a laptop to do it without here. Or we're in bigger trouble than I think we are. Dragon was moving forward when their point man held up a hand, freezing the convoy in place, as the hand sign was passed down the line. The Dragon team leader, Deborah Valentine, moved up carefully, and settled down next to Terry Boot Jr., who was the point man currently. What have you got, Terry? Quote, Terry was keeping his eyes forward, watching an area ahead of them. And slightly to the convoy's right side. Look ahead, about 70 meters forward, and at the 2 o'clock position. Deborah looked at the area he specified, and was about to ask what she was looking for. When something moved, and she saw Hangeld's back. He was facing away from her, and covering the route that was the most protected way to pass this area. Most people would have taken that path, as it offered speed and cover for the convoy. Mercy, though, was not most people, and she had decided to take the second best route, in hopes of fooling Adam and James, and avoiding contact for as long as possible. Deborah's eyes narrowed and she started the slow side-to-side sweep that was the best way to scan an area. Knowing how Chimera set up ambushes, and where the first one was. It didn't take her long to find the rest of Chimera. 5 mental smirks came back to her. It's always a good day for that, one of her dragons said. Deborah quickly evaluated the situation, and called a SIDREP situation report. Back to the other point team, Griffin. After informing Arthur Weasley what she was going to do, she gathered her team, and they cast the invisibility spells that every Manticore learned in the first year. Dragon slowly and carefully moved forward and settled into their own ambush site. Terry, you shoot James, and don't stop until he's down. Zach, you do the same thing with Adam. Deborah was hoping that even if they didn't kill all of Chimera on the spot, they could at least deprive them of their strategic and tactical leaders. She finished detailing who would shoot at who, and what their secondary targets were, and then settled behind her own weapon. She checked, and when everyone sent back a ready response down the link, she gave the order to fire. 6 M4 carbines went off as one, and Deborah's plan went off perfectly. Had Chimera actually been there, they would have been liberally sprayed with the magically enhanced wax pellets that Manticore used. The small bullets were spelled not to break the skin, even if you had the bad luck to be hit directly in the eye, but they were as painful as a bee sting and left a welt for several hours. Dragon had cause to regret that. As Chimera opened up on them from the side, Chimera had set illusions in mostly hidden positions, and set an ambush up that was at a 90-degree angle to the half-concealed illusions. They were covered by their own invisibility charms, and they had seen the convoy coming and watched them stop, and Dragon start moving. When Dragon had covered themselves with the invisibility charms, Chimera had used a Muggle item used by search and rescue teams in the mountains. The item could detect body heat, and Chimera used it to track the Dragon team until their fire gave them away. In less than a minute, Dragon was wiped out. Chimera moved up, and Dragon watched silently as Chimera set up nearly a dozen of the training claymore mines that around the dead bodies of Dragon. Since Dragon was dead, they weren't allowed to say anything, and Chimera disappeared without a word. Griffin is going to get slaughtered when they fly in here. Jack McKinnon sent down the link. I know, said Deborah. But there is nothing we can do, unless you want to break the rules of engagement. Quote, Jack sent a picture of a donkey down the link. Do I look that stupid? I saw what happened to Lily. Wolfpack took the rules of engagement, or ROE that governed the war games very seriously. Lily Higgs, of the Unicorn team had tried to warn her sister after being shot, and killed, and been caught at it. Alexander had pulled everyone, including the first-year trainees into a group, and given a lecture about honor, trust and discipline that had lasted nearly 3 hours, using Lily as an example. After he finished the lecture, Alexander had taken her weapon and her wand. If I cannot trust your word or sense of self-discipline, I will not allow you to carry things that could hurt people. For the next week, you will have to depend on other people to do everything for you, from defending you, to anything you normally do with magic. Maybe when you understand trust from the inside, you will be a person that we can trust to do things with us. Alexander had held to his word, making her team take her everywhere they went, even on missions, and at the end of the week, Lily was judged rehabilitated and given her weapon and wand back. That was still the only time anyone had broken the ROE. Deborah grimaced as she listened to the call be repeated twice. Mercy would figure out what had happened soon enough. Deborah sighed as the call she was dreading came over the ring. Mercy's voice was tinged with worry, even over the rings. Griffin 1. Dragon team is out of the net. Check status and report. Arthur Weasley's voice answered, Roger that Phoenix 1. Deborah watched the first 3-man element of Griffin come into sight. They saw Dragon, and held up the element long enough to look for Chimera. And then the second element leapfrogged past them. Michael Weasley led the second element, and he stopped his element short of Dragon. He took his time looking around, and sent back a report to Arthur. Using the link, he told his older brother that Dragon team was out of the game. Arthur swore, and asked how they'd been lost. I don't know. I have not approached. I'm not sure why, but something is telling me there's something wrong here. Michael wasn't sure what it was, but something about this whole thing just didn't look right. What's wrong, Michael? Is Chimera still there somewhere? Quote, Michael realized that was what was wrong. Over the summer, different group personalities had emerged, and Chimera never retreated when they had the upper hand. He explained his reasoning to Griffin 1, and waited while Arthur used the rings to report back to Mercy. Arthur came back, and sent down the link. Mercy says send 1 man forward to check Dragon, but on the ground, no broomstick or magic use at all. Michael acknowledged the order, and motioned 1 man forward. When Franklin Finnegan came forward, Michael explained what he had to do, and took his broomstick. Franklin moved forward, using every bit of cover he could find, and that was why the first few claymores didn't hit him. They had been aimed at the sky, intended to take down anyone on a broomstick, CE they had the best chance of getting away if they were warned. Franklin started sprinting back the way he'd come, but it was far too late. As Michael watched helplessly, pellets from at least 2 different claymores hit Franklin. Michael was the one swearing now, as he reported to Arthur. Arthur, Franklin is killed in action. Raven Arthur was silent for a minute, and then asked if he could be retrieved. Michael looked forward, and weighed the chances of James having placed 2 rows of traps against the ingrained rule of never leaving anyone behind. Dead or alive, you simply didn't leave any of your own behind. Michael estimated distances quickly. Franklin was at least 70 meters away, and Dragon was 30 meters past that. I think I can get close enough to Wingardium Leviosa, a portkey on his body. Arthur considered it, and agreed. Just close enough to get the key on him. We're already down 1 effective, I can't afford to lose you also. Quote, Michael began using the route Franklin had used, on the theory that any traps on that route would have been tripped the first time. About 20 meters from Franklin, he stopped and pulled one of the small wooden discs they used as port keys. The real port key would be activated by the person putting it on a dead or injured manticore, and then placed on the body. It would send the body to a pre-arranged site, where Ph. Onyx or the team's Metawizard would be waiting. With the ones they used in training, they simply allowed the person to gather their things and fly back to camp, or to follow along if the camp was out of link range. Michael used his wand to levitate the key onto Franklin, and was surprised at how easy it was. He'd never tried to test the range of a Wingardium Leviosa spell before, and on an impulse, he sent another key towards Dragon. He dropped the key on the dragon furthest from him, to be sure he could get them all, and in a short time, Dragon was following Franklin back to today's Kia rally point, where you went if you died. He reported what he'd done back to Arthur. While it's good to know we can use the keys at that range, I would prefer that you not take chances like that, Michael. After all, if I go down, you're in charge, said Arthur, and Michael was quick to deny that. If not you, then who, Michael? Mercy decided to avoid the entire area, and swung the convoy out wide in a boxing pattern. That was the easiest way to get back on their original course. This was a simple matter of making a single 90-degree turn, and moving a set distance. At the end of the distance, you turned 90 degrees again, so that you were moving parallel to the original course, and moved as far as you thought you had to go to avoid the danger, at which point you simply turned 90 degrees again. In the direction of your first course heading. When you had gone the same distance as you had on the first turn, you turned again, making a box shape, and continued along your first course. Phoenix continued along their course, with Griffin still on point, but using the new point team technique. One Griffin was out in front at least 200 meters, and there was another Griffin on each side. Out 100 meters from the course. The three of them made a huge triangle, and would hopefully see any ambush before the main body of the convoy was caught up in it. It was slower, and more dangerous for the point team, but everyone knew that point was the most dangerous job, and somebody had to do it. After the loss of one entire team, and the trap that took out Franklin, nerves were getting tight. And it was not surprising that 5 or 6 people fired when 3 giant figures rose up out of the woods and started running at the convoy. It was Jarek's eye for details that quickly noted that the figures were running through the trees, but not damaging them. Cease fire, he called over the rings, and the Phoenix and Unicorn teams stopped firing. An instant later, 3 figures started a bizarre ritual that an older Muggle-born student recognized as a Three Stooges routine. Mercy stared at the illusions, and sighed. That has got to be the Yanks' work. Adam would have used something from one of his westerns to scare us. While they were halted, Mercy was examining the map. Jarek, look here, and here are the best places to ambush us again. What if we simply dumped stealth, and swung wide out here to use speed to try and carry us through? Jarek looked at the new route she was proposing, and estimated the amount of cover they would have. If Chimera catches us out there, they can do a lot of damage, he warned her. Mercy grinned impishly. Calculated risk. Adam and James have thrown their book out the window on this mission, and we need to do the same. She thought for a minute, and then groaned as a thought hit her. Jarek, how much do you want to bet they're using Rose's site today? Jarek considered the actions of Chimera over the summer, and the way they were acting today. Not a Canute. They're using her site, or James has hijacked a satellite to watch us with. Mercy giggled at Jarek's sour tone. I don't think the Yank would go that far. Jarek looked at Mercy, suddenly serious. I know James is your friend, but have you ever thought about the things he has done? Mercy frowned, and then realized what Jarek was talking about. She grinned at him again, as she gave the point team the go-ahead to start moving again. No, silly, I meant he didn't have a laptop out here to hijack it with. It was Mercy's turn to be serious as she tried to figure out how to beat the advantage foresight gave Chimera. Mercy and Jarek were flying in the middle of the formation and close together as they tried to ensure their cargo would go through. The problem is, said Jarek thoughtfully, that whatever we decide to do, Rose knows instantly, or before we make it sometimes. Mercy nodded, and made her decision. This is what we're going to do. I'll lay in the course for say, 3 clicks, and when we get there, I'll decide on a new course. That will give them a shorter time to prepare for us. She shrugged. Short of killing Rose, I don't know of any way to prevent her from seeing what we're doing, so all we can do is be wary and prepared to take out Chimera when we see them. Jarek raised an eyebrow at her phrasing. He questioned. Are you going to help? Mercy looked around, making sure no one else was in earshot. When she was certain nobody but Jarek could hear her, she turned back to him, and her eyes were bleak. I can't. This is only training, and I know nobody gets hurt. I could do it. The ideas are there, just like the defensive plans I do use. She looked away from Jarek, staring at nothing. There's a part of me though, that exults every time we kill an enemy, and keeping that part down is a constant battle. Jarek heard the unsaid portion of that statement that Mercy was afraid of becoming like her father. We all enjoy winning, he said. His co-leader looked at him strangely. Who said anything about winning? That part of me enjoys the killing, not the winning, but the thought of the death. Jarek watched Mercy compassionately. Have you talked to anyone about this? Who? The other meta-wizards work for me, and you know about the whole chain of command thing. A good leader doesn't show pain or fear to their troops except under extreme circumstances. The good leader doesn't allow any of their troops to be better than them at anything, unless that troop is extraordinarily talented, and then only in the area of that talent. Alexander had paused and looked at the team leaders. If somebody in your team is better than you at everything, or even most things, you need to consider giving them command. Most important, you never let the troops see weakness. You can make a mistake, but never the same one twice. If you're uncertain about something, or have a problem you cannot solve, you always take it higher up the chain of command, never lower. Jarek shook off the memory and thought about who was above them in the chain. What about Melissa? She's higher than you. Mercy shook her head. Anything Melissa knows, James will find out, and I'd rather not give him more ammunition to get me to use that talent. Jarek grinned. James is still after you. You've been telling him no for 2 years now. Mercy rolled her eyes, in what Manticore was beginning to call the James syndrome, and laughed. You know our fearless leader. He's stubborn, obstinate, obsessed and has a one-track mind besides. Jarek laughed, agreeing totally with Mercy. And those are his good points. The two Phoenix leaders shared a grin at James's expense, and then Jarek had a thought. What about April Erskine? As a liaison, she's outside the chain, and she won't tell James anything he doesn't need to know. Mercy considered the idea, and nodded slowly. She would work. I'll talk to her when we get back to Hogwarts. Mercy brought her mind back to their current problem as they neared the end of the first route she'd given them. Pulling out the map, she located their current position, and traced a route out for Jarek. Jarek flew up to talk to the point team, and the convoy moved out less than 5 minutes later. With the spread of troops, and the care everyone was using looking for Chimera, the convoy should have been reasonably safe. Under any normal circumstance, the formation would be as safe as any, and safer than most. Muggle grenades worked with a time fuse, and would explode 3 to 5 seconds after the pin was pulled. The grenades Chimera was using had proximity fuses, and Chimera dropped 40 of them from 200 feet above Phoenix. As the grenades fell, the fuses armed, and when they came within a certain distance of a target, they would explode. Since the Meta-Wizards and other Phoenix people were clustered together hauling the cargo in bags designed to be carried by broomsticks, they were the hardest hit. Just past the point Mercy had chosen for the new route, Phoenix held up, while Mercy and Jarek worked out the new route. When they were done, Griffin moved to tail guard, and the flanks switched sides as Sphinx took over point. It was Griffin again that sent the alarm over the rings, as Emma and Hangeld came flying as fast as their starblades would go. Right up the middle of the formation. Several people shot at them, from both sides of the formation, and it's not really surprising that Robert House, a 7th-year Huffle Puff-in unicorn, was hit by friendly fire. Connor MacLeod, the Pegasus team leader, was sending the ceasefire over his team's link when it happened, and he groaned. Less than a minute later, his ring pulsed with an incoming call. Pegasus 1, he said, answering the ring. I suggest, said an angry James, that you have a long talk with Mario. He just killed one of our own from stupidity. You had better make sure it doesn't happen again. Quote, yes, sir, said Connor, and if looks could kill, Mario would have died on the spot. Robert was the last convoy person lost to that tactic, but James and Adam were ready with a new tactic. And in short order, Hangeld's uncanny accuracy as a sniper had taken out Sonia Gebbs, Zachary Moore and Connor MacLeod, depriving all 3 teams of their primary team leaders. Mercy found a large clearing, and they settled Phoenix into a tight perimeter with interlocking fires, and wizards on broomsticks covering them from above. The remaining team leaders met to try and figure out what to do about this new tactic. They had been talking about 10 minutes when Jarek's sharp eyes spotted something amiss in the tall meadow grass. "You were one sneaky son of a bitch, James." When the other team leaders turned and stared at him, he pointed at the long-tailed mouse calmly watching them. The mouse seemed to wink at them, and then it turned and ran away suddenly. Mercy closed her eyes and sighed. "Do we really need James?" she asked plaintively. Jarek smiled sourly as he scanned the grass for more unusual wildlife. "Yes, unfortunately we do. You know that whole prophecy thing. We need all 8 of them for a while longer at least. 7, actually," Mercy muttered. The other team leaders hid smiles at the quiet comment. They talked about it, and tried to figure out what they could do to overcome the advantages Chimera had, and in the end, Jarek summed it up in one sentence. "How are we supposed to overcome the people chosen by prophecy to beat the greatest dark wizard yet?" Chimera had enough skills to win against the patient child, and Manticore simply couldn't figure out how to overcome all of those skills. "Which is actually a good thing to know," said Mercy. "If we can't do knowing Chimera like we do, then we can assume that nobody else can either." "That's all well and good for the war," said Ron Stone wryly, "but it doesn't help us here and now. I do have an idea though. Since we can't win allowing them to hunt us, what if we hunted them?" Ron wanted to send one person in illusions of the rest of the convoy one direction, with a team flying high cover. When Chimera attacked, the covering team would send a message back over the rings, and then keep Chimera busy long enough for Phoenix and the remaining team to get a good head start. "You realize Chimera will figure it out quickly, if they even fall for it," said Jarek. Since nobody could think of anything better, they set the illusions, and one of Jarek's people lifted OFF with Griffin flying high above him covered in invisibility and silencing spells. Mercy and Jarek had the convoy ready, and they lifted off, running flat out for their destination, trading stealth for speed. They had covered about 7 kilometers when Arthur Weasley called in. "There are only 2 chimeras here, I say again, 2 chimeras." The same thought went through Mercy and Jarek's mind. Where was the rest of Chimera? Hangeld and Emma were the sniper team for Chimera. Armed with a big gun and with Emma to watch his back while he concentrated on his target, Hangeld had both the Patey NCE and the eye to wait for his best chance shot. Normally, after taking the shot, they left the area. This time James had given them an additional task, and they were supposed to tie up and eliminate the following team that Rose had seen. After Hangeld took the shot, and the Phoenix had gone down, Hangeld and Emma had moved just 30 meters, into a position that gave them good cover. Emma was Ulrea, scanning the sky with the heat-detecting device, and she soon found the team flying in. She studied the team and its formation carefully. It's got to be Griffin. Only 5 people, and they aren't cautious enough to be Sphinx. Over the summer, each of the teams had begun to show group personalities, and using that information was one of the lessons they'd learned that year. It was more than I'd know about the patient child's forces at first, but any surviving groups would do the same thing. Hangeld interrupted Emma's thoughts. "Can you tell which one is Arthur?" Emma checked the scanner. "I have 2 teams of 2, 30 meters apart, and a single person slightly behind them and between them. Mesh with me, and we'll take the single person out first." Hangeld opened the last of his shields, and they meshed with the ease of long practice. Once they were in the mesh, Emma began tracking their target. Dropping lower, coming down at hour 1 o'clock, passing into the trees now. Reference point 2, he's left of it about 2 meters. Muggles had long since figured out ways to fight even when you couldn't see your target. One of the night fighting techniques they used were target reference points, or TRPs. You chose a point you could see at night or in low visibility, and used it to track your target. Hangeld shifted his point of aim slightly to the left of the large oak tree that was TRP2. And flipped the safety off on his weapon. Still on course, 2 meters left and 3 meters forward. Hangeld adjusted his aim slightly, and squeezed the trigger. He used a technique called searching fire. Since he didn't know where his target was, he used the burst setting, where every trigger pull sent 3 rounds downrange, and shifted his point of aim slightly between each shot. "We have a hit," said Emma after the fourth burst, and Angeld finished triggering the fifth burst and flipped the safety on, grabbing their broomsticks and activating the booby traps they had set earlier. They pulled back to the next preset position. Behind them, Michael was swearing. With Arthur gone, he was in charge, and he didn't want the job. "I'm going to hex you later for choosing me for this," he told his brother as they ported him away. Arthur grinned at the younger boy. "Actually, I didn't pick you, you did." Michael was startled enough to speak aloud. "Bloody hell I did," he swore. "You know how I felt about this." Arthur shrugged, and turned serious. "I couldn't figure out who to use as my second either, so I asked Alexander. He said to choose the first person to ask about it. That person was thinking ahead, concerned enough to ask, and knew the team well enough to worry about it. Plus, he was brave enough to stand up and ask about it, all of which make a good team leader." Michael muttered something Arthur chose to ignore. Arthur hugged his brother in a rare display. "I have faith in you, little brother," he said as he mounted his broomstick. "Take care of our people." She called the Griffin team, and told them to pin down the two chimeras there. She called the halt, and dug out her map, and last she called Jarek forward to her. "Jarek, get with the point team. Bring us to a course of 310 degrees, and move out at top speed." Jarek frowned as her thought about that course, which took them roughly parallel to their destination. "Why?" Mercy smirked at him. "I'm going to use the link against Chimera. Griffin is pinning down the two chimeras there, and we're going to exceed the distance they can separate. By the time the other six can free their element up, we'll have a huge head start." Jarek looked at the map, and thought about it. "It will work, but if all of Chimera attacks Griffin, we'll lose the whole team." Mercy closed her eyes, and when she opened them, Jarek shivered. He'd read stories about people with cold eyes, but this was the first time he'd seen eyes he would call dead. "Yes, we will lose the team," said the stranger in Mercy's body, and then she blinked. And her eyes were soft and sad again. "But I can't think of any other way to get the convoy through, can you?" Jarek looked around as the convoy moved out. The Y had started this morning with 52, and they were down to 26. Somehow, Jarek figured that number was going to drop before this was all over. James was watching the convoy through the eyes of a raven, and noted the course change. He passed the information to Adam, who started plotting an ambush spot on that heading. They were still working when something changed all their plans. "James, there's something strange going on here. Michael is not trying to kill us, he's just pinning us down." Adam looked at the map, and figured out Mercy's strategy as soon as he mentally added Angeld's position. "James, Mercy is trying to use the link against us. Her new course will take her out of the range of the links in less than 11 minutes. James sighed as he considered what this would do to their plans. "I would give a year's profits to get her to do offensive work," he said. "Adam, take Lisa and go get Angeld and Emma. Don't worry about killing Griffin, just rejoin us soonest." Adam and Lisa were moving even before they figured out what James had in mind. "You're going to try and slow them down enough for us to get Angeld and Emma and rejoin you. Limits of our range soon." Using the superior speed of the Starblades, James, Tiffany, Rose and Melissa were soon approaching the convoy. James discarded stealth and harassment tactics for sheer mayhem. "All right people," he said. "Let's make a strafing run right down the center, and try to get Jarek and Mercy. Full speed down the center, and fire at will." The four of them dropped the vestigial shields they kept over their thoughts normally enmeshed as they came in sight of the convoy. Hydra was the rear guard, and they sounded the alarm. Breaking into two groups, Hydra attempted to pin Chimera between their elements. Using Rose's sight, the Starblades and their tighter link, Chimera broke into four separate elements, and started flying wild patterns that had the smaller two-man element of Hydra under continuous fire from one or two chimeras at all times. Daniel called for help, as soon as he realized that he didn't have enough forces to pin any chimera. "Mercy, we need help. James has pulled all the stops, and they're going to eat us alive." Quote, Mercy was watching the fight as the convoy fled, and she had already come to the same conclusion. She looked around and made a decision. "All convoy elements," she sent over the rings, "listen up. All elements are to take their orders from Jarek. Jarek, I'm taking the remaining 4 phoenixes, and we're going to run with the cargo. You engage this element of chimera, and try to remove them. Mercy and the last of the Phoenix team took the cargo, and started off, heading for the destination as fast as their overburdened broomsticks would let them. Remains of the Link teams turned to Jarek, who started issuing orders as they flew towards the dogfight nearly a mile behind them now. Everyone is to target one chimera first. We'll gang up on them one at a time, as our sole advantage lies in sheer numbers. Somebody asked whom they should target first, and Jarek looked at the rapidly approaching fight. He noted that Chimera had already killed Daniel and William, and were starting on the other group. He looked at the chimeras, and chose. We'll take Tiffany first, she's the easiest to see. Looking ahead, the others had to agree. 3 of the chimeras had black hair, but Tiffany's bushy mane of red hair stood out like a banner. With 13 people after one, they soon caught Tiffany, despite the maneuverability of her broomstick. Jarek had only been considering the easiest target when he chose Tiffany, and had not considered the effect of her death on James. James felt the pain of the wax pellets hitting Tiffany, and his head whipped around, seeing her. And then finding the unlucky unicorn that had shot her. He broke off the attack he was pressing on Jarek and flew at Mario Brothers. Mario turned from Tiffany, and started reloading only to find James bearing down on him. Mario was caught flat, as he dropped his magazine for the weapon. He tried to escape, but James would have none of that. James waited until range was less than 20 yards before triggering a full clip of ammunition at Mario. Mario winced as he was hit with over 20 pellets. Even as James eliminated Mario, Melissa was taken out by another one of Jarek's people. James and Rose dropped the Chimera Link, and used the twin bond to mesh, and even as they meshed, Rose got 2 more convoy people as they had to come to near stops to avoid hitting each other. With odds of 10-2, James and Rose knew they were in trouble. They dropped any pretense of needing words, as they began using a technique they had perfected on the Quidditch pitch. Using bursts of bullets in place of bludgers, they would cut a target out of the group and eliminate him. As soon as they killed that one, they used the speed of the Starblades to break contact with the convoy's people. Adam, where are you? We need you now. Sent James. Adam and Lisa had been invisible when they hit Griffin, and they had taken Michael out in the first volley. With their last effective leader gone, Griffin had fallen in seconds. Negative. Bypass the fight, find Mercy and take out the cargo, said James. As long as it's just Rose and I, we have all the advantages here. You have to stop that convoy. Adam was dubious about that. Are you sure about that? James sent a flash of humor down the link. Calculated risk. Rose and I can mesh better with the twin bond. And anything else that moves is fair game. James sent another flash of humor. In fact, we have some things we've been saving, and this looks like a good time to try them out. Adam altered his course, feeling the 3 chimeras with him alter course to follow. They spread out, nearly 100 meters apart as they looked for Mercy and the rest of the convoy. Back at the dogfight, Jarek was worrying. James and Rose had used the speed of the Starblades to pull away from the last 9 people, and were keeping just out of range, while staying close enough that he couldn't let his people turn and rejoin Mercy. He also had no idea where the other chimeras were, and that was nearly as annoying. Jarek sent a ring message to Griffin, and was not terribly surprised when he didn't get an answer back. He then called Mercy. Mercy, Griffin is not answering, so we're going to have company here soon, and I think Chimera can take what I have left. Nearly 10 miles away, Mercy thought quickly. I hate to ask this, but just keep them busy for another 15 minutes. By then our lead will be too large for them to catch us short of our delivery point. She thought for a second longer, and then said, that way. The supplies get through at least. Jarek sighed. I hope those are vital supplies at least. I would hate to find out we lost all of Phoenix and the rest protecting the mail run. Mercy grinned. Ours is not to reason why. She sent over the ring, quoting an old military saying she'd learned from Alexander, and Jarek joined her on the last line. Ours is but to do or die. Jarek noticed James and Rose changing course, and signed off with Mercy's, good luck, ringing in his ears. Jarek watched the Evans twins stop and groaned, as there were suddenly 10 sets of twins in the sky. He watched helplessly as they all began weaving in and out of each other, making it impossible to tell which two were the real twins. Matters only got worse as all the twins started back to engage his people. Adam was getting worried. Chimera was once again pushing the limits of the link, and it was showing in the accuracy of their shooting. He had Lisa and Emma sling their weapons and start using magic. But even that didn't help much, and Adam knew that Mercy was too good not to notice the problems they were having. "James," he sent, "can you bring the fight this way? We're going to lose Mercy soon if we don't do something." James considered the rapidly worsening headache he had, and agreed. "Follow Mercy, and don't lose her. Rose and I are en route. We don't have to wipe them out after all. Just stop the supplies." Jarek swore as two of the twins harassing his troops broke off suddenly and flew away from his team. Watching them fly in the same direction Mercy had gone earlier, he called her. "You have the Yanks inbound at high speed," he warned her. Mercy's answer was not at all ladylike. "I'm not surprised. The rest of them are here already, but not doing too well. I think they're pushing the limits of the link again." Jarek regarded the disappearing duo sourly. "Not for long," he muttered as he gathered his people and headed after them. Mercy had broken invisibility spells Chimera was using, and was managing to stay one step ahead of Adam by the skin of her teeth. Without the cargo, she could have evaded Adam, but with the cargo weighing her 3 remaining troops down, she was barely staying out of magic range. When Jarek called to warn her about the Evans approaching, she made a hasty decision. Passing orders to her 3, she called Jarek back and outlined her plans. As James and Rose came into view, Mercy and the other 3 ducked under the cover of the trees. Adam and the others waited for James and Rose, and then they went into the trees after them. They had barely gone below the level of the trees when Mercy and other Phoenix people rose back up, and took off on a course that took them on a route that would soon intercept Jarek and the others. Chimera searched the woods for nearly 5 minutes before Adam figured out what had happened. He relayed his thinking to James, who reached overhead for an eagle with the totem skills. Using the eagle's eyes, he quickly found Mercy's element and saw that they would meet up with Jarek long before Chimera could catch them. They went after them, but barely a minute into their pursuit, Adam slowed. "Wait, there's something wrong here. This is too easy. Mercy knows about James and the animals, and that we can see what they are doing. Either she's getting desperate, or this is a trick." "That's impossible," said Adam after checking the mental map in his head. With the cargo slowing them down, they could never have gotten that far. James frowned. "Are you sure?" Emma was listening. "James, it's that whole broomstick performance thing again. Isn't that why you're getting starblades for everyone?" Minute. "Okay, if that's not her, then she must be trying to sneak by with the cargo, while we tangle with the main element of her forces." Adam agreed, and then grinned. "Why don't we take care of both of them? James, you and Rose stay here, and use Rose's sight to find Mercy, while we go take on Jarek. With illusions of you two." That was quickly arranged, and Adam, Emma, Lisa and Hangel took off with the 2 illusions. James and Rose meshed, and started looking for Mercy with Rose's sight and a Muggle heat sensor. As the Evans watched them with the heat sensor, James asked, "Which one is Mercy?" Rose looked at them with that inner sight and was soon answering, "She's the one on the left. We'll take her out," James said quietly, as he considered the trio. "She's too good, and if she gets away again, she might actually get the cargo there since they are so close." James and Rose fired, filling the air around their TRP with bullets. Mercy was hit at least twice, and she trembled, on the verge of attacking with curses and hexes through the red haze her vision had become. She fought the urge down and landed quietly. Without Mercy's guidance, the other 2 were easy, and the twins took a second to use portkeys to release all 3 of them, before heading for the feel of Chimera in the back of their heads. "Adam, we've stopped Mercy, and are inbound your location," Rose reported as the twins pulled away from the 3 cargo carriers. Adam had been harassing and sniping at Jarek's team, and had lost Emma when she got a little too close, and Jarek's team had been able to catch her in a crossfire of wax and magic. Jarek had lost 4 in the same period though, and was certain that something was up. He considered the careful game Adam was playing and the lack of aggression from the Evans, and acting on a hunch, he called Mercy. "Her." Lack of response told him all he needed to know, and suddenly, the rules were different. Jarek no longer needed to worry about completing a mission, only about getting his people out alive, and that made this a whole new kind of game. He had to do something though, before James and Rose got here. Against Adam or James, he could hold his own barely. Against both of them, backed with Rose's sight, he had no chance, and Jarek knew it. He was passing orders down the ring when his ring pulsed with an incoming call. Jarek here. To his surprise, it was James. I have a challenge for you. You and I are a good match in tactics. Right, Jarek agreed, and James continued. Okay, here's the challenge. You see that patch of woods off to your left. You and I will land on opposite sides, and enter the woods on foot. Whoever comes out, gets the win. Jarek studied the woods while he thought about it. What's the catch? No catch, James assured him. I think I can take you one-on-one, and I'm willing to bet on it. Rather than risk losing any more of my people. James laughed suddenly. Rose says to tell you it's another of my damn fool calculated risks. James was counting on them being evenly matched. Jarek was more patient, and if he found a good position in the woods, James would have to come to him, and as any military person can tell you, in an ambush the first person to shoot usually wins. On the other hand, James was intimately familiar with woods like this, having grown up in them, just a few miles away, whereas Jarek was from Diagon Alley, or London. Jarek agreed to the match, provided James didn't use his shaman skills or the Chimera link. James had been expecting those conditions, and agreed readily. He was grinning as he made one more call to Jarek. Just to show you how nice I am. I won't use the twin bond or the soul bond to relay information either, even though you only said the link. Jarek snickered as he answered James. I knew you were going to say that. You're too nice for your own good. James shrugged. Is that all? I thought maybe my reputation was slipping, and I'd have to pound another fool this year. Lisa smiled wryly. I don't think you have to worry about that. Even some of the younger manticores, who know you believe you beat 4 or 5 Slytherins nearly to death with your bare hands. James grinned at them as he took off for his side off the woods. 10 years from now, it'll be all of the house at this rate. Overhead, Tiffany was passing the situation on to Alexander, and the other Wolfpack and Manticore people with them. One of these days, James's calculated risks are going to bite him in the ass, said Alexander from the chair used to carry the Wolfpack trainers that were squibs or muggles. Tiffany had a sudden mental image of a strange-looking 6-legged beast with large fangs biting James on the butt. Suppressing the giggles this picture caused, she sent the bizarre image to the rest of Chimera. Laughter broke out among them. As the calculated risk beast gnawed at James's rear, Manticore and Wolfpack were landing to await the outcome of this meeting. James and Jarek were in place, and James shielded the two links lightly. Are you ready? He asked Jarek. At Jarek's affirmative answer, James replied, then let's do it, and the two of them disappeared into the woods. Tiffany was the only one that knew what was going on in the woods, and she only knew James's side. James ran as soon as he got inside the trees. He's trying to get further ahead than Jarek would believe, she reported to the crowd gathering around her. He's stopped now, and is casting invisibility and silence spells on himself, and he's sneaking now. She was silent for a minute, and then reported, he's found a place that gives him good visibility. And he's settled down to listen for a minute. Jarek's plan was simple, find a place that had cover, settle down and wait. James was far more impatient than Jarek, and eventually, he'd come to Jarek, and Jarek could ambush him. Jarek was looking for that ambush site as he advanced carefully, scanning the area thoroughly before moving into it. He found a deadfall that allowed for cover on 3 sides, and eased into it. Trying not to dislodge or disturb anything, he wasn't sure how good James was at tracking, and he did not want to leave a large sign pointing to his hiding place. Jarek found his sniper hole, and settled into wait. Manticore was waiting for Tiffany to say something, and suddenly she began verbalizing James's thoughts. Jarek's no fool. He'll try to find a covered position and settle into outwait me, which he can do. I have to try and find a way to negate his ambush. James thought about and discarded a dozen plans quickly. Then a thought struck him, and he considered it carefully. He grinned at the idea, and set into motion. Jarek was carefully scanning the woods, patiently waiting for the slightly hyperactive James to come to him. When he heard something, he waited, easing the safety off to avoid the metallic click it gave off. Suddenly, James came strolling out of the woods, hands in his pockets and his weapon slung over his back. He was singing a song, some sort of muggle thing about country roads taking him home. Jarek sighted in, and then paused, eyes narrowed in concentration. This was not like James at all. He started looking around, past the strolling figure, and that's when he saw the quietly creeping figure, moving from one piece of cover to the next, with long pauses as it scanned the woods. Jarek grinned as he carefully shifted his rifle to cover the figure. The strolling figure was at the halfway point now, and Jarek smirked as he realized it was endlessly repeating one section of the song. He stopped though, as he sighted in on the sneaking figure. With James's reflexes, he was only going to get one shot, and it had better hit. Jarek knew James was the better shot, so every intention of not being shot at by James. He waited for that natural pause in his breathing, when the body is at its stillest, and gently squeezed the trigger. His shot rang out, and 3TNGS followed so closely on his shot that he never was sure which of them started first. The figure he shot at blew up in a blinding flare, causing him to see spots in his vision. Jarek saw the movement out of the corner of his eye, but between the spots in his eyes and looking the wrong way, he didn't have a chance. He tried to bring his rifle around to the singer, but he felt the string of of James's pellets before he had a target. Jarek lay there, letting his vision clear, and putting James's thinking together. He looked at the grinning James and spoke in a conversational tone. "Yo, you were counting on me thinking you were too paranoid to expose yourself like that, weren't you?" James finished reloading his pistol and agreed. "Yes, I was. That, and I kept repeating the chorus so you would think it was an illusion." Jarek stood up as his vision cleared, and slung his weapon so he could draw his wand. "You know this only worked because we know each other well." James agreed instantly. "I would never try this on anyone I didn't know was as least as Noid-like as I am." He stuck his hand out to Jarek. "Maybe next year, you'll take me." Jarek grinned as he shook James's hand. "Next year, I'll use a grenade. And take both of the figures down." James stared at him for a second as they summoned their broomsticks. He frowned. "I never even thought about that," he confessed, "and I'm glad you didn't either." The AAR was short, as Phoenix had done almost everything right. As Alexander told them, against any other team, you would be home sipping hot chocolate by now. Against Rose's sight, Adam's skills and the liberal use of spying by James using the totem magic, you might as well have invited Chimera to help you plan the mission. He looked out over the crowd. Once the mission started, only Dragon made any serious errors. Deborah Valentine winced. "I should have taken more people." Alexander agreed with her. "Had you followed doctrine, that you have a 3-to-1 advantage in any fight. Chimera would not have been able to wipe you out like that. Before that though, I have noticed one flaw in the training. Those of you without Muggle backgrounds keep forgetting the Muggle things. Miss Valentine, had you scanned the illusions with the heat sensor, you would have known that they were not humans, because illusions don't give off body heat." Alexander finished the AAR with a short lecture. Magic is one way of doing things, and Muggles have other ways to do almost everything you can do. By carefully combining the two, you can double your effectiveness. That increases your chances of coming home, and more importantly, it increases your people's chances of coming home. Manticore spent the rest of the day cleaning their gear and storing it for next year. After everyone was done in the first year Manticores rejoined them, they all portkeyed to the East Coast wizard city of Yorktown in North Carolina. From there, they portkeyed back to Hogsmeade for the family weekend. Manticore's tension level was rising, because this year, the week would not be all fun and games. This year, the families would be told about Manticore's true purpose, and not Then Rose could tell where that would lead. That's right, the enemy I mentioned in the AN are the parents. After all, how hard can it be to convince 70 sets of parents that it's okay for their children 11 to 17 in age to use Muggle guns, explosives and throw curses at each other? Not to mention, they will be the frontline troops in the war, and the parents are just going to love that. Manticore revealed. Chapter 21. Manticore revealed. Manticore arrived in Hogsmeade several hours before the families would start arriving by Portkey, and the time was used to make last-minute adjustments in the plans for the day. Rose and Melissa were worn to a frazzle, as they had been up all night working on something, and even Lisa's coffee only had so much affect on a person. Several of the families, of course, already knew about it, and would be speaking on Manticore's behalf. The entire Weasley clan would be there, along with a good many of the Borderers, mostly Rangers that Alexander had approached. The Borderers had been nearly decimated during the Voldemort Wars since nobody would help them on the borders, and this time Alexander was not going to lose so many friends and comrades in another war. Most all of the people from the first meeting in Dumbledore's office 2 years ago would be there, except for José Amigo, who was not at all willing to show his face at such a large gathering. José was a spy, who walked in the shadowy world of wizard criminals, and to show up at a meeting like this would be folly. Robert agreed, and added another reason. There were a few people here that had worked as Aurors at one time or another. And they might recognize José as one of the criminal element that most wizards barely knew existed. Having ties to the criminals would not. James kept running around, double-checking things until Mary simply stopped Tiffany and handed her a brush. Take him away, and don't let him go until he's relaxed enough to stop this crap. Robert is bad enough, I don't need two of them running around. Tiffany smiled at James's mother. He'll never relax that much. Maybe I should find him an animal to rescue while we wait. Mary Evans rolled her eyes. Goodness no, we do. NT need him showing up all bloody and covered in fur. They shared a quick smile as James came up. He was looking at the brush as he replied to his mother's comment. I don't always get hurt rescuing things. Mary looked at him and smiled gently as she hugged him. James, do you realize that by the time you were 8, I had taken enough classes, and gotten enough experience working on you to qualify as a Medihelper? James blinked as he thought about that. Medihelpers were the same as paramedics in the Muggle world, but they worked with spells and magic rather than equipment and medicines. Before he could say anything though, Tiffany was pulling him away by the hand. 5 minutes later, they were lost in the reverie that only came with the soul-bonded touch of each other. Adam was discussing the order of people that would be speaking with Robert, and looking at the notes and references that Robert had amassed for this day. Adam was quietly impressed with the forethought Robert showed, having never thought of running a large business in strategic terms. Robert was quick to disabuse him of the ideas Adam had. Running a major corporation is very much like low-grade warfare. You have your side, which consists of you and all the people that work for, or with you. You also have the enemy, which is everybody else that can, or will take your business or customers. The only difference between what you're doing, and what I have to do, is that I can't shoot or curse the enemy. Much as I'd like to sometimes. Adam was also impressed with the speed with which Robert made decisions. He wasn't as smart as Lisa, or as methodical as Emily in researching things, but he had decades of experience to draw on, and an ability to take 3 or 4 facts and put together a working plan with enough flexibility to account for any sudden changes. Unlike James, who thrived on tension and was always in motion, Robert had an aura of calm and relaxation that fooled people that didn't know him. Lisa and Jarek were going through the mass of data that had accumulated while Manticore was at the training site, and that had not been considered important enough to pass on to Jarek while he was training. There was a great deal of it, but since Jarek's father was the person that looked at it while they were in training, most of it was merely random data. Lisa did stop and look at one piece of information for several minutes before passing it to Jarek. They had a quick conversation, and Jarek ended up sending off an owl at Lisa's request. They were sitting on a bench talking about their next experiment when Emily approached them. I need a favor. Can you talk to James for a minute? Emma reached for James, using the link. James, are you busy? Just having a bit of enforced relaxation, what's up? James's voice was calm and suffused with the enjoyment of having Tiffany brushing his hair. Emily wants to have a word with you. James focused slightly, without losing the feeling Tiffany and he were sharing. And Emma felt Tiffany join him, listening to her. Emma turned to Emily, and told her she had James's attention. Emily nodded and began talking, referring to notes in her little book. Okay, it's fairly simple. I was researching something in Hogwarts, a history and I found a room with no doors, and I was wondering if I could use whatever it that James and Tiffany used to find their way around Hogwarts. I assume it is some type of map, and that it has to be magical, but I was wondering if I could borrow it." She looked at her notes again, and continued while Emma was still passing that to James and Tiffany. "Because according to the map in the book, the endless stairway touches one point of the third floor every 20 minutes, but as far as I can tell, it doesn't have any doors there. So I checked the dimensions of the known rooms on the third floor, and there is a space there that would hold a room about the size of Gryffindor's common room. However, there are no marked entrances anywhere. And as far as I can tell, there are no doors into it, and I was hoping their magical aid would show it." Emma passed the entire thing to James, who was impressed. She said all that in one sentence. Did she stop to breathe at all? You know Emily, when she's researching something, she doesn't stop for anything, including minor things like eating and breathing. Emma said dryly, "Tell her to get with us when we get back to school, and we'll show her our little map." Tiffany said, "But right now, it is my turn to be brushed." Emma relayed the information as the feel of the pair faded out. And Emily sighed, "I was hoping to solve this before the week was out, so I could move on to something else." She looked at the boxes. "What's with all the broomsticks?" Emma stared at her. "How did you know what they were?" Emily thought for a minute, putting the pieces together. "He's going to use them as some sort of proof of Manticore's commitment to the prophecy." Emma and Hangeld looked at each other and then at Emily. "You should keep your logic quiet," Hangeld suggested. "James wants it to be a surprise." "I know that, it wouldn't have nearly the impact on the families if everyone knew about it in advance." Emily smiled at the two of them. "Just because I have a book with me most of the time doesn't mean I don't pay attention to what's around me." She wandered off, pulling another book from her robes as she went, leaving Emma and Hangeld staring after her, bemused. The families were scheduled to arrive over a 4-hour period, and since they had the schedule, Manticore was able to make sure each family was met by their children. They couldn't hide the tension in the air though, and it was a quiet gathering, as the families talked to children they had not seen in nearly a year. As soon as the last family had arrived, the list of families was taken to Robert, who examined it for any surprises. As Rose had made extensive use of her sight for this, there weren't any. And Robert set the first plans in motion. The family heads were given 2 envelopes. One was sealed, and they were asked to hold on to those, while the other had a sheet of paper with a question on it. The head of each family was asked to write their responses on the paper, and seal it in the second envelope. When Robert and Mary were done with the wards, Robert walked to the podium set on a raised platform in the front of the tent, and took a second to look around. Besides the podium, there were 3 rows of chairs on the platform, and sitting in them were most of the people that would be speaking for Manticore. There were several Weasleys, who had gained an amazing reputation during the Voldemort War, as well as the Clearwaters, Harry and Ginny Potter, and Albus Dumbledore. Chimera was also there, and the back row was a veritable who's who of the Rangers, including Falcon, Blacklegs, Alexander and Martin, as well as several other names from the Voldemort War who were in on the secret already. Robert had found recruiting easier in Europe simply because so many people had been so intimately affected by the Voldemort War, and they were more willing to make sure it didn't happen again. In addition, he had the advantage of being able to call on the veterans of the last war, who had given him more names to work with. Deciding he'd delayed long enough, he looked over the crowd, noting the tension in the air, and the looks on their faces. He held up a handful of notes. "When I first started planning this, I planned to treat it like a business meeting, and I was wrong," he said calmly, as the people quieted to hear what he was going to say. "I'm going to talk to you, not as a businessman, but as a parent with children involved in this thing. I have to apologize to you first. Manticore is an educational society, as your children's grades should be reflecting, but that is not its primary purpose." He took a deep breath, and forged on. "Manticore's purpose, and the reason that you haven't seen your children much, is to protect us all against a dark wizard that will make Voldemort look like a baby throwing a temper tantrum." An instant of silence after he finished talking exploded into shouts and cries. He held up his hand, and waited patiently for the people to quiet down again. "I know this sounds bad, but I am asking you to hear me out. And allow me to answer any questions you may have before making up your mind." In the silence, He began with Elric and Cassandra's story, and laid out what had happened to them. At the appropriate point, the Manticores handed a copy of the prophecy to their parents, and Robert walked them through it, as he'd done so many times before, including for James and Rose. Several questions were asked, and he answered them as best he could. When he was done, Manticore's history was gone over, including the links. The dissolvable nature of the links was stressed, and Robert finished the initial argument. "I am now going to open the floor for your questions," he said, and they were not long in coming. "How are children going to defend us all? Why aren't you using adults for this?" asked one parent, who James recognized as Mr. Higgs, father of Deborah and Lily Higgs of the Unicorn team. "That is at once a simple question, and a very complex one," Robert said. "First, we are drawing from adults, and if you're willing, some of you have skills and experience that we will draw on, now that you know about this project. The 8 are the age they are, and there is nothing we can do about that. The rest of the children, though, will not be children when the war starts, as the worst case has it starting in 3 years, although the seer thinks it will be in 4, and I believe her." Robert sighed. "I would prefer not to have to do this at all, but as it has fallen to us to do it, we should have the best possible chance. Unlike the last war, we know this one is coming, and we can prepare, which includes training the people that will be in the thick of it. Every Manticore will have a minimum of 6 years of training when it starts, and won't be reaching middle age, like most of us will be. They're going to still have the reflexes and reactions of youth, combined with the experience of years of training, something we adults simply cannot take the time for. We have jobs, families to support, and no time to learn all the things we need to learn. There is one other thing as well. Almost all of us are wizards, used to living in the wizard world, and we don't have the faintest clue about Muggle things. But in order to keep our children alive, we're teaching them about the Muggles, and their devices, and it's easier for a child or younger person to wrap their minds around new concepts and ideas." Robert smiled wryly. "I myself run a company in both worlds, and have been doing so for 20 years. I have access to Muggle devices that can send a letter around the world in seconds, and yet, my first impulse when I need to send something is to look for an owl." He looked around, at the people slowly nodding in agreement, and noting the ones that still looked stubborn, and there were far too many of those still. As for using the people that are Muggles, or Muggle-born wizards, but adults, they have the same problem in reverse. They tend to look for Muggle answers first, and ignore the magical answers. What we need are people that are equally comfortable in either world, and there simply are not that many of those. We almost have to train them all from the start. The next question was much easier to answer, and opened a line Robert had been hoping for. Mrs. Redstone, mother of Tune Redstone of the Phoenix team, asked, "Why isn't the Ministry of Magic involved in this?" Robert looked through his notes and held up 2 letters. This letter was written by one of the people that know about the prophecy, and details everything we can prove, and what we think, making clear distinctions between them. It was sent to the ministry a month ago. 2 days later, we got this letter back, and this is what is written in it. Robert opened the second letter, and began reading it. To Mr. Jackson, Sir, we have studied your letter in depth, and can assure you that there is no basis of fact in it. The story of the prophecy given in your letter is impossible, as no soul bond. Ed couple has ever survived more than seconds after the death of their other half, and it is impossible for 2 people to occupy one body in any case. Robert stopped reading, and looked over to the bench where the Xaviers sat. Mr. Xavier, would you care to respond to that, as it is your family that is being maligned here? Melissa's father, Johann Xavier, stood up. 800 years ago, Deborah Xavier was the Medi-Witch that took care of Elric Evans after the death of Cassandra Evans. I have here the copies of her notes and the medical records of Mr. Evans that we have kept ever since, Alon G. with the copy of the prophecy that Deborah kept for herself. He looked at the notes, and held them up. Fact. Cassandra Evans died May 16th, and Elric was brought to the hospital and admitted that same day. He did in fact live until the next day, and died on May 17th. This has been recorded in every book on soul bonds since then, since it remains the only time a soul-bonded couple has failed to die within seconds of each other. Fact. Deborah Xavier was the Medi-Witch assigned to the case, and by use of a potion, managed to communicate with Elric. He looked up, and smiled. Whether his words were the raving of a madman or prophecy is the point we are discussing now, so I will not go into that. Fact. In casting the spells that allow a Mediwitch to see the mind and vital signs of a patient, Deborah found several anomalies, including a female aura residing in Eric's body with his, according to her notes and the official conclusions of a panel set up to examine the death afterwards. He regarded the crowd soberly. As to the Ministry's claim that two people cannot occupy the same body, I need only point to the fact that a professor at Hogwarts managed to keep Voldemort in his body for most of a school year, right here. And that can be attested to by Professor Dumbledore, as well as several others here. He sat down, and the crowd turned back towards Robert Evans as they buzzed with speculation. Robert waited for the murmurs to stop, and continued quoting from the letter. In addition to that, while the half-giant ancestry of the Hagrids is common knowledge, and there are in fact a soul-bonded couple and a healer currently at Hogwarts, after careful examination, we cannot find any evidence of the other so-called 8 residing anywhere in the country at this time, nor is there a seer currently alive. Robert looked up, and turned to Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore, have you been asked about the students in your school? Clearwater were the driving forces behind the strategic and tactical decisions during the Voldemort War. Gentlemen, would one of you care to speak? Robert got a surprise this time, as a woman stood up. Actually, she said, I have the privilege to speak now. Murmurs rose through the crowd as the people that recognized Athena Clearwater told their neighbors who she was. I am Athena Clearwater, and I have been listening to my husband, Mr. Evans and Mr. Weasley talk about Adam Brooks for over a year now, and it is their consensus that Mr. Brooks will be at least as good as any one of them, probably better, at strategy with a bit more training and some experience. More murmurs ran through the crowd at that, and most people turned to look at the quiet boy sitting with the rest of the 8. Robert waited, and looked at the letter again. The Ministry admits the existence of the soul-bonded and the healer, as well as Hangeld Hagrid's half-giant ancestry. We have offered all the proof we have of the warrior, and that leaves the seer, the mental wizard and the fireheart. We shall now offer a bit of proof of the mental wizard. Madam Weasley, would you like to speak? Hermione Granger Weasley stood up, and faced the crowd. I am Hermione Granger Weasley, and I have been corresponding with Miss Lisa Malfoy for almost 2 years, and have met with her on several occasions, and it is my opinion, and the opinions of the professors at Hogwarts that Lisa is at least as smart as I am, and possibly even more so. The talk was louder this time, fueled by the Malfoy name, and by hearing the woman that had written nearly a dozen books, including 2 new textbooks used in almost every magical school, admitting that she thought that a child was her equal. One of the more emotional parents made a comment about Lisa that carried to James's ears. He stood up, and spoke. I realize that Lisa's father may have been evil, but I have been linked to Lisa for nearly 2 years now, and her honor is above reproach. I will even say that she is more honorable than I am. And she is not to blame for what her father did, years before she was born. Who are you, that your opinion matters? Mr. Painter, father of Andrea Painter, was openly scornful. James looked at him, and the rest of Chimera felt Tiffany calming him, before he said something rash. Before he said anything, Andrea spoke up. He's the boy that defended a girl from 2 boys, without knowing any more than she was being picked on, and the leader of our group. I would follow him anywhere, and if he says something, I believe him. James has never lied to any of us. Andrea stared at her father, and there was something behind the choice of her words, undercurrents that spoke of strained relations between her and her father. Mr. Painter colored, but didn't say anything. Elsa's other manticores agreed loudly with Andrea. James sat back down, and Robert looked out over the crowd again. For our proof of the seer, we have prepared a display. Earlier today, you were given a slip of paper with a question on it, and asked to write down your answer. At the same time, you were given a sealed envelope. I would ask that you now look at that sealed slip of paper, and compare what's written there with your answer. Robert waited, as everyone compared the 2 slips. Now, would anyone who has different answers please raise their hand? Only one hand went up, and Rose spoke before he could say anything. My fault, sir. I was up late last night writing those, and yours was one of the last ones I did. Your answer and mine are almost the same, but I used the American spelling of meters. And yours has the English version, meters. Mr. House agreed that that was the difference between the two papers, and then Mrs. Writer stood up. How do we know this isn't some type of spell? That simply transferred our answers to the sealed paper. Rose smiled at her and spoke. That is a fair question. Anna, would you give your mother the third envelope I gave you, please? Anna Writer, a phoenix in her 7th year, handed her mother the envelope Rose has given her after she had given Anna the first two. Mrs. Writer read the note aloud. You will ask if this couldn't be a spell of some type. You will be sitting on the third bench on the right, and will be the 6th person from the end. You will be wearing lilac robes and have your shoes off. There was a localized motion, as those close enough to see craned their necks to see if her shoes were off. Robert Evans frowned as he counted heads. Rose, she's only the 5th person from the end. Rose shook her head. Not exactly. Mrs. Rollins, Harry's mother is pregnant, and I counted her child. Harry looked at his mother in shock. Mom. Mrs. Rollins smiled, and laid her hand on her belly in a gesture as old as motherhood. That is proof enough for me, as I only found out yesterday, and I haven't told anyone, since I wanted the whole family to find out at once. Robert Evans smiled. Congratulations. He looked around. Does anyone else need more proof? Nobody said anything, and Robert looked at his notes again. We have shown our proof of the soul-bonded, mental wizard, warrior, half-human, healer and the seer. The last one, though, is a bit harder to prove. Short of placing Miss Weasley in a life-threatening position and observing her reactions, I cannot think of any way to do it. He looked up at the crowd. If any of you can think of a way to test that, without risking the life of one of the 8, I would be glad to hear it. Robert looked at the letter in his hand again. Where was I? Here it is. He continued reading. As for the chances of any finding and using Voldemort's spellbooks, that is impossible, as they were destroyed in the assault on his stronghold at the end of the war. Robert looked up. If that is so, why is the government wasting money looking for them? Even in America, the Aurors have standing orders to investigate any rumors of the Voldemort spellbooks. In the interests of public peace of mind, and to prevent the panic that spreading these unfounded rumors could cause, we ask that you refrain from mentioning this theory to anyone. The ministry assures you that there is no fact to any of this. Robert looked up. The letter is signed by Cornelius Fudge. I may, Robert admitted, be wrong about the prophecy happening now. In fact, I hope I am. I would prefer to be wrong, and let these children grow up in peace. However, I don't think I am, and to bury my head in the sand, as the ministry did before, and seems to be doing again, is the height of folly. Can anyone here say I am wrong about that? Nobody said anything, and Robert judged that he'd said enough for now, and called a lunch break. As the families ate, the Manticores answered their questions, or passed the questions they couldn't answer up the line to someone who could answer it. By the time Robert called them all back into the tent, and warded it again, he had a list of questions and concerns that the families had raised during lunch. I'm going to address everyone's concerns, and if you have some that you haven't mentioned for whatever reason, I'll be here all week. Any of you are asked to talk to me, or Mary Evans at any time. I would prefer to miss an hour or two of sleep to allay any fears you may have than have you go away unsatisfied. With that, Robert began worrying some of the more common concerns that had been raised at lunch and answering the questions that he raised while talking to the families. By the time the dinner hour came, he was getting hoarse. But most of the families were coming around to his way of thinking. The single biggest exception to that was Mr. Painter, who continued to be disdainful and rude. James had been soothed so many times by Tiffany that Chimera was half expecting it to stop working, and James was about to boil over onto Mr. Painter. Tiffany took James somewhere during dinner, and when they came back, James was calm, even relaxed. Rose looked at him, and then at Tiffany. Can you teach that trick to the rest of us? She asked. Tiffany blushed and stammered slightly as she answered the question, without meeting anyone's eyes. No, it's a soulbond thing. We found the way to control the rapport, but along the way, we've found ways to intensify it as well. Chimera stared at the blushing girl, and then at James, who was lost in his thoughts. Right, said Emma firmly. I think we're about to cross the TMI line. Mercy was sitting next to them, and looked up at Emma's spoken comment. What is a TMI line? She asked curiously. Rose grinned at her. TMI stands for too much information. Jarek, sitting a couple of seats down, disagreed. There's no such thing, he said, it's all information, even if you don't have a purpose for it yet. Sonia was sitting next to him, and leaned over and whispered something in his ear. Jarek blinked, and turned to look at her. Sonia was eating, and determinedly not looking his way, as her cheeks burned red. Jarek stared at her for a minute, and then he started blushing, and Event watched with smiles. I was wrong, he said quietly, as he turned bright red. There is such a thing as too much information. Quiet laughter from the manticores that heard the exchange, and the linked ones that it was passed to met this admission from Jarek. Robert had come over and was watching him. What did you set him to doing? I had figured he'd be climbing the walls by now. Rose blushed, and muttered something indistinct. Robert wasn't fooled for a minute. He knew as as they did that they wouldn't lie outright, and that answer was just a way of avoiding the question. He looked at the things spread out around James as he worked and started identifying the things James was working with. It took him about 3 minutes to figure it out. You set James to breaking the wards. Rose and Tiffany both blushed, but before they could answer Robert, James finished what he was doing and spoke up absently. They thought it might keep me out of trouble, but I think they're going to be in trouble when you see this. Robert looked down. Please don't tell me you found a way to break my wards. All of Chimera was used to James in creation mode, and watched him with a grin. Anyway, I haven't quite got the burrowing down yet, but a simple twist on the same spell gave it a type of flight. It's only good for a couple of clicks, click kilometer. Raven, but unlike Lisa's toy, you get sound and vision when it gets back, and during its flight you can tap it, but you can't record it, only watch what it sees. He frowned, as he inspected the thingy. Rose, remind me to take a couple of classes in aviation when I get a chance. This thing should be faster, but I don't know how to shape it properly. Alexander had come out with Robert, and he was looking at the thingy with interest. James, are you saying that this thing can overfly a valley and send back real-time pictures? James looked up, still far away in his thoughts. I believe that's what I just said. Alexander looked sharply at him, but he recognized the signs of James creating as well as the others and dropped it. It didn't do any good to say anything to him when he was like this. If it didn't have to do with whatever he was working on, he simply didn't hear it. How much is it going to cost? And how soon before I can get a couple? Rose grinned at Alexander. Uncle, you know better than to ask James that question. The prices are my department. Alexander muttered something that sounded like money-hungry twerp. But Rose took no notice. She and James consulted about the thingy for a minute, and Rose took out a parchment. She began scribbling notes as Lisa watched. Lisa smiled at Alexander sweetly. I hope they pay you Rangers well. Alexander frowned. Not that well, he admitted. Why? I've been watching them set prices for months now, and the more notes Rose makes the more an item costs. Alexander looked at Rose, busily figuring out the cost of the thingy, and watched her for a minute. I hope she gives me a family discount, he said. Rose didn't even look up. Business is business, family is family, and never the twain shall meet. Robert grinned at his brother. I'll float you a loan if you need it. James looked up from his work. Actually, Rose, give him the first one for free. Rose and Robert looked at James as if he'd suddenly grown another head. James grinned at their expressions. There will be a cost, however, just not in money. Robert sighed in relief. I thought you'd blown a gasket for a minute. James sighed in mock sorrow. Father, please, think about this. Uncle Alexander is a ranger, and they have hundreds of miles of border to watch. With these things, they can stay in groups, and still watch the borders closer than if they were actually walking them. In fact, they could use enough of them to maintain 24-hour coverage across the entire border. He looked at Alexander. All you have to do is use yours, and show it to any ranger that asked. He looked thoughtful for a minute, and then grinned slyly. If you use it on a really nasty night, when the rest of them are getting wet and cold walking the borders, we'll even work out a commission for ranger sales. Alexander sighed. Robert, I detect your hand in this twisted young man's thinking. Rose frowned, and James felt the twitch in her emotions. Rose didn't look up from the sheet she was writing on. If you live long enough to be a leader. James put his hand on Rose's shoulder. Even if I'm not alive, I'll still be there for you. None of us will pass on until the last of us do. Thanks, I can have a ghost peering over my shoulder for 50 years. Hey, you can always try the polter grip on me. If I annoy you too much. James was deliberately being silly, and Rose frowned at him. You know better than that, she said aloud, as she passed the sheet she'd been working on to him. What do you think? Can we lower this? Robert and Alexander were used to them saying things that made no apparent sense, unless you knew that most of their conversations were silent. And ignored the comments they didn't understand. James was reading over the notes Rose had made and frowned thoughtfully. Not really. Most of the cost is in the magicrystals, and unless we can find a regular supply that isn't too expensive, we can't afford to lower that. We can save a bit in spellwork if we start making them in large quantities, but that's about it. Alexander grinned wryly. If they're too costly, you're not going to get many ranger sales. Rose shrugged. What is your security worth? She quoted one of Alexander's favorite sayings. James nodded. Right. Plus we might be able to work something out. In trade or payments, we could use some goodwill among the rangers and the rest of the borderers. They discussed the possibilities for a few more minutes and then most of the group headed off to bed, leaving James and Tiffany to themselves. James smiled at Tiffany. My lady, would you care to dance? But of course, Tiffany and James got their starblades and took off, heading for the starlit sky. Both of them loved to fly. But between Manticore and Quidditch, they rarely got a chance to fly just for fun, and they took full advantage of this opportunity, swooping and diving through the night sky. They flew close enough to hold hands if they wished, tied together by the bond that allowed them to make any maneuver together. They didn't speak, not even as Chimera used the link, but spoke on a level they had not revealed to anyone, where they could not tell which of them had a thought, or which answered it. The next 2 days saw the gradual conversion of almost all of the families. As Robert talked to them, the dedication of the Evanses, and the reputations of the other families involved helped a great deal, as did the Manticores themselves. The Manticores were a big part of persuading the families. They were showing the effects of constant training and responsibility. They had an air about them that impressed people. Between known facts, the prophecy and the Manticores themselves. By Wednesday only Mr. Painter still refused to allow his daughter to be a Manticore. Robert and Mary spent nearly 2 hours talking to him, but they could not sway him. And they came away from that meeting convinced that Andrea would be pulled from Manticore. Rose was quiet about the whole thing, except to say that Andrea would be one of the Manticores, and to tell James to stay out of it. She talked to Tiffany, and made sure that Tiffany made him stay out of it. Wednesday night, just after dinner, Andrea took her father into one of the small meeting tents. And they were in there for more than 4 hours. When they came out, the Painters left except for Andrea, who would only say that she was a Manticore. James finally took her aside and wormed the story out of her. Andrea and her father had never gotten along very well, and Andrea had simply told him that she was going to do this. When he threatened to not pay for the last year of school, she reminded him that Manticore was paying for it anyway, and that by the time she left school, she would be of age. All he could do was prevent her from attending Hogwarts for a year, and that wouldn't matter, as she would be able to come back to Manticore after school. Mr. Painter finally told her that she could not come home as long as she was a Manticore, and left with the rest of Andrea's family. James' response to that was to issue her an open invitation to stay with the Evans as long as she wanted. Thursday, they presented all the Starblades to the Manticores and Wolfpack at a ceremony Chimera whipped up. The award of the broomsticks were a sign that a person had graduated to full-fledged Manticore, and would be awarded now at the end of your first year with Manticore. The rest of that week and the next was fun and contests. And just plain relaxation, as Manticore threw off the stress of the summer and telling the families about their duty. Mary spent most of the time building a support network among the families, so that they could owl each other and reassure anyone that started having doubts. Using the new broomsticks, Manticore put on a display of aerial ability that had the crow WD unsure whether to call for the Metawizards or to cheer. That lasted until they saw James and Tiffany use the soul bond to do one of their skydances, in a performance that made the team maneuvers look easy. Knowing exactly where the other person was, and being able to react as one made it possible for James and Tiffany to do things that the Manticores wouldn't even dream of doing. The Thursday before the first day of school, which was a Saturday this year, Manticore woke up to find Chimera already up, and with the UTS grins that meant something was going to happen. UTS up to something. Raven. Jarek sighed and closed his eyes. And just how many of us are going to get it? James pretended to think, while his smile grew into a grin. Well, if it worked, and we said it right, only about, he hesitated, pretending to count. Before continuing, everyone. Mercy looked at him severely. If I turn into a purple ape again, you're going to regret it, James. James looked injured. Please give me more credit than that. I used that prank once already. He grinned again. Besides, that prank is already in the green flower line, as purple primate, and using it isn't any fun. Anybody can do that one. So what are we going to turn into? Asked Jarek. You'll find out. James promised. He frowned. At least, he confessed, I hope you do. This is kind of a difficult prank, and it might go a little wrong, if we screwed it up. Quote, Mercy and Jarek looked at each other, and then back at James. How exactly can it go wrong? Asked Mercy suspiciously. James thought about it long enough to make them both nervous. Well, to be honest, I'm not sure. Worst case, we'll all be mindless bodies. Best case, we'll all just turn into the opposite gender. Jarek and Mercy considered that for a minute. Are you telling me, asked Jarek quietly, that if you made a mistake with this prank, we're going to change sex or be vegetables? James nodded. Yes, but there are a number of other things that could go wrong also. We could be turned inside out, or... Mercy interrupted him. No more. I'll just wait to see what happens. Jarek agreed with her, and James wandered off to find Tiffany. That was cruel, you know. We went over this prank 100 times, and you and I both know that it's perfect. Tiffany chided him. I know, but I've always wanted to tell someone about all the things that could go wrong. What do you think your father is going to say about the codex? Tiffany asked him. I don't know, but I really hope he agrees to tell the rest of Chimera. Hiding that thing will be very hard, considering that we're all going to be bound together for the rest of our lives. Since the Chimera link would not be broken until the last Chimera died, and their spirits were freed to go wherever spirits went. James felt that they had a right to know about the codex. In fact, let's go find him and talk to him now. You go ahead, since April is here, and we have discreet access to the medical shop. I wanted to get her help. Tiffany blushed slightly, and then grinned at James. Unless you want to talk to her about it. James thought about discussing their possible sex life with a woman old enough to be his grandmother, and shook his head, smiling at Tiffany. No thanks. I'll let you do that, and I'll talk to Father. The two of them separated, and went to speak to the people they needed to talk to. James's talk was the shorter of the two, as Robert had been expecting this conversation for a few months now, but all he would say was that he'd send James an owl in a few days with his decision. Tiffany's conversation with April Erskine, the elderly Metawitch that Melissa had gotten to help her document the soul bond and other links, was a lot longer, as the two of them were trying to find replacements for a number of gender-based medicines. The soul bond that allowed them to be so close had a couple of drawbacks, and one of them was that any potion or medicine that worked on a gender would make the other half of the soul bond ill until it wore off. This included most forms of effective birth control, and that was becoming a problem for them. James and Tiffany were 13 by the calendar, but the aging of the soul bond had them physically 17, and they were also experiencing the accelerated hormones of two people in love and lust. They had been snogging for nearly a year now, and it wasn't enough anymore. So far, James's pragmatism and Tiffany's common sense had stopped them from going too far, but neither of them was sure that was going to last much longer. Tiffany came away from that talk still frustrated, as April was unable to suggest anything that would help, although she did promise to look into it. The two of them rejoined the rest of Chimera to find the Manticores walking on pins and needles waiting for Chimera's prank to happen. Rose grinned at James as he and Tiffany walked up, hand in hand. I think the prank is going to be an ant. I climax after all the time they've spent waiting for it. Maybe, but we all put some good work into this one. If nothing else, it should sell well. James said, watching the manticores, who were sta. RTING to gather in small groups while keeping an eye on Chimera. James smiled to himself. I think our friends are plotting some revenge. No, really. Rose's sending was thick with sarcasm. I hope they come up with something good. James grinned as he watched Sonia, Mercy and Jarek huddling together and whispering. I would hate to be pranked by something we created, or that can be bought at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. You just want to use it as a green flower prank if it's any good, said Emma. James shrugged, and grinned at her. Hey, we've got all these Starblades to pay for, so I'll be glad to take any decent prank they come up with. Tiffany watched the three plotters for a minute and then turned to Lisa. Did you get the list of first-year students from Professor Dumbledore yet? Yes, Jarek has it. He's starting more of his files. Tiffany grinned at the thought of Jarek's files. Most of Manticores knew he had a file on all of them, and some of them knew he had a file on every person in Hogwarts. Very few knew that Jarek had one of those files for everything that could think in Hogwarts, from the ghosts to the Sorting Hat. Anybody interesting on the list this year? Only in personal ways. Lisa's tone was sour, and the rest of Chimera turned to look at her. She sighed, and continued after a few seconds. One of the firsts is Draco Malfoy Jr., and he's growing up to be our father's clone. James turned from watching the Manticores. Clone in manners, or looks? Both. Father dotes on the little git, and spoils him rotten. He's a perfect Slytherin. James swore silently. He thought for a minute, considering that the Malfoys had never come to the family weeks, and Lisa had not pushed it. Since nobody trusted Draco, they were just as happy to have him absent for this week. Pass the word. I don't want anyone even hinting to him that Manticore is anything but an educational group until I've checked him out, and Rose and Melissa pass him. James rubbed his temples, as he felt the beginnings of a headache, and Tiffany moved closer, rubbing the tight muscles across his shoulders. Anyone else of interest? Yes, actually, Lisa smiled as she pushed the family problems away. Tiffany's younger brother and sister start this year, and there's a name you know starting this year. James looked confused. Someone I know. From America. No, she's an Irish girl, named Raven Wood. Daughter of Sean Wood. Lisa was watching for James's reaction, and he didn't disappoint her. James blinked, and then smiled widely. Please tell me you're talking about the Sean Wood. Stuntman and all-around awesome special effects man. I believe he does something for Muggle movies, yes. Sean Wood was well known in both the Wizard and Muggle worlds. Exactly how a wizard had become a Muggle movie stuntman had never been explained, although most wizards thought it was because Sean Wood was a Muggle-born wizard. However it happened, most wizards considered him eccentric, and the Muggles that watched his stunts and special effects considered Sean Wood a genius. James had first seen one of his stunts 4 years earlier, and thought he was the best stuntman ever. Sean Wood had admitted to the wizard tabloid Magical Mayhem that he did use magic for some of the stunts, and defied anyone to point out which of his stunts were magical in nature and which were simply Muggle FX techniques. After he heard about that, James had collected every movie Sean Wood had been a part of, and spent hours going over them, trying to decide which were stunts, and which were magic. James pushed the thought of meeting his idol away with difficulty, and came back to the subject at hand. Anybody else? No, those are all the people we know, Lisa said after a minute's thought. Chimera chatted for a few more minutes, until the signal for lunch was given, and they headed for the tables. They sat down and started eating, watching the others out of the corner of their eyes. Waiting for their prank to take effect. They had been eating for about 5 minutes when the prank went off. The Manticores were sitting with their families, and talking when suddenly, nobody cool. Understand a single word being spoken around the tables, because everyone could hear everything that was being said. There were more than 200 people talking, and everyone could hear everything that was being said. As if the person that said it was sitting right next to them. That would not be a big deal, if only 1 or 2 people were talking, but with a group this size it was babble, noise that you couldn't make any sense of. Chimera was expecting the noise, and watched with. Emma watched it for a minute and turned to James. It's okay, but not really that funny. Are you going to market this one? James was making notes, and answered her absently. Not as is, but with a tweak or two we might. Mostly, I wanted to know if it was possible, without letting anyone know what I'm really after. This spell takes everything said within a certain distance of it, and broadcasts it to everyone within range. With a little work, I'll be able to make a Magicrystal-like leases that can pick up what one person is saying, and hear it, without them knowing I'm listening to them. Hangeld frowned. It's not really nice to spy on people like that. Maybe not, said James mildly, but since I'm planning on using it against the patient child's people, I'm not all that concerned about their feelings. The spell ended just then, and Mercy looked at James. I see we didn't do any of those things you were talking about earlier. James grinned at her. Of course not. Did you really think I'd take a chance on hurting any of you? Mercy smiled, and there was an edge to her smile that set alarm bells off in James's head. But before he could do anything, Jarek cast a spell. Commuto sexus. An instant after Jarek finished the spell, while James was still translating the Latin in his head, the tables exploded in laughter. James finished the translation and groaned. I suppose, he said resignedly, that I did give you the idea for this one. He looked down at himself, and his first thought was typically male. I've got big tits. James had turned into an older version of Rose, and he was suddenly glad he was wearing his school robes and not the Manticore uniform, since his new chest would not have fit in his uniform. He looked at himself for a minute and sighed. Rose was staring at James and not even trying to hide her laughter. Sister mine, I believe you should get a bra. J. Ames looked at all the laughing people and turned to Jarek. How long does this last? Jarek shrugged. Mum wasn't certain, but not more than an hour or so. James and Rose suddenly stopped what they were doing, and looked at each other. Tiffany listened to what James was saying to Rose for a minute, and she got the absent expression that meant she was joining their discussion. The three of them pulled back a bit, and began making notes on a sheet of parchment that Rose pulled from her robes. James looked up again at Jarek. I want that spell. You will teach it to me this week. The Mant. Icors recognized the looks the three of them had, and Mercy groaned. Jarek, what have we done? Jarek was rubbing his temples. I don't even want to think of all the things those three can do with that spell, he confessed. Mary Evans was sitting next to the twins, and she reached over and grabbed James. Have you forgotten the rules? We have guests at the table. James and Rose blushed and scooted back to the table. Emma looked at Mary. Rules. Mary smiled at her children. After James and Rose started making the pranks and selling them to their friends, we had to make up some rules. See. NCE they would drop anything to work on a new idea, no matter what we were doing. Robert smiled. Including during business dinners, in the street, movie theaters and anywhere else. He thought for a minute and grinned suddenly. It actually got better after they stopped talking out loud to each other, because the old way confused everyone that didn't know them well. They used to talk to each in 1 or 2 word sentences. The manticores that were sitting around the tables close enough to hear the conversation smiled, being very familiar with the way the twins would say just a word or two and understand each other. While everyone around them was hopelessly confused. Jarek and Mercy were frowning at James. Why aren't you reacting to this? Demanded Mercy. Mercy looked blank for a minute and then put her head down. You're used to feeling the differences between men and women. James smiled smugly at them. Good spell, but you need to use it on somebody that doesn't have a woman in his head all the time. Melissa was watching him, and she had that expression on her face. The one that meant she had questions for her project. James, did this affect the bond at all? Did it change the way you look at Tiffany? Do you still want to snog her? Tiffany blinked and looked at Melissa. It hasn't affected the bond at all, but I'd prefer that he waited until he resumed his normal shape to snog me, as I like the way he feels. Quote, I would still like to snog her, but I can also tell that she doesn't want to snog a woman, so I'll wait. Before Melissa could ask any more questions, James reverted to his normal form. Athena Clearwater frowned at him. It's never been this short before. Usually, it lasts at least 30 minutes. Melissa was scribbling in her notebook and answered her absently. It's a side affect of the soul bond, I think. Short-term potions and spells don't last very long on either of them. James and Tiffany looked at each other and then at Melissa. James frowned slightly. You never mentioned this before. I wasn't positive, and only began suspecting during this last summer. I wasn't going to say anything until I was sure I had data to prove my theory. Melisse finished her notes and put the notepad away. Friday, the Manticores got the books and other things they would need for school, and packed their trunks for transport to the school. When they were done with that, they said goodbye to their families and saw them off. James gathered all the Manticores in the big tent for a meeting. He stood on the podium and looked out at his people. You all did great work this summer, and I'm proud of every one of you. Now, I need to know if any of you have questions or comments about training or the coming year. Robert House stood up. I have one thing, and it's minor, but something I've been thinking about for a while. Between school and training, some of us need to be able to go into town, to buy things you can't get by OWL or that just need to be bought in person. James blinked, and was about to ask him to clarify that when Rose and Tiffany spoke in his head. James, he's talking about things like underwear, bras and such for the girls, and gifts for the other half of couples. Brother mine, some of the Manticores have been talking about this, but I forgot to mention it to you. Rose was apologetic. James thought about it, and nodded. My fault, he said. I've been making the things I give Tiffany, and the other never occurred to me. I'll talk to Professor Dumbledore and see what we can arrange. He thought a minute longer and smiled. In fact, there's no real reason we have to have the family week in Hogsmeade every year anyway. The rest of the meeting was a review of what they could and couldn't say around the other students. Nobody had any real problems other than that one. Saturday the Manticores woke to a surprise. James called all the team leaders into a meeting and gave them each a small pouch. It's not much, but it was short notice. Divide that among your teams, and take the day in Hogsmeade. You are responsible for making sure your teams get to the meeting point for the trip to Hogwarts by 16:30. Mercy was meaning the pouch she'd gotten for the Medawizards. This feels awfully heavy for not much. What's in here? James shrugged. A few galleons for your team to spend. Since this is the last chance some of them will have to get things for themselves, I made sure they had enough to last them a while. Tiffany was rolling her eyes again. Jarek looked at her, and weighed the pouch for the intel people. James, just what do you consider not much? Rose was the one that answered him. It's only 5 galleons. Like James said, it was short notice, and we didn't have much to work with. It'll be more next time. Connor MacLeod shrugged, and then frowned. Math is my strong point. How many sickles do 6 people get out of 5 galleons? James and Rose looked confused for a minute while Tiffany started giggling. Then Rose figured out what he meant. No, not 5 galleons for the team, 5 galleons each. Connor blinked and looked at his bag, and the other bags. Are you saying that you found 300 galleons overnight? Tiffany was still snickering at the team leader's expressions. Connor, just drop it. They have entirely different concepts of money than we do. Manticore spent the day relaxing and getting all the little things that made school easier. Chocolate frogs and sugar quills were favorites, although somebody apparently bought some things at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, because Emma and Hangeld saw a purple primate walking around. Adam and Lisa had left, saying they wanted to get something, and Emma and Hangeld had disappeared without a word a bit later, leaving Rose and Melissa with James and Tiffany. That lasted until James convinced Tiffany to try on some lingerie, which made Rose and Melissa disappear as well. At 16:30, James checked on his people, and everyone was back. Along with the Manticores were some of the other students and a few first years. James looked them over. Rose, do we know what Ravenwood looks like? I don't, she said, as she checked with Melissa. And neither does Melissa. You'll just have to wait until tomorrow to start asking her about her father's stunts. James grinned at her, even as he blushed. The older students were to the school while the first years waited for Hagrid and the trip across the lake. The main hall was the same as always, and Manticore took their regular seats at the end of their respective table. And waited for the first years to make their entrance. A few minutes later, they came in and the sorting began. Rose and Melissa were examining them, looking for potential Manticores with Rose's sight and Melissa's empathy. But they didn't see anything until Drone, was sorted into Hufflepuff. Brother mine, he'll be a good phoenix. James nodded, marking the face, and passing a watch high hand sign to the Hufflepuff team leader. The next possible Manticore was Helen Pendragon, and the vibrant young woman went to Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy Jr. was the next person to trigger a response in Rose. And the response was not good. James, Draco has no futures. What? Asked James as the Sorting Hat pronounced Draco a Slytherin. Rose was searching for Draco in all the future paths she could find. None of his paths continue past the start of the war. I can't find him anywhere after that. James frowned as he thought about that. The only way that your paths would stop was if you were dead. And Draco was a bit young to be dying of natural causes. Rose, is he with us, or against us at the start? Neither in some, against us in most, and with us in very few. In the ones where he's against us, his paths meet with Lisa's and yours a lot, and one or more of them end at that meeting. James forced down the anger that the thought of Lisa getting hurt caused and forced himself to consider the problem logically. We can't do anything tonight, so watch the others, and we'll figure out what to do with Draco later. It wasn't Rose or Melissa that spotted the next person of interest, but Adam. James, I thought you said Muggle things wouldn't work. Here, they don't, said a puzzled James. Something about magic interferes with most Muggle things, and the wards block the rest of it. Why do you ask? Because one of the firsts is wearing blue twinkle-toe sneakers, and they're still flashing, explained Adam. Chimera turned to look at Adam. Adam looked at their blank looks, and smiled. This is so perfect. I've lost track of the number of times I've had that expression about some wizard thing. James grinned at him. Okay, you've found something we don't know about. We told you about the wizard things. Now fill us in on this. It's a new fad, Adam said, looking at the crowd of first years still waiting to be sorted, little battery-powered lights in the heel and toe of your sneakers that flash when you walk. James thought about it for a minute. Adam, do you mean those little LED-type lights? At Adam's nod of assent, James frowned. Are you certain that it's not a spell that duplicates the shoes? Electronic things like that are easily destroyed in magical places. I just saw them for a minute, but it looks exactly the same. I suppose it could be magical, said Adam dubiously. James was watching the people being sorted. Let me know if you see the person with them again. James, both the Potter twins would be good for us. James felt Tiffany's mingle, concern and pride in her younger siblings, as Rose announced their suitability for Manticore. There she is, James. Look at her feet, Adam suddenly announced. Chimera looked at the young girl who had started moving when Professor McGonagall had called for Stephanie, and her feet were indeed flashing blue every time she took a step. She sat down and was quickly sorted into the Ravenclaw house. None of the chimeras could tell if it was a magical or Muggle effect, and James was not overly surprised when Rose and Melissa announced she could be a Manticore. He whispered something into the Manticore ring, speaking privately to Jarek. As he was doing that, a wave of laughter swept the hall, and he looked up at the arrogant-looking kid that had just been sorted into Slytherin. James grinned at the sight. Whoever the boy was, he now had an electric blue hair color that clashed rather badly with his sallow complexion and dark eyes. Rose sent James a mental grin. Brother mine, it appears that Kimberly Wood will be good for Manticore in more than one way. She did that little stunt, and I wouldn't have caught it if I wasn't looking at her paths. Raven, sister mine, her given name might be Kimberly, but even her father calls her Raven. James watched with interest as Kimberly, call me Raven, Wood was sorted into the Ravenclaws. 2 more students, both going to Slytherin, had their hair turn bright blue as they took the sorting hat off, which set the Evans twins to trying to figure out how she timed that just right, or how she set the prank in the first place. When the sorting was finished, the headmaster stood up. Welcome to Hogwarts. I have a few things to say before we eat. First, the Forbidden Forest is off limits to all students. Mr. Filch has once again added a number of items to the list of contraband, and has further requested that whomever is leaving magical pranks, specifically the green flower line of discs all over the school, pick them up after you're done with them. James and Rose put on their best innocent faces as every second year and older student turned to look at them. Professor Dumbledore continued when he had everyone's attention again. The entire list of forbidden items can be found posted on the wall outside of his office. Albus paused, and looked at the Gryffindor table. There will be 2 special events this year. First, there will be a Yule Ball, for the 3rd year and older students. The second is a special Quidditch match, 1 week before the end of school. This is the first trial of what may become a tradition. The best Hogwarts team will be playing against the Beauxbatons team. The light murmur that had started at the mention of a dance swept over the hall. James was swearing under his breath, and Emma looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with that? It will be fun to play against somebody we've never played against. True, that would be fun, James said, if no press people show up. Here at school, everyone knows we're a bit different. And any stories they tell outside of school are merely hearsay, and discounted further because they are children. That will change if a number of adults observe us using the links and talents. Albus Dumbledore had not missed the expression on James's face, and he continued to watch the Gryffindor table as he continued. If this first match is successful, the following year, there will be another match, hosted by Beauxbatons, and will have representatives from other schools, including the Durmstrang Institute, the Shigimoto School and the North American School of Wizardry. James's eyes went flat, but the only thing he said was to Chimera. If anyone thinks I'm going to help beat my country's team, they're out of their freaking minds. While James was not blatant about it, he was deeply patriotic, and even though none of the American Quidditch teams had played in the Cup finals in more than 40 years, he continued to follow them faithfully. Alexander Evans had taught the twins a deep respect for their country, and James had taken it as deeply to heart as he did everything else he did. Rose was not as blunt about it, but she also had reservations about playing against the American team. Professor Dumbledore had realized that if any adults not involved with Manticore saw the Manticores, some of them were bound to figure out that something strange was going on. He looked out over the tables, finding the Manticores easily. Not only did they sit slightly apart from the other students, but also they had an air about them, the result of knowledge and discipline that most youngsters didn't have. That and the physical condition of the Manticores set them apart from the other students, and any adult who saw them all for more than a few minutes would see it. Albus Dumbledore frowned as he thought about the potential consequences of anyone discovering Manticore before Robert and James were ready to go public, as James called it. The headmaster wasn't sure what plans the Evans had in that event, but he was quite certain that they had something ready, and he was equally certain that it would not be a good thing for the unfortunate person that those plans fell on. James, Rose and Tiffany held a long conversation during dinner, barely noticing the food and the people around them. Chimera could feel them talking on their separate links. But the only thing they could tell about the argument was that James was determined to do something that neither of the girls liked. After the feast was over, James and Tiffany were on their way to Manticore Hall when their rings sounded. I need a Medawizard at the base of the northeast tower. Emily's been hurt. James and Tiffany looked at each other for a second, and started back down the stairs as fast as they could go. When they arrived at the ground floor of the northeast tower, they found Melissa and Rose already there, with Rose cradling Emily's head and Melissa using her healing talent on her. How is she? Rose looked up at James's anxious tone, and answered him for Melissa. She'll be fine, she's just had a nasty fall, and knocked herself out. James blinked and looked around. The floor was flat and dry, and looking up, he couldn't see where she might have fallen from. How did she have a fall here? There's nothing to fall from. She fell from the second-floor stairs. James turned to look at Tune Redstone, and then at the stairs. How did she end up here, falling from there? She started up them just after dinner, was all Tune said, and James took a second to think about that one. Tune nodded. I was on the first floor, and saw her fall. She had this in her hands. With that comment, she held up a book. What she found in Hogwarts, a history, that was so interesting that she didn't notice the stairs moving is beyond me, but she was still holding it when I got to her. Manticore had heard the call on the rings, and they had been gathering while James talked to Tune. Emily's next question was directed at the disbelieving stares that 30 or so people were directing at her. What did I say? James handed her the book silently and watched as she checked it for tears. Emily, if you showed that kind of dedication to a team, I'd create a new team for you, and you'd be team leader in a week. Emily looked at him and frowned. James, what are you talking about? James just asked Melissa if she was going to be okay, and grinned at Melissa's rather pointed response. Only if she pulls her nose out of her book long enough to look around once in a while. A couple of the other Ravenclaws took Emily, who was beginning to feel the tiredness that was an effect of being healed back to Ravenclaw, while James dispersed the rest of the Manticores. Ron Stone was staring after the Ravenclaws. If that girl happened to die in the middle of reading a book, she'd pull a Professor Binks and rise as a ghost just to finish the book. The Manticores that heard that statement laughed, but had to agree with it. Rose and Emma helped Melissa off to bed, and James and Tiffany went up to Manticore Hall to relax. James and Tiffany sat down on their couch and cuddled up close. They sank into the close bonding that they had not even told Rose or Melissa about, where their thoughts were as one, and luxuriated in the feel of each other, just enjoying the touch of body and mind until James yawned. Breaking the bond. Bedtime, I think, Green Eyes. Can't we just sleep here? Asked a sleepy Tiffany. Of course I do, and it was quite nice. Tiffany smiled sleepily, and moved up to kiss James. James responded willingly, but then moved back. Lover, I'm not sure my self-control is up to that tonight. Tiffany considered the rising tide of emotions in James and sighed. They got up from the couch, and walked slowly to the Gryffindor entrance hand in hand. For an hour or so, they had pushed everything else away, and just been a couple in love. Those hours were about to become increasingly rare, because the storm clouds of the future were about to start breaking over the Manticores. The Book of Life. The Book of Life. Since the first fell on a Saturday this year, James had given Manticore a playday on Sunday. Most of Manticore ended up in the hall anyway, as the day was wet and cold enough to keep even the most ardent Quidditch players inside. Most the Chimeras were not at their table today, because James and Rose were doing the accounts for the Green Flower Co. and the Jade Lily. As the Jade Lily consisted of just one house, those books were easy to keep. The Green Flower, on the other hand, was an entirely different matter. Going through those accounts was enough to make even Rose irritable, and what James thought of it, he usually expressed in four-letter words. This year, they had gotten Lisa to help, and she was the one that noted something odd. Rose, she said, looking at several pieces of paper from Gringotts, why do you and James have 4 vaults at Gringotts? Lisa consulted the papers again. You have one, in America, that was opened the year you were born. James nodded. That's the family account, where we get our allowance. Lisa nodded and checked that one off. You also have the Green Flower Vault, and the Jade Lily's Vault. Rose nodded this time. Right, it's easier to keep track of that way. Lisa checked those 2 off as well, and then held up the last sheet. You also have one more, opened in Diagon Alley about 2 weeks before we started at Hogwarts. James and Rose looked at each other. Rose, said James. James looked at her. Did you know about the book? Tiffany shook her head. Not until now, when you and Rose started thinking about it. James looked at Rose. Sister mine, how did we forget that book? Rose raised an eyebrow at him. You tell me how 2 people dead more than 700 years could give the storekeeper an accurate description of us before our parents were born, and I'll explain the forgetting part. She parried. James grinned at her, then sobered suddenly. Rose, as I recall now, there was 1 page you could read, and then a page I could read, and then 6 pages neither of us could read. If Tiffany can read that 3rd page, would you care to bet that the rest of Chimera could read the other pages? Rose smiled wryly. Sure, I'll bet you that they can read them. However, I'm not crazy enough to take the other side of that bet. Rose blinked at a sudden flash of anger from James. James, not you, flower child. I just have the feeling that we're playing to a script and an audience. I'd like to ask the director some questions. James thought for a minute. Either that, or punch him in the nose. I hate being played like a trout on a line. James, do me a favor, will you? Requested Tiffany dryly. Before you attack something that can bring the dead back, create magic books for people that haven't been born yet, and see the future clearly enough to describe you 260 years before you were born. Let me make out my will. Rose agreed with her, and that's even if it has anything resembling a nose. Rose was staring at James. How do you get a calculated risk out of that anyway? James raised an eyebrow at her. Fairly easily, actually. If we are the lead actors in the prophecy play something is putting on, it needs us for the climax of the story. So it can't do anything too drastic to me before then. Tiffany and Rose stared at him. Rose, does insanity run in your family, or is James the first? James and Rose thought, and used the TW bond to talk for a few minutes while Chimera waited. Finally, James looked up at them. Not a lot really. It's as if something is clouding our memories of it. It spoke of something called the heart of the world and a spell to do something with life, and the willing acceptance of duty. Rose was staring at Angeld, who had jerked and sat up when James mentioned the heart of the world. He saw her staring at him, and answered the unasked question. I know of the heart of the world. It's a place where a piece of bedrock reaches from the middle of the earth to the surface in one piece. On the surface, it's a monolith 10 meters high and 5 meters across. Angeld sighed and looked at James. There is one small problem though. It's never in the same place for more than 4 days. It can appear anywhere on the face of the earth. And as far as anyone can tell, where it appears is completely random. James considered that interesting problem in logistics for anyone else, but we have Rose. We can figure it out. Angeld shook his head. I hate to burst your bubble, James, but nobody has ever been able to predict the heart. It's the living representative of the earth elemental mages for the giants. And they've spent centuries studying it, and they still can't predict it. Lisa stopped the discussion at that point. That's all well and nice, but why don't we see if we can even use the book before we start worrying about where to use it at? Lisa's right. We'll ask Professor Dumbledore if he has a trusted messenger that is going to Diagon Alley. We have to talk to him about this year and the first years anyway. Rose said, dismissing the problem in favor of something she could do something about. James nodded unwillingly. He shook it off and concentrated on the new topic. Still no changes from last night. None. There are still those 2 Ravenclaws, 3 Gryffindors, and the 2 Hufflepuffs. And Draco Jr. of course, said Melissa quietly. Lisa winced at the mention of her brother. Rose, are you certain there's nothing we can do? Rose sighed, but dropped into the deep trance that allowed the clearest view of the future, and examined Draco Malfoy Jr.'s future paths as well as she could. She spent nearly 10 minutes looking down every one of his paths that she could find. She came out of the trance and looked at Lisa. I'm sorry, he just doesn't have any paths that continue past the start of the war. Lisa winced, and closed her eyes. Rose had been looking for new manticores at the sorting when Draco had been sorted, and as far as she could see, no path of his was longer than the start of the war. James frowned, and spoke quietly. Rose, you and Melissa are responsible for making sure he's one of us at the start of the war. It took a minute for the implications of that to hit the rest of Chimera, and Lisa was the first to speak. You're going to use him until he dies. The tidal wave of emotion that this comment drew from James caught all of them by surprise. Anger, self-hate, bitterness, and a soul-deep pain and fear washed over them, making Melissa gasp and causing all of them to freeze. James controlled it after a split second and looked at them. You're right, I am. Just like I'm using all of you in Manticore. I'm going to make sure that his death means something to Lisa at least, and that he doesn't end up like his father. I'm also going to use those first years from last night and anyone else that joins us, because I happen to think it might help me beat the patient child. James stood up and Tiffany stood up with him. They headed for the door as James continued. If this war is anything like the last one, by the end of it, 60% of Manticore will be dead, crippled for life or otherwise disfigured. By the time this thing is over, I'm going to have a river of blood on my hands, and that isn't even counting the patient child's people. James paused at the door, and looked back. I will do this, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Or the fact that I know some of them will die because I asked them to, or the fact that the woman I love will die decades before she should. 5 faces looked at Rose as the soul-bonded couple went out, and Rose sighed staring after her brother. She spoke quietly, using words as the linked rarely did with each other. You all know that James can be obsessive, driven and stubborn, but none of you have seen his other side. Because he thinks it's a weakness in a fighting leader. He can also be compassionate, gentle and caring. Watch him sometime with the animals in Hagrid's class. I don't have to, said Angeld quietly. Father said that James is one of the few people he'd trust to take care of his pets if he had to be gone. He smiled faintly, considering that I was 4 BEF. Or I figured out that Fluffy and Buckbeak weren't just oddly shaped brothers, that's saying something. Lisa was only one that was not surprised, but she had information the rest didn't, and she was about to say something when somebody else beat her to it. Not to mention his actions in saving Miss Riddle, and taking Mr. Fudge under his care. They all jerked at the new voice. They had been so involved in their talk that they had not seen the headmaster approach. I take it that Mr. Evans has done something. I saw him and Miss Potter descending the stairs and looking like they would rather not talk right now. So I came up here to talk to you about the first years. Rose was consulting with James, and stopped with a sigh. James says we can take care of it. Angeld pulled up the chair reserved for the headmaster on his rare visits to the hall, and Professor Dumbledore took a minute to look around. The hall had not changed much since the last time he'd. Lisa looked over where he was staring and sighed. We had to alter the wards to allow them out here. Emily has become addicted to coffee, and she set the wards off so many times walking out here to get a cup, that some of the more emotional manticores were threatening to turn her into a blind mole. Rose groaned. That girl. Did you hear about her accident yet? She asked the headmaster. Professor Dumbledore looked up, his eyes suddenly sharp. Accident? He inquired mildly. Rose smiled. She was on the northeast tower stairs, just after dinner, and was reading while she walked. Professor Dumbledore frowned. I believe, he said, that those stairs are moving right after the dinner hour. They are, said Emma, and Emily was so involved in her book, she didn't even notice. Professor Dumbledore stared at them. Are you saying that she walked off a moving staircase? I, rumbled Angeld in his deep voice. After Melissa and another of the Manticore Metawizards healed her, her first comment was about her book. Quote, James said if she could show that kind of concentration in training, she'd be a team leader in a week, added Lisa with a grin. Even if he had to make her a team from scratch. I think, said the headmaster calmly, that Manticore has quite enough teams now. As a sudden thought occurred to him, he looked at Melissa. How many injuries have you healed without telling the staff? Melissa blushed. A few. You know, once the healing talent emerges, the healer has to use it, and most of the Manticores come to me for minor things. Mostly the sprains and injuries that are the result of PT. Professor Dumbledore understood that, with any sort of intensive physical training, there were going to be a few injuries. He had also caught the modifier Melissa had used. Mostly, he asked gently. There may have been a few more serious accidents, and a couple of minor injuries that people didn't want to call to the staff's attention. Melissa said, staring intently at the ceiling, not meeting the headmaster's eyes. The headmaster nodded, as something that had been a mild puzzle last year fell into place. Mercy and the others have been using their skills for the last year or so, and you're helping them. That was a statement, not a question, and Melissa didn't say anything, but the deepening red of her face told the headmaster everything he needed to know. He had wondered at the lack of injuries among the students last year. Every year, there were those people that tried something they shouldn't be doing, or got involved in something hazardous, but last year there had been a remarkable lack of that sort of thing. He looked at Melissa until she sighed and met his eyes. I've given them a copy of the Xavier spellbooks, and they need practice. I have been watching over them. Professor Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. The Xavier spellbooks had no equal when it came to healing spells and knowledge. What about those spells? He asked, referring to the spells that could burn out the talent that made a person a wizard or witch. Melissa looked at him calmly. Looking around, she opened her robes enough to show the headmaster a small book, hanging under her shirt. There is only one copy of those spells at the school, and I have them with me at all times, except when I can't hide them, and then they go in Rose's chest, in that part of it. You haven't let James read those, have you? Asked the headmaster. Melissa blinked. No, and I made Tiffany extract a promise from him that he wouldn't try without my permission. Which he might get, 3 weeks after the sun rises in the west. The headmaster frowned at her vehemence. Are they that dangerous? Melissa frowned, and bit her lip. Yes and no. Most of it is a block on the magic. There is one part though, where you have to work in the brain. You know that most muggles use about 10% of their brain. Wizards have another part that controls the use of their magic, and part of the spell involves severing the synapses that go to that part of the brain. She hesitated. looking for the right words, and then continued. The target area is very small and very close to the part of the brain that controls automatic reflexes, breathing, swallowing and that sort of thing. If you make a tiny mistake, you can destroy those synapses by accident, and that would be bad. Melissa had assumed the lecturing tone that she used explaining a new spell to the Phoenix Medawizards, and Professor Dumbledore noted she was a very good teacher for her age. If you do that, the patient will have to consciously think about breathing for the rest of his or her life, along with every other automatic function of the body. Since that is not possible, as everyone has to sleep sometime, the only way for them to live would be to go to the Muggles and be put on machines in full life support. The headmaster thought about that, and looked at Melissa again. Do you know the spell? Melissa shook her head slowly. No, and I won't learn it either, unless I have to. Do you mind if I ask why not? Professor Dumbledore asked, curious as the reason behind her decision. Simple. Our fearless leader is a charismatic, persuasive Yank, and I refuse to have him after me to use it. Rose grinned at Melissa. You do know that you can stop him with a word to Tiffany, don't you? Melissa giggled. Of course, but I would prefer to save that option for important things. Because if we overuse it, it may stop working. Rose shrugged, and grinned. Calculated risk, don't you know? Everyone at the table smiled as Rose imitated James's voice to use his favorite expression. A sudden commotion at the other side of the room made them all look that way. One of the Finnegan twins was dancing around holding his throat. It's hot, he gasped, as he looked around wildly. His brother picked up the cup, and sniffed it. It's coffee, it's supposed to be hot, he said, watching his brother down a glass of water. When the twin drinking the water stopped, he explained. Not that sort of hot, spicy hot, like chili peppers. His twin blinked and cautiously tried it. Ack, he gasped, it's not spicy, it tastes like liver. Suddenly, the cup bloomed, growing a small green flower. Thank you for testing the latest green flower prank. The cup of gross flavors will be for sale soon. Please record your impressions with Chimera. The Finnegan twins turned to look at Chimera's table, where Rose was busily scribbling on a parchment. Why us? We haven't sat in your windowsill, said one of them plaintively. Rose didn't even look up. It was just a random cup on the table. It was just bad luck you got it. She did look up then. I take it that you didn't notice anything strange about the smell or color. Those two are impossible, said Emma calmly. I thought when I came to school, I could stop checking everything I touched for pranks, but they're as bad as my uncle's. Hangeld patted her hand. Look on the bright side, he said, grinning at her. It is always something different with them, and you've created at least a few of the pranks for them. Lisa turned. Speaking of that, what do you want to do with your money? Emma blinked. What money? She asked. Lisa consulted her papers. 12 pranks, at 5,000 galleons per prank equals 60,000 galleons. Emma stared at her in shock. Rose had returned to the table, and spoke absently as she finished making the notes about the cup of gross flavors prank. James and I decided that since you and Hangeld had made so many of the pranks we're selling, that you should be paid for them. Based on sales and projected future earnings, we thought that that would be an appropriate amount. She looked up. Unless it's not enough. Emma was still trying to assimilate that fact that she had suddenly earned more money than she had ever even seen. Rose didn't even notice. Of course that's for you and Hangeld, and you'll have to decide how to split it, but if there are any problems, James and I will be happy to show you how we split our shares up. Emma looked at Hangeld, who was as stunned as she was. Lisa was grinning at them both, and suddenly winked at the headmaster. In fact, I need to know how everyone wants to handle their money. Adam stared at her. Would you mind explaining what the devil you're talking about? Lisa smirked. Our leaders have decided that we are in need of being paid, and has set aside a portion of their funds to do so. They also backdated the pay to the first day of school in our first year, and applied interest. Chimera was so busy staring at Lisa that they didn't notice James and Tiffany settling into their couch. It's because you won't be able to work at any sort of regular job until this project of ours is over, said James calmly. It's not much, but it should keep you in the things Manticore doesn't supply. Adam had a sudden premonition. Just what do you consider? Not much. he asked suspiciously. James shrugged. The same thing Rose and I get for our allowance, 125 galleons. Adam frowned as he converted that to the pounds he was used to. He blinked. You're paying us £1,750 a month. Lisa smirked again. Not a month, a week. She looked at the papers in her hand again. As of the first day of this school year, we all have 14,300 galleons. James turned to the headmaster. I assume you're here about the first-year students. Professor Dumbledore nodded. The house heads are interested in seeing which of their students you're going to poach from their houses. James nodded, and handed a sheet of names to the professor. These are the ones that will be invited to join Manticore, provided they meet the other standards. Professor Dumbledore ran his eye down the list, stopping at one name. Mr. Malfoy didn't seem much like his sister, he said, looking at James. James winced, and closed his eyes. He's not, he said, The bitterness in his quiet voice drew the headmaster's attention faster than a shout would have. He invited an explanation with a silent look at Tiffany, knowing that James would see it through the soul bond. Draco has no paths that go past the start of the war. In the paths that get that far, he only has a few that do anything good. In most of the ones that are not involved with Manticore, he meets either Lisa, me or both of us. And 2 or more paths end there. Professor Dumbledore frowned as he thought about the implications of that. Not having a path meant you didn't have a future, and that meant you were dead. If Draco managed to end 1 or more of Chimera's paths, the Manticores would be in serious trouble. They had to have at least 7 of the 8 or they would lose. Is there anything you can do? He asked, knowing that James would already be planning something. James shrugged. Right now, it's up to Rose and Melissa, and Draco of course. We're going to try and make him one of us. James opened his eyes finally and looked at the headmaster levelly. I would rather he was one of the heroes of the war, than one of the villains. Albus Dumbledore figured out the implications of what James was saying faster than Chimera had, and he understood what it cost James to make that decision, as he knew more about James thanks to the headmaster's spells around Hogwarts. He UGHT about the problem for a few minutes. Except for Lisa and Rose, the rest of the Chimeras were trying to decide what to do with their money, and conspiring quietly. James and Rose ignored them, as they talked to the headmaster. Tiffany was also more interested in the headmaster, as she had already known about the pay they were getting. Finally, Dumbledore came to a decision. James had to have someone he would talk to at Hogwarts. And that list was very short. Albus resolved to contact the most likely candidate as soon as he was back in his office. He looked at James, and decided to skirt around the problem of Draco for now. Any of the others have problems like Miss Sue? He asked, referring to Mei Ling. James accepted the change of subject and shook his head. No, but Miss Spence interests me for another reason. Did you notice those shoes she was wearing last night? Professor Dumbledore had noticed the shoes, because every time she took a step, they had flashed a twinkling blue light. He hadn't really thought about it, assuming it was some sort of spell, a new fad. What about them? James raised an eyebrow at the professor. It's a Muggle electronic invention, was all he said, and all he needed to say. Muggle things simply didn't work around large concentrations of magic, as everyone knew. Are you sure? Asked Professor Dumbledore. Tiffany nodded. I had one of the Manticores check her shoes after they went to bed last night. They're definitely Muggle shoes, but they have a feel of magic about them. Professor Dumbledore nodded slowly, as he thought about the implications of a spell that allowed Muggle items to work around the shields and magic in Hogwarts. Keep me informed about that situation, he said. Anybody else of note in the group? Only personally, said James, with a broad smile. Miss Wood is the daughter of a Muggle-born wizard, named John Wood, one of the best movie stunt men in the world, and one of my favorite celebrities. Professor Dumbledore looked at James with a smile. The fact that she also managed to turn 3 people's hair blue before the end of dinner wouldn't have anything to do with that interest, would it? James was still smiling. That's just an added bonus. He frowned, looking at the headmaster. Rose told me who was responsible, as she did one of the pranks while Rose was looking at her paths. How did you know it was her? Albus Dumbledore smiled enigmatically. Allow me a few secrets. James grinned at him. I'll figure it out sooner or later. Speaking of strange things, we've been working on that book you gave us. And we have some preliminary conclusions to discuss with you. James broke off his conversation to look at her. Do you mind? He said, reminding her of a private joke. Not at all. I love you, crazy Yank. She said, and watched him blush. Brat, he said quietly, with a mental smile. I love you too, even if you are a nutter Brit. Tiffany smiled at him, and snuggled closer, as he lifted an arm to allow her to rest her head on his chest. It was not a romantic thing, but a side effect of the soul bond. They simply touched, anytime they were within reach of each other. Melissa wasn't sure why yet, but April and her were planning to research that subject this year. Tiffany drifted, enjoying the touch of her soul bonded, and not really thinking about anything, until something caught her eye. She watched Angeld and Emma for a few minutes and smiled. The other chimeras were still talking about what to do with the money they were getting, and Angeld was sitting next to Emma. He was deep in conversation with her as they decided how to split the windfall of prank money they had earned, and Angeld was playing with a bit of Emma's hair. He also had taken over brushing it out of her face. And Tiffany wondered if he even knew he was doing it. James caught the drift of her thoughts, and watched them with her for a few minutes. With hair like that, they're going to have fun when they start brushing it. James's comment was amused. Tiffany pretended to pout. You like her hair better than mine. James laughed over the soul bond. You know better. I'm simply saying that they will enjoy it. Tiffany did know better. Something about the soul bond made the two of them completely incapable of seeing anyone else in a romantic way. Looking at other people was like looking at a puppy, or a unicorn. He or she might be cute, even beautiful, but they could no more consider having a relationship with him or her than they could the puppy or unicorn. James had a sudden flash of Tiffany standing before him, nude but with her hair covering her. Tiffany snickered at him mentally. Give me a break, Yank. I'm not that beautiful. Yes, you are. The sudden intensity of James's mental tone captured Tiffany's attention, and her looked up at him, from her place on his chest. James was staring at her, and Tiffany got lost in the reflection of herself in his eyes. Looking at herself, looking at him, and continuing on. Like multiple images in mirrors that faced each other. James and Tiffany were quickly lost in each other, until a comment and a nudge from Rose brought them back abruptly. They blinked, and thought about what had just happened, as James turned back to the conversation with the headmaster. What was that? It felt like the rapport, but we weren't doing anything. I don't know, but if it starts happening every time we look at each other, it's going to be awkward. Fun though. Tiffany was suddenly very aware of James's body, of the hard muscles that 3 years of intense exercise had given him. And at the same time, she was aware of James noticing the way her muscles were covered with softer flesh and curves. They had seen each other nude in mirrors often enough that that was no longer a big deal. But this was different, as if they were seeing each other for the first time. James excused himself from the talk, and they concentrated on this new experience. James's body started responding to the thoughts and images of Tiffany, and Tiffany felt herself responding to his interest. They cuddled closer, and the feelings intensified, threatening to overwhelm them as the rapport had done in the beginning until a sharp comment from Melissa broke them out of it. Get a room. They looked at Melissa, shocked at the acid sharpness of her tone. Melissa had her face buried in her hands, and she was hiding with her hair. James was puzzled. What did we do? Nothing much, Melissa said. You were just broadcasting sexual attraction and lust so strongly. You nearly broke my shields over my empathy. James and Tiffany colored. Sorry, we didn't mean to, said James when he had control of his mental voice. He looked at Rose, only to find her staring fixedly at the book she was discussing with the headmaster. Professor Dumbledore was looking from Rose to James with a sharp-eyed look that told James that Professor Dumbledore had caught on to something happening. What was that? We've been snogging for months, and nothing like that ever happened before. I don't know. It was as if you suddenly turned into a woman. Thanks a lot. In case you haven't noticed, I've been a woman all of my life. You know what I mean. Yes, whatever it is, we'd better figure it out quickly. If Melissa gets caught in that, and broadcasts it with her empathy, we'll have all of Manticore looking for dark corners. How do you suggest we do that? It took us months to control the rapport. I think we need to get far enough away from the rest of Chimera that it doesn't bleed over the link while we work on it. China, I was thinking more of Hogsmeade. Will that be far enough? If it's not, we've got a serious problem, Green Eyes. We're going to have to tell the headmaster about this, you know, Yank. I know. We can't wait for every third weekend, if it's going to hit us like this every time we look at each other. We can't use the house either. Not if you want to keep it a secret from everyone but Chimera. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore will have an idea. I hope so. Do you think it's safe to look at each other yet? James and Tiffany looked at each other cautiously, only to look away as the feeling started again. Does it happen if only one of us is looking at the other, I wonder? You look at me, and we'll see. Tiffany looked at James, and felt only a mild stirring. That she could easily control. They traded off, and it was the same for James. He sighed. Melissa is going to have a field day with this. Melissa and April were documenting the various stages of the soul bond as they happened, hoping to find something that would help control the frenzy and madness that came with it for the next couple, and Melissa could be very intense about anything to do with the soul bond. She was forever coming up with more questions that her research uncovered, and she had no shame about asking questions that had them both blushing for weeks. We might as well tell her now. You know how she is if we wait. James did indeed know how Melissa got if they waited to tell her something new about the soul bond. They spent the next 2 hours explaining what had happened to Melissa and April, whom Melissa had sent for as soon as she figured out this was something new regarding the soul bond. Melissa even had them do it again, so she could send the feeling to April with her empathy. They also had to explain it to the rest of Chimera, who had felt it, although not as strongly as Rose and Melissa. James did manage to request a private conference with the headmaster before he left with the names of the first years that Chimera was interested in, and they went to see him after dinner. After they explained the problem to him, he agreed that they needed to fix this as soon as possible, and he made an exception to policy for them, although he cautioned them about letting anyone but Chimera know that they were going into Hogsmeade every Saturday. James grinned wryly. We're going to have to tell Jarek also. If we start disappearing every Saturday, he's going to start looking for us, and he will find us sooner or later. Professor Dumbledore had to agree with that. He reminded James that he had wanted a good intelligence person, and this was one of the hazards of having one. They absolutely had to know everything, or they would look into it until they did. Jarek was also discreet though, so James wasn't worried about telling him. James had a private theory that Jarek tried to keep secrets from himself. After they finished their talk with the headmaster, they went back to Manticore Hall, where Chimera waited. As they walked in, Tiffany was amused to see Angeld playing with Emma's hair again. She looked at the authors and was surprised to find Adam doing the same with Lisa, and seemingly unaware of it. James became aware of what was going on, and suddenly looked at Chimera again. 3 years had made a few differences in them. But one thing had been so gradual that it hadn't even registered with any of them. All of the girls had the same length of hair. It didn't matter if it was Emma's bushy red hair, or the silky locks of Melissa. It was all the same length, just past their rears, almost to mid-thigh. James frowned, and looked around at the manticores in the hall. All the girls in Lynx had the same length of hair, and most of the ones in Phoenix as well. James also noticed that all of the couples in Manticore that were within reach of each other usually fell to playing with each other's hair, much as he and Tiffany did. He also saw 4 couples combing or brushing each other's hair. James and Tiffany looked at each other, suddenly worried about something they couldn't put a name to. That's not normal, is it, Green Eyes? Not in the slightest. There is no way you'd get this many girls to agree to the same hairstyle normally. Not that it matters. Hair grows at different rates, and to different lengths, depending on the person. How is this happening then? I don't know. Ask Melissa. It took James 3 tries to get through to Melissa, because she was so absorbed in writing notes about the events of the day. But once he did, she looked around, much as they had, and promised to look into it. She scribbled a note in her little notebook, and went back to finishing the notes and wait. Or else she was writing about the soul bond from the day's questions and tests. Emma looked at her, and then at Adam, Angeld and Lisa. James and Rose waited for whatever it was that they wanted to tell them. Emma grinned and her eyes alight with mischief. Being the fearless one, I have been chosen by certain nameless parties to talk to you about what we want to do with our money. Those parties, said James in mock puzzlement, wouldn't happen to have odd nicknames, would they? Names like artist, half-human, healer and mental wizard. I believe they might, said Emma after pretending to consider it. Anyway, they have chosen me as their spokesperson because they think you might be a little upset when we talk to you. James stilled, concentrating on Emma for the moment. Why would I be upset about what you're going to do with your money? Unless you use it to help the patient child, it's your money. Because we want to donate a portion of it to the Winged Flame charity. James stared at them, frowning. How did you find out about that? I did actually, confessed Lisa, with a trace of apprehension in her voice. You know what a news reader is, right? Yes, it's a service that reads all the newspapers and magazines that you designate, and sends you anything that has items that might interest you, or that has words in it that you give them. Exactly. I have such a service, one of the things I'm helping Jarek do is figure out what the patient child is using, or going to be using for funding. To do that, I have the service looking for strange or unusual businesses. A full-blown charity appeared out of nowhere, that was sent to me, and the name, and symbol, of the blue-winged red flame caught my eyes. I did some more research, and figured out it had to be you and Tiffany. James sighed. I was expecting somebody to find it sooner or later, but this is a bit sooner than I expected. James and Tiffany had. James grinned as Tiffany said something to him, and looked at the rest of Chimera. Since the cat is out of the bag, there's nothing I can do, but I would prefer that nobody else at Hogwarts knew about this. Too late. Jarek has the same service, and he's good enough to find it easily. If you really wanted to keep it secret, you shouldn't have used your combined signature. Lisa told them. James shrugged, unworried. It's a charity, not a hidden thing like the Jade Lily. I wasn't that worried about it, and it was a nice gift to my lady. Tiffany grinned at them, and then pretended to be disgusted. Other women with rich men get diamonds and jewelry, and I get a charity. I could give you diamonds, said James absently, as he thought about something else, but they would pale into ugliness next to you. Chimera stared blankly at James. James's idea of an extravagant compliment was, good job, and to hear him sweet-talking Tiffany like that had all of them stunned. Tiffany giggled at the dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Even R.O.'s looked as though James had suddenly grown a second head. Emma was the first to recover. Who are you? She demanded, and what have you done with James? James looked up, confused. He looked around to see whom Emma was talking to. Chimera's shock and James's bewilderment was too much for Tiffany, who started laughing. I've been waiting for this, she said through her laughter, and it was worth the wait. James looked at the scene of the last few minutes through Tiffany's memories, and had to smile. If you're done amusing yourself, we have plans to make, brat. Tiffany stuck her tongue out at him, but settled down. James looked around. Not much is going to change this year, although there are a couple of things that we discussed with the headmaster. First, we'll cover the things that are not going to change. Rose, you and Melissa are still in charge of watching over the first years. Lisa, you and Adam are still helping Jarek try to identify the patient child or his organization. James grinned at Emma and handgelled. You two can carry on as usual, but I do have another duty for you. You're going to take control of the new manticores, that don't have a team yet, and make sure they are doing what needs to be done. Until one or more of them shows promise as a team leader. Handgelled and Emma nodded, and Emma made a note in her little book. The notebooks had started with Melissa and Emily. But they were extremely useful, and almost half of Manticore was carrying one now. Adam was the only chimera that wasn't carrying one, and when you had a perfect memory, you really didn't need notes. James looked at his notes, and turned to Lisa and Adam. While you're working with Jarek, pass the word about this. If any Manticore wants to going into Hogsmeade on the weekend, it's the same as for the older students now. As long as they meet the standards, they may miss that day of training. James paused, thinking, I don't believe we have anybody that is having problems this year, either in school or physically. So that shouldn't be a problem. The rest of this is things that are changing or new, so pay attention. Said James. Tiffany and I will be in Hogsmeade every Saturday. Trying to get a handle on this new facet of the soul bond, and you'll have to cover for us, as Professor Dumbledore doesn't want anybody knowing that we're there on the non-visit weekends. Melissa, will you be continuing the lessons with the centaurs? At her nod of assent, James nodded. Then I would appreciate it if you would get Rose to accompany you, and the two of you tried to recruit a few of the non-humans to help us. Rose knows our limits, and I trust you two not to offer anything we can't pay. I also have an appointment with them. Rose reminded James. The last thing I Vey is from the headmaster as well as myself, James said, and he waited until all of them were looking at him. Some of you are going to be noticing a few changes in yourself this year, and he wants you to tell April and Melissa about them as soon as they start happening. Handgeld, that includes your elemental magic manifesting. The rest of the changes, and who they happen to, the headmaster would prefer me not to say anything about yet, as premature knowledge might affect the development of these things, and he doesn't want that. Emma grinned. Finally, I've been waiting for this for over a year. Now, James merely looked at her. Please, everyone has some sort of special talent to help deal with the patient child, and we already know about most of them. Handgeld is an elemental mage, Lisa is smarter than any two people. Melissa has the healing, Rose is a seer and you can make spells sit up and beg. I was wondering when my talent would manifest. Speaking of talents, that reminds me of something. James tore out a sheet from his notebook and handed it to Lisa. Find out when these people are free for an optional class. Optional, but I don't think you'll have any problem getting them to agree to it. Lisa was running through the list. None of us have any spare time, Yank. Emily will take any class, but Mercy and Jarek are as busy as we are, and a couple of the others have owls or newts this year. And two of them aren't even in school anymore. If anyone on the list would rather pass up the chance to be animagi, they can, but I don't think they will. James grinned at a reaction that brought from everyone but Adam, who looked confused. James smiled at him. The plural of animagus is animagi. Adam stared at him. You mean we're all going to be turning into cats, like Professor McGonagall? James shook his head. Most animagi have a shape that fits their personality and character. Lisa choked on something and rolled her eyes. Wonderful. Our leader is either going to turn into a Wolverine or a Saint Bernard. Chimera followed Lisa's mental pictures of James turning into a berserk Wolverine or a helpful rescue dog, and broke into laughter. Even James smiled, although he had a sudden thought. He smirked at Lisa. How about a Wolverine the size of a Saint Bernard? Adam, Lisa and Rose all groaned at that, and the rest of them stared at them. Emma asked, what's wrong with that? That depends. A normal Wolverine is about 90 pounds, and is the most dangerous carnivore alive, pound for pound. They've been known to chase full-grown bears away from a kill. Saint Bernards on the other hand, while more peaceful, usually weigh about 150 pounds fully grown. James is talking about nearly doubling the size of an animal that will attack a full-grown grizzly bear. Rose finished her little speech, and James grinned at her. So you were listening to me, all those times I told you about the animals. Like I had a choice. You kept dragging me off to rescue everything that was injured within 100 miles of the house, and I had to know which ones would trample, bite, claw, gore, poison or otherwise attack me, and which attack I had to look out for. Rose smirked at James, and added one more comment. At least I was smart enough not to get bitten or clawed. North American mountain pixies. Rose blushed, as Tiffany started laughing. The unicorn. It was James's turn to blush. Wood elves. Mama Wolverine. Baby Naga. Eagle chick. Chimera. With the exception of Tiffany watched the byplay in confusion. Tiffany, who knew what each phrase meant, was laughing so hard she could barely breathe, and both of the twins were a deep red. Would one of you that can talk mind filling the rest of us in on what's so funny? Tiffany was starting to choke from laughing, and James stopped to pat her on the back. At the question from Adam, James and Rose blushed even harder, and answered him simultaneously. Yes, we would mind. Tiffany was wiping tears from her eyes, and smirked at the twins. That's okay, I'll be glad to tell them all about it. James looked at the smirking Tiffany, and bent over her to whisper something in her ear. Tiffany was the only one that heard it, but whatever he said made her blush as dark as the twins and stop smirking. Well, said Emma after Tiffany was silent for a minute. Tiffany turned innocent eyes on her. What? You said you were going to tell us what was so funny. Did I? I'm sorry, I must have forgotten. Tiffany's face glowed with innocence and sincerity. James grinned at her. Nice face, brat. But you need to come up with a better excuse. That one was a hair too close to lying. I'm sorry, but I could never do the stories justice. You should listen to them from somebody that was there. Tiffany looked at James, who was thinking, still close. Try something like this. It wouldn't be nice of me to tell those stories without the permission of the owner, or just tell them to go to hell, said Lisa calmly. But are you giving her classes in avoiding the truth? James put on his best innocent face, the one that made him look like an angelic being, which did absolutely no good since Lisa knew him better than that. Pay attention, brat. He turned to Lisa. Me, Lisa, have I ever lied to you? Yes, you, and no you haven't. Lisa answered the questions in the order he asked them. So if I tell you that I would never do that, it must be true, right? Yes. Lisa was suspicious, but it was true that James never lied. Well, there you go then. Wait a minute, said Adam, catching on to James's game. Now tell us you wouldn't do that. There comes a point, brat, James said, where you are reduced to just one response. I have a couple of options left at this point, which you should be able to figure out. In the interest of getting back to business, I'm going to skip to the last step. Adam, go to hell. Adam smiled at Lisa. You have to pay attention to exactly what James says. He asked if he said something. It must be true, but he didn't actually say it. You two are bad enough. Why are you teaching Tiffany to be like you? Asked Hangeld, as he thou. GHT about the scene they'd just witnessed. And why were we privileged to see it? Seeing the confused looks around him, Hangeld explained. James and Tiffany could have had that whole conversation over the soul bond. And we'd never have known. Instead, they used the Chimera link, which means they wanted us to hear it. They all looked at James, who was staring at Rose. After 2 years of watching linked people, all of Chimera knew the twins were arguing about something, just by the feel of them and their body language. Hangeld sent a smirk over the link. See what I mean? James and Rose are using the twin link. And none of us can hear a thing. Tiffany caught their attention while the twins argued. Don't worry about it, although our fearless leader wouldn't mind if none of us lied. It's a family thing that he's trying to get permission to tell us about, seeing as we're going to be together for a while. Lisa was putting bits and pieces of things together from the last 2 years, and using her head. She nodded as another piece fell into place. She almost said something, but seeing Tiffany looking at her and shaking her head slightly, she remained quiet. They sat quietly, waiting for the twins to finish arguing. Suddenly she froze. She had been thinking in her own head, not over the Chimera link, and Tiffany had known what she was thinking. She looked at Tiffany again, but Tiffany was getting a cup of coffee for James. Before Lisa could pursue the questions in her head, James and Rose stopped their argument and looked at them. Sorry about that, James said. Rose and I are having a minor disagreement. And we'll have to wait to finish this until tomorrow, unless somebody has something that can't wait. Nobody had anything pressing, and in the round of good nights and chatter as most of Chimera headed for bed, Lisa forgot about Tiffany's strange knowledge. An hour or so later, James made a quick check on the lab, and found Emily still reading in the library. Hey, it's almost midnight. You're going to have to sneak back to Ravenclaw. Emily didn't even look up as she answered him absently. Okay, I will. James sighed, and gently took the spellbook from her. Now, Emily. Emily frowned, but got up and followed James out of the lab. James and Tiffany made sure that Emily got back to Ravenclaw, and went to the Gryffindor common room, where they sat in front of the fireplace and cuddled up close. They watched the fire silently, just enjoying the touch of their other half until Tiffany yawned. Time for bed, Green Eyes. Don't I get a good night kiss first? Of course. James and Tiffany had been soul bonded for 2 solid years now, and they had aged 6 years in that time. They had passed the point of chaste kisses some time ago, and the kiss James gave her was not a delicate kiss, but the passionate kiss of a man for his lover. They broke apart, and James smiled at Tiffany. I love you. I love you too. Tiffany looked at her soul bonded, and bit her lip. I want you to go to bed now too. You can't do anything about anything tonight, and you're a grouch in the morning if you sit here and worry. James stood up and picked Tiffany up, smiling at her. Shall I take my favorite teddy bear with me? Put me down, you big ox. I'm not a teddy bear. No, you're the woman I love, and far better to sleep with. James set her down, but kept his arms around her, lifting her head to kiss her again. Tiffany kissed him back, while replying to his comment over the bond. You haven't slept with me yet. Yes, I have. Making love would just be icing. It's holding you that is the best part of touching you, and you know it. You haven't slept with me either. We've fallen asleep together, but we've never gone to bed to sleep or make love. They separated, and headed up their respective stairs after another kiss. James was thinking about what Tiffany had said. A lot of that has to do with the fact that if we did go to bed together, we'd want to make love. And you don't need to be a mother at 13, no matter what your physical age is. I know. We're going to have to find a way around that potion problem, or we're going to be very irritable this year. James and Tiffany had found out that gender-based potions, spells and even Muggle-style medicines would make the other half of the soul bond ill until it wore off, and that included every form of birth control that their discreet research had found. With the accelerated aging of the soul bond, came accelerated hormones, and the frustration they were hiding from everyone was getting worse. Physically, they were about 17. And they were very much aware that the snogging and occasional making out was just not enough anymore. We could use those rubber things, the ones Muggles use. Tiffany's voice was hesitant, and James understood why. I would prefer to not be wrapped in rubber the first time we make love. I want to make love with you, not merely satisfy an urge with you. They discussed it a bit longer, but neither of them had any answers that they had not already explored. The problem was the age at which they had bonded. Until James and Tiffany, most couples didn't bond until their 20s. And they were free to do whatever they wanted. Bonding at 11, with school and the prophecy ahead of them, made their life slightly more complicated. Of course, why? Don't worry about me dying before my time. Love, I've had the bond in us. I'm not sure I need any more than that. I love you too. James's last thought as they drifted into sleep was to wonder if he'd get the owl from his father tomorrow. Secrets revealed and kept. Secrets revealed and kept. Manticore settled into their school routine over the next 2 weeks. They had PT 6 mornings a week in school classes, followed by Manticore work and whatever they did for fun. Since Manticore was a wildly varies group, what they did for fun was different as well. Emily, of course, was still reading the books in the library. And James often had to escort her back to Ravenclaw late at night before going to bed himself. Sonia Gebbs had found a new hobby, as she had gone with Jarek to talk to the merfolk in the lake. And found she liked the lake. James had given Jarek a Muggle thing called a dry suit, as the lake was very chilly most of the time, and the dry suit kept you warm. Jarek would use the dry suit and a bubblehead charm to talk to the merfolk, and after Sonia started going with him, he's gotten one for her from James. Sonia could be found in the lake most weekends now, and was learning the merfolk language. Chimera, of course, had their own hobbies. Lisa was involved in something she wasn't talking about, except to say that she was getting insurance. Hangeld was beginning to manifest his elemental magic, and had turned out to be an earth mage, meaning all his powers had to do with earth. He could make things grow quickly, and was learning more from Blacklegs, who was teaching an optional class at Hogwarts in human-giant relations. Emma was busy running the unattached manticores into the ground, trying to get them in shape to compete with the rest of Manticore, and trying to get one of them to take charge. The best candidate so far, however, was only borderline at best. She and Hangeld could still be found in the lab most Saturdays, where they actually managed to breach the wards around the potions lab one weekend. As it was an accident, they couldn't reproduce the effect, which frustrated James no end. James and Rose were still spending more time together, trying to bridge the growing gap in their thinking. And working on more entertaining pranks, now that they had better spells and more training to play with. Tiffany had decided to work with Carrie Fudge, and under her gentle teaching, he was actually showing some progress. He could now walk through Manticore Hall without bumping into something, as Tiffany explained to James late one night in front of the Gryffindor fireplace. Carrie was not really that clumsy, it was simply that someone had convinced him he was, and as she wore down that mental block, and he gained more confidence, he stopped being so clumsy. Which helped boost his confidence even more. James smiled at his soul-bonded. I knew you were more than good looks. Tiffany made a face at him, and tried to tickle him, an action that ended up with her pinned to the floor. And James claiming a kiss before he'd let her up. Melissa was still collecting data on the various abilities and links, studying with the centaurs, and helping the Mantic or meta-wizards with the Xavier spellbooks, making her one of the busier manticores. Adam had taken up painting as his hobby, and was very good at it. He liked to do portraits of the manticores, and Old Badger one of them into sitting for him every weekend. He got most of them to do it by telling them that if they were sitting for him, James wouldn't bother them, a fact that had some of the team leaders asking to be painted. James had not lost any of the energy of youth, and was likely to turn up anywhere, checking on his people. The Weasley brothers, Arthur and Michael, had newts and owls this year, and were too busy studying for them to do much. Daniel Creevy had found something to do also. His had found a talent for transfigurations, and was taking an extra class late in the day with Professor McGonagall. The professor was also teaching the Animage class every Friday after the last class of the regular school day when everyone that was invited could make time to be there. All of Chimera, Sonia, Prefect Moore, Emily, Mercy, and Jarek were there, along with a few other people. Since every Animage had to be registered, and there had not been this many animagi in several decades, let alone all at once and in one place, this caused another of the 7-day Wonder Media events James was rapidly growing to hate with a passion. Manticore had 3 betting pools going. The first was one which reporter James would do something about first, the second was on what form his retribution would take, and the last was on Emma and Hangeld. That one was on what they would do to themselves next, and for the more involved ones, would send a wizard or two to help place them. A strange thing happened to Minister Fudge one day, as more than 30 birds chose to fly over him while he talked to a group of wizards, and somehow managed to hit him with multiple droppings. The droppings had an exceptionally bad odor, and stained his robes badly. Richard Rohan was there, having received an anonymous note that the gathering would be interesting, and managed to get a picture of the minister as the droppings hit him. The gossip paper Magic Mayhem carried it on the front page, and James posted one of the pictures in Manticore Hall. Chimera, knowing about the Evanses' habits, had wormed the whole truth out of them. James got an owl from his father on the 21st, and after he read the first part of it, he looked at Rose. We need to talk to the headmaster after dinner. Father has given him the release for us to tell Chimera about it. Chimera looked at each other. Lisa frowned at the uncharacteristic seriousness of the twins, and asked, do we want to know about this thing you've taken the ice binding over? No, said James bluntly, but I have to offer you the option, as the Ing will be a major part of Rose and my lives, and since you all are bonded to us, you should know about it. You can turn it down, and you'll never know what it is. If you do accept this knowledge though, you will agree to the ice binding as well, so you might want to think about it before you say yes or no. Chimera was quiet that day, as they thought about the implications of that. The ice binding was the single most powerful oath that one wizard could cast on another, and nobody could break it or release it except the wizards involved in the casting. In the end though, all of Chimera agreed to the oath. Robert Evans would be at the school Sunday, and would give the oaths, after which James and Rose would tell them whatever it was. Friday, James passed the word that the lab would be off limits Sunday until he said otherwise. Sunday was a bright sunny day, which only emphasized the irritable moods of the twins, and the somber mood of Robert and Mary, who arrived shortly after breakfast. The group went up to Manticore Hall, and into the lab, where James and Mary bound the door shut with a ward. While they were doing that, Robert and Rose prepared the things Robert would need to cast the oath, and the rest of Chimera checked the lab for anything that might be out of place. Albus Dumbledore, who was going to be part of the oath while the Codex was at Hogwarts, watched with interest. He knew of the Pendragon ice binding, of course, every adult wizard did, but he'd never known anyone under the oath, and this was a new experience. When everything was ready, Robert asked them if they were willing to accept the oath. And after they said they were, he cast the oath, taking a drop of their blood, and his and mingling it in a potion. When that was done, he had them repeat the terms of the oath. And their acceptance of it. As they did, the potion glowed a pure white, and a mist swirled around them, a mist that chilled the blood and made them all gasp. At the conclusion of the oath, the mist sank into their bodies. And they could feel it, like a cold chill on their spines. James looked at them, knowing what they were feeling. It'll go away in about 10 minutes, and you'll never know about it. Unless you start to break the oath, and it will warn you with the chill you feel now. If you continue past the warning, the oath will stop you before you reveal the secret I'm about to tell you. James looked around, and finally sighed. Most of you know what I'm talking about, but bear with me as I fill Adam in on the Draconian Codex. The Wizardborn, who had heard all the tales and legends of the Codex, stared at James. Lisa looked at James's trunk, which was sitting before them. You have the Codex in there. Rose answered her, as James filled Adam in on the history of the Codex. Yes, it has been James's responsibility since the summer before we started at Hogwarts. Mary broke into their conversation. I was guarding it, but I had to give it up. With James and Rose getting into the prophecy, I was not sure I trusted myself not to use it if something happened to them, and the Codex would only accept James. What do you mean it would only accept James? Asked Hangeld, as he moved a bit further away from the trunk. Mary sighed as she looked at the trunk. The spells and wards around the Codex have to be tied to one person, and sometimes, when you attempt to bind the Codex to someone, it simply will not work. There is a theory that the Codex, while not alive, has a type of intelligence that allows it to prevent the wards from working. When we tried to bind the first choice to it, it refused the binding. Robert picked up from there. We tried all the adults that know about this thing, and the damn thing refused them all, and at that point, we had no choice. As the number of people that know about this, and that I trust with it are limited. James was the only one that knew about it, and that it would accept. James had finished telling Adam about the history of the Codex, and was listening quietly. When Robert was finished, he spoke up. Since you are all bound to us, and we are bound to that thing, I convinced Father we were going to have to tell you about it sooner or later. Emma was looking around. I don't understand. You have the most powerful spellbook ever. Why are we worrying about the patient child? You could obliterate him in a second with that thing. James raised an eyebrow. Emma, he said patiently, don't you listen to the stories. Everyone who has ever opened that book has been destroyed, and they did more damage to the world than all the dark wizards that ever lived. Robert nodded. The Codex is responsible for more damage than any 3 other items combined. The asteroid belt was a planet once, until a wizard obsessed with the power of the Codex destroyed it, and the last time it was opened, a witch seeking personal revenge on just 6 people destroyed the entire island of Atlantis. It took 1,000 wizards and witches to take it away from her. And she was completely mad by then. There is an old saying, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. The Codex is more than absolute power, it's ultimate power. Not to mention, James added, that the Codex has an aura that makes me want to stay very far away from it. I would have left it at home, thousands of miles away, if I could have. Robert smiled faintly at James. Personally, I was much happier to have it under the Hogwarts wards. Albus Dumbledore smiled wryly at Robert. Speaking of which, I think we need to have a talk about you sending that here. Without telling me first. Robert shrugged, and halfway apologized. I wasn't planning on it, but then I wasn't planning on sending James and Rose here either. The North American Wizards Academy is close enough to home that it could have stayed at the house. The prophecy changed things on us. I'd still like to punch the director in the nose, muttered James. Tiffany caressed his hair. I haven't filled out my will yet, thank you. The rest of Chimera agreed with her, as the adults, who didn't have a clue what they were talking about, looked on in confusion. Lisa looked at the Evans, and came to a decision. Are you the Guardians? Lisa was referring to an old wizard legend that said, one family had been chosen to be the guardians of things too strong to be destroyed, but too powerful to use. They also destroyed things that could only be used for evil purposes. Mary looked up. No, the Evanses are not the Guardians. Melissa had looked up, puzzled by the K of emotions that Mary had felt when the Guardians were mentioned, and she had a flash of insight. You know who they are though, don't you? James and Rose turned to stare at their mother, waiting for the answer. Mary looked at all the people staring at her, and sighed. I do, but I cannot tell you how I know, or who they are, because of an oath nearly as strong as the one you just swore. James and Rose looked at each other. More secrets. It has to be an adult thing. James agreed with Rose. Like not telling us that we were related to the Potters. Mary grinned. Very much like that, and that's all I'm going to say about it. Unless the situation changes somehow. Emma was still studying the chest. Can we see it at least? James smirked at Rose. Pay up. Rose groaned. Paid? You swindler. I should have learned by now that betting with you is just a good way to throw money away. Would you mind telling me what you bet on me for? Asked Emma. And then you can answer my question. James grinned at her. Simple bet really. Rose saw that somebody would ask to see the codex, but because anything to do with the codex clouds her sight, she couldn't see who. I thought it would be you, and Rose thought it would be Adam. Quote, me, said Adam in surprise. Why would you think I would want to see it? Rose looked at Emma and frowned. Mostly, because I thought any wizardborn would have. Heard enough about it that they wouldn't want to see it. You haven't grown up on the stories and legends, so I thought you'd be the first to ask. Adam looked at Rose. I haven't seen a nuclear explosion either. But that doesn't mean I need to see it up close and personal. If you two don't want to even touch the thing, and James the Obsessed won't use it in the war, that tells me all I need to know. James protested Adam's description of him. I am not obsessed. The group stared at James for a minute before bursting out in laughter. Even Tiffany had a smile on her face. James looked injured. I'm not that bad. Robert tousled James's hair. Yes, he said, you are. You always have been, and always will be. I know, because I'm the same way, and I know the signs of obsession better than anyone. Emma looked at James. You still haven't answered my question. She reminded him. James sighed. How many of you want to see it? Emma, Lisa and Melissa raised their hands, and after a second, Hangeld and Adam raised theirs as well. Tiffany shook her head, quiet and somber. I've seen it in James's memories, and that's as close as I need to get. James caressed her face. Sorry, you're going to see it again. But you don't have to go in there with it. Tiffany shivered. Get it over with. James nodded, and turned to his parents. Would you be the pair, please? They nodded, took positions in front of the trunk, and pulled their wands. The others watched them curiously. James smiled mirthlessly. Since you asked, you can be the first to see it, he told Emma. James bent over his TR. Uncan muttered something the others didn't quite catch, and stood back. The trunk shimmered for a second, and then grew to nearly 2 meters tall, unfolding in some manner that didn't seem possible. Adam watched with interest. That is very useful. James went to the door that had appeared when the trunk finished unfolding, and looked at Rose. She sighed but got up and joined him. The twins did something, and suddenly there were 2 small handles on the door. They both put a hand on the handles, and pulled the door open. Emma was watching curiously. I've seen you open your trunk several times, and you didn't have to do that, she said to Rose. Rose smiled at her. Of course not, I don't have that thing in mine. The two of us, acting in tandem, is the only way to open James's trunk. It's something James and I agreed on when we decided that we had to bring the book with us. James spoke quietly, but firmly. Pay attention. There are a couple of obvious dangers here and one not quite so easy to note. First, if you have a weak will, the thought of the codex dominates your thinking. Once or twice, a person seeing it for the first time has tried to run off with it. James indicated Robert and Mary. That's their job, to prevent you from getting anywhere. I will also be watching for any signs that the codex has captured your thoughts while we're in there, and I have a few more options to use. Rose picked up from that point. The next danger is to you, not the codex. Some people can't stand the feel of the thing and have nearly gone catatonic. That's why James will be in there with you, to pull you out if you collapse. James nodded in agreement, as he continued. There is also a small chance that it may not like you, and you'll drop dead. Chimera stared at James. Hold on 1 second, said Adam, looking nervously at the door. Are you saying that thing can kill people, without anyone using it? Kill? No, not on purpose anyway. Everyone turned to look at Melissa, who had spoken. Melissa was staring at the open door with a faraway expression on her face. It's not intelligent, not in any way I know, but it is aware somehow. I can feel it, it has emotions. Robert, T and Mary looked at Melissa and then at the open door. Robert was frowning thoughtfully as he considered the doorway. The Evans line doesn't have empaths, and we've never had an empath see the codex. I wonder if you could communicate with it somehow. Melissa was still staring at the door. I don't think so. It's not remotely human, and I can't understand what it's feeling. She blinked and turned her back on the door. I've changed my mind. I don't want to see it. James nodded. It's your choice. He looked at Emma. Are you ready? At Emma's nod of assent, James gestured at the door. After you. Emma walked through the door with James and paused, looking at the only thing in the room. The room was bare except for a pedestal that drew the eye. The pedestal was 3 feet high and appeared to be made of oak. But that didn't register until later, because the book on it commanded your attention. It was closed, and bound in black leather, with gold lettering on the cover in an alphabet Emma didn't recognize. The codex was nearly a foot thick and 2 feet high. Emma noted those details but didn't really think about them, because she could feel the codex examining her as she looked at it. She had an urge to go over to it and open it, but James's arm stopped her. She blinked as she realized she'd started moving toward it without even knowing it. She looked at James, and was surprised to see that he was focused on her. And not looking at the codex at all. Emma felt the codex finish examining her and its attention went elsewhere, and she looked at it again. The power in it D to her and she took another step toward it. James stopped her, and motioned towards the door. They went outside, and the feel of the codex went away. Emma looked at James, and back at the door. She turned to James, and was completely serious for one of the few times in her life. Don't ever let me back in the room with that thing. It called to you, didn't it? James said, and it was more a statement than a question. Emma nodded and James sighed. Deal. I wish I didn't have to go in there. He looked around. Who's next? Adam looked at the others, and stepped forward. Adam was only in the room a second, and came back out fast enough to make Robert and Mary point their wands at him. He didn't even notice, as he crossed to the point in the room furthest from the chest and started rubbing his arms. That thing is creepy. How anyone can bear to be in the room with it long enough to use it is beyond me. The first touch of the codex in his mind had raised all the hair on his arms and the back of his neck. And Adam had literally fled the feel of the book. Angeld had been talking to Emma, and now he looked at James. I agree with Melissa. I don't want to see it either. James accepted that, and looked at Lisa. What about you? Are you ready to look at it? Lisa looked at Adam, hesitated for a minute and then crossed to the door. James joined her, and they entered the door. They were not in there long, and when they came back out, Lisa was pale. She looked at James. How do you go in there? She asked. I wouldn't go back in there for anything. James looked at her, and his eyes were haunted and weary. Because it's my duty, was all he said, and after 2 years of training, all he needed to say to the others. He turned to Albus Dumbledore. Do you wish to see it, sir? The headmaster started to say yes, and then he looked at James again, noting the perspiration on his brow. It calls to you. James nodded and Albus looked again at the door. While I would like to see it, I think you've been tempted enough for one day. James sighed in relief. Thank you, sir. If I have to open the room another day, the offer stands. James and Rose closed his trunk back up and the rest of the people could almost feel an oppression lift from the room. Robert shrunk the chest, and he and James left to return it to James's room. Melissa looked at Tiffany, who was pale and sweating, just as James had been. How bad is it for him? Tiffany looked at her, but before she could say anything, Melissa spoke again. I'm not researching, I'm asking as his friend. It wasn't Tiffany that answered her though, but Rose. Bad enough that he had nightmares for a month after he was bound to it. He still dreams about it sometimes. Tiffany added. The group was silent, lost in their thoughts of the codex when Robert and James came back, but the actions of cleaning up after the spell and setting the room to rights brought them out of that. They finished straightening the lab, and walked out into Manticore Hall, where they found most of the manticores clustered around one table. Chimera headed in that direction, and found Uncle Alexander talking stories of the borderer's life to the manticores. James and Rose grinned and hugged him. Alexander Evans smiled as he hugged them, and then pushed them away slightly, assuming a stern look. Is this how you treat all your professors? Chimera stared at him. Our professor? Asked Rose, starting to smile. She turned to James. What do you think? Is there something he can teach us? Before James could answer her, Alexander smirked at them. Of course there is. How not to annoy Nagas, how not to get clawed by. James interrupted him. How to throw parties that involve the Co's wife, 2 sheep and a kangaroo. Alexander stopped in mid-word and considered James. He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Where did you hear that story? He demanded. James just smiled. The same place I heard about the Jeep and the hooch run into Mexico. He smiled innocently at his uncle, and made an offer. However, I'll keep quiet if you do. Alexander sighed. I suppose it wouldn't be real good if those stories got out. Deal, you blackmailer. James grinned at him. It's not blackmail, sir. It's merely a fair exchange of silence, although I don't think any of our stories have to wait for the statute of limitations to expire. Robert raised an eyebrow at Alexander. You seem to have forgotten to tell me a thing or two. I'll be very interested to hear about these stories. Alexander looked at his brother and grinned. Are you buying? Robert smiled slyly. Of course, but I don't think Hogwarts has anything stronger than pumpkin juice. Alexander grinned as he put an arm around Robert and started walking towards the door. Hogwarts may not, but Blacklegs has a still somewhere, and he makes a fairly good hooch. Mary winced. Robert Evans, if you come back singing again, I'll hex you. She looked at the others, who were trying not to laugh. I love Robert dearly, but every time he goes out with Alexander and gets drunk on that Ranger moonshine, he feels this urge to sing, and Robert cannot sing. James and Rose laughed. He sounds like a bear with an upset stomach, said Rose. Robert just looked at them patiently. Neither of you two have any room to talk about my singing, seeing as how you inherited your musical talent from me. Mary nodded vigorously. That's true, although at least they don't try to sing. Robert shook his head in mock sorrow at his smiling family. I think I'll go talk to somebody that doesn't give me a load of grief. Are you coming, Alexander? Alexander grinned and winked at the others. Hell yes, I am. I want to see who you can find that doesn't give you a load of grief, as you put it. The two brothers walked out of the hall to the sounds of Chimera and Mary's laughter. Mary wandered around the hall, talking to the manticores that she knew, and asking after their families, while Albus spoke quietly to James. Hagrid is in Diagon Alley this weekend, and he's getting that book. I want to see it as soon as you know what it is, and before you do anything with it. James agreed readily. It doesn't have the feel of the Codex, and now that Rose can see it, it's not a danger to us. He frowned, and looked around to make sure they were private. However, it's bound up in the Sphinx knot somehow. The headmaster considered that thoughtfully. Sphinx had a knot, a place where so many future paths converged that Rose couldn't see what was going to happen in the near future. Nd. Albus frowned as he considered this new fact. He looked at James. What are you going to do? James shrugged. I won't know that until I know more about that book. He looked at the headmaster. Whatever it is, if it's going to hurt my people, it can go in the chest with the other book, and stay there. Professor Dumbledore smiled faintly, and started making his way to the door, after saying goodbye to Mary and the others. He returned to his office and sat in his chair, thinking about the book. He looked over at his bookshelf and levitated one particular book to his desk. He turned to the bookmark in it, and read the section again. When he was finished, he closed the book with a sigh. He looked up at the portraits of the previous headmasters, who were watching him silently. Knowledge can be a terrible burden, he said quietly. Everard was just as grave as he spoke. You cannot tell the young man about this, Albus. It must be done. Professor Dumbledore considered those words, and looked at the ceiling. If he should ever find out that I knew what will happen, he'll be upset. That might be true, but you have to think of the consequences of this not happening. Professor Dumbledore sat in his office. silent and thoughtful until the small hours of the morning, and still he was no closer to resolving his dilemma. Other than passing comments, this is the last you'll see of the Codex until after the start of the war. And now, a few comments for reviewers. Requiem to a Dream, Sheepish Grin Kimberly, Call Me Raven, Wood is my pen name, yes. However, all the names in this story are people I know. Or out of JKR's books, and I'm running short on names. Besides, haven't you ever wanted to help save the world? As for Rose and Melissa, yes, they could pair off. Or not, and that depends on this next year, and the third-year summer mission. I have it written both ways, and I haven't made up my mind which way it will go. James and Tiffany will be getting closer as they mature. And that's all I'll say about the soul bond right now. Elfie 19. James and Tiffany's problem is going to be solved sometime this year. You'll just have to wait and see how. At the beginning of their third year, James and Rose still look very much alike. James is only 4 years older than Rose in physical aging, and is merely a little taller, 5 feet 10 inches vs 5 feet 4 inches, and of course the male-female differences are beginning to show. Rose will start her cycle before Yule, and James of course is well past puberty. The primary difference between them on sight is that Rose has long hair, just past her rear. And James has hair that doesn't quite reach his shoulders. As to who's closer, James and Rose, or James and Tiffany. James and Rose's twin link is fairly limited. They can use mental speech with each other, feel emotions and tell where they are in relation to each other. It's about the same as the Chimera link. They are closer than the rest of Chimera simply because they grew up together. James and Tiffany, on the other hand, are linked in ways the rest of the world will never fully understand. Their hearts beat on the same rhythm, they breath at the same time, and every thought one of them has, the other has also. Everything they feel, do, taste, hear, smell or learn, they both experience. Either of them can use the other's memories as if they were their own, and every emotion one has, the other feels. Rose will get a significant other, see my response to Requiem above. James and Tiffany are related. I might have the terms wrong, but Lily Evans Potter was the great-great-granddaughter of the second wife of Michael Evans. Robert Evans, James's father, is the great-great-grandson of Michael and his first wife. They're cousins of some sort, but to what degree, I'm not sure. If the main characters seem too powerful to you, you need to read Interlude and meet the patient child. Melissa's healing talent, Adam's strategic skills, Emma's athletic fearlessness, and James's ability to adapt spells. Rolled up in one person, with no conscience, morals or compassion. Add to that mix the fact that the patient child is at least as smart as Hermione Granger Weasley, and possibly as smart as Lisa. And you have an enemy that will tax the 8 to their utmost. D&D forever. Grape Ape. Grin James would never steal an idea like that, he's simply got a purple primate. The author saw an old HB cartoon that had Grape Ape in it, and couldn't resist the idea. Raven. Calm before the storm. Calm before the storm. Hagrid returned to Hogwarts Monday afternoon, and James and Rose were sent for soon thereafter. Hagrid was in Professor Dumbledore's office, and he looked uneasy. He handed James the book as soon as James and Rose closed the door. I don't know what's in that book, he said. But the next time you need it moved, get someone else to do it. James looked at Hagrid, and then at the book in his hands. It was a normal-looking book, of brown leather. It would not have caught their eye 2 years ago. Except for the gilt along the edges and down the spine. Cleverly hidden in the gilt and designs was an Evans family sign, used by the people that knew about the Codex to identify themselves to one another. James and Rose looked at each other and shrugged. To them, it was merely a book. Albus Dumbledore noted their confusion, and asked Hagrid what was wrong with the book. Hagrid avoided looking at the book as he answered, I don't know, but from the moment I picked it up, it felt like the book didn't like me having it, and wanted to be with someone else. Is that thing alive? Professor Dumbledore took the book from James and knew instantly what Hagrid meant. Merely taking the book in his hands made the flesh crawl, and the hair at the back of his neck stand up. He reported what he felt to Rose, as he handed the book back to James, who blinked and suddenly looked amused. He looked at Rose, who had the absent expression again. It's an aversion hex, isn't it? Rose nodded, and looked at Hagrid, It's a spell, adapted from the ones used everywhere to keep muggles away from things. It simply keeps people that aren't keyed to the item from wanting to use or touch it. Hagrid grimaced. It works, too. James was regarding the book thoughtfully. I'd really like to know how it's keyed. It might make a difference in how we study it, if we're the only ones that can touch it. James thought for a minute. In that case, I really want to know. I can think of some interesting uses for a spell like that, especially if you can cast it on an area. He smiled fondly at Rose. Not to mention, you could ward your window seat. Rose was speaking to Melissa with the link, asking her to check the Evans family spellbook in Manticore Hall's lab for the aversion hex. She raised an eyebrow. Why? Nobody sits in it anymore, except you and I. James laughed. Maybe that's because the Finnegan twins changed color, shape and size more often than Emma and H. Angelled after you caught them in your window. He suggested. He smiled again at the memory, and the stopped, regarding Rose thoughtfully. She hadn't mentioned that Melissa used the window seat as well, and he wondered if it was an oversight. Or if she was even aware that she allowed Melissa to do it. Tiffany spoke in the back of his head. Leave it alone, love. It will happen, or it won't, and there's nothing we can do about it anyway. Tiffany was referring to the lines of the prophecy that said, travails. Sorrow and loss shall be their fate, unless within each other they find heart's mate. There were conflicting ideas about these lines. One group felt that the lines referred to the close-knit bonds formed by people that went to combat together, while the second group thought that the L.Ines meant the 8 would form 4 couples. Since there were 3 boys and 5 girls in the 8, that left 2 girls out of what most of the world, including almost every wizard over 30 years old, considered a decent relationship. Since that might affect how people looked at Manticore, James worried about it often. He also worried about Rose, but he knew that she would have enough support to deal with it. So the Manticore thing was more pressing. James was one of the people that believed the 8 would form 4 couples, and watching the rest of Chimera, Tiffany and he could see the couples forming. Even though the people involved didn't know it yet, as far as James could tell. Emma and Hangeld, of course, and Adam and Lisa were spending a lot of time together. That left James and Tiffany. And their being a couple was a foregone conclusion with the soul bond. The only ones left were Rose and Melissa, and James had noted that Rose was beginning to favor Melissa in little ways. Such as letting her sit in the window seat that Albus Dumbledore had created for her in Manticore Hall. Tiffany couldn't even sit there, not even when James was using it. Not that I care, it simply means that we get to share the love seat more often. James sent a mental smile to Tiffany. Do you hear me complaining? I like holding you too, Green Eyes. James and Tiffany had found in the first few weeks of the soul bond that the soul bond caused a need to touch each other, even if it was nothing more than holding hands. The more contact they had, the better they felt. James had a sudden image of them entwined, lying on a bed together. Tiffany followed his thought with interest. James pulled back from the thought, focusing on the book. He sent one last thought to Tiffany. We'll continue that line of thought later, Green Eyes. We better. That was interesting. Tiffany's mental tone held undercurrents and unspoken promises that made James shiver with pleasure. He blushed as he realized that Professor Dumbledore was holding the book out to him, and patiently waiting for him to notice. While the linked people were normally aware of what was going on around them while they used the links, James and Tiffany were entering a new facet of the soul bond, and it was increasing hard to concentrate on anything else when they used their private soul bond link, and even harder when they started thinking about each other. He took the book, and opened it to the first page he could read. He looked at Hagrid. What do you know about the heart of the world? Hagrid looked at him. Very little, actually. Nobody really knows that much. Except the earth mages among the giants. It is a magic focus that amplifies a spell, sometimes. It moves around a lot, never staying in one place for more than 4 days, and it can appear anywhere. Even in the Muggle world. Sometimes it appears at places like Stonehenge, or the pyramids of Egypt or Central America. Usually, it appears in places like the Jauntlands, or other areas of high magical concentration. He looked at Albus and coughed. It was even here at Hogwarts, once. It was in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Dumbledore looked at Hagrid. Twice, actually. It was here the year before you started school. James frowned. Hangeld said it can't be predicted, which makes this an interesting thing, as whatever this is, it must be cast at the heart of the world on Midsummer's Night. Quote, Tiffany had taken the book from James, and was reading the third page. Actually, the entire ritual takes 3 days, she said as she read. And here's something else strange. I can read the first 2 pages easily. James looked over her shoulder. I can read the third page now. Rose thought about that, and leafed through the book, stopping at the 9th page. Which was the second page she could read. After she finished it, she passed it to James and Tiffany, who could both read it. So, we have each chimera read their pages, and then any of us can read the whole thing and figure out what it is, and what it does, said James. He looked at Rose. Will you take care of that? Rose nodded, and took the book. Since the headmaster didn't have anything else for them, they headed back to Manticore Hall, where Rose sat in her window and began reading every 8th page in the book. James looked around the hall, and smiled. After 2 years, Manticore had ironed out most of the minor problems, and was running smoothly, with the team leaders rarely having to come to Chimera to fix something. Since there wasn't anything pressing for him to deal with, he was debating what to do. When Tiffany slipped a brush into his hands. Manticore may be fine, she said, as she settled in front of him, but my hair hasn't been done all day. James smiled, even as he started brushing her hair in a routine that was as automatic as breathing now. They settled into their rapport. Alexander Evans took over the giant classes from Blacklegs, who left to return to the borders, carrying a parchment from Sonia and Mary to their parents. Besides the classes in the borders, Alexander was always willing to talk to any of the Manticores about strategy and tactics, and James encouraged the team leaders to take advantage of that. This led to an informal Wednesday night gathering, where classic Muggle and wizard battles were dissected and studied. All of the team leaders attended, and most of the seconds as well. Mercy, Jarek, Emily and a few more Manticores also attended, and a couple of the Manticores that had left school already asked Professor Dumbledore for permission to attend. Alexander left off carrying his sword, but still dressed in the leather clothing that was an unofficial ranger uniform, as it allowed complete mobility while offering some protection from terrain and sword cuts. This kept the students from trying anything magical in his class, even though he was a squib. After a Slytherin pureblood tried a jelly legs spell on him one weekend, and was rewarded with a face full of pepper spray, unconsciousness, and a trip to the infirmary, the word got around Hogwarts quickly that it was better for your health not to point your wand at the new professor. That didn't even include the detentions the unfortunate student had to serve with Professor Evans, or the lecture he got from Madame Potter after he woke up in the infirmary. James listened to the story, and grinned. He could have told anyone that asked that Alexander didn't need magic to defend himself. He did frown as he thought about the story. He looked at Jarek, who had recited the story. Wait a minute, pepper spray doesn't cause unconsciousness, how did that happen? Jarek shrugged. I'm not really sure, as I didn't see it, but a witness said that after Professor Evans pepper sprayed the Slytherin, there was some sort of contact. The Slytherin ended up unconscious and Professor Evans had his wand. James raised an eyebrow. Please don't tell me anyone was stupid enough to try and get physical with a ranger. Jarek shook his head. As far as I can tell from questioning the witnesses, Professor Evans instigated the contact. James smiled slightly. He quoted one of Alexander's favorite sayings. When is it safe to assume the enemy can't hurt you? Jarek grinned. Apparently, after he's unconscious and you have his wand. They shared a laugh, and then Ames turned the subject to the new first years that Manticore was interested in. What have you found out about the first years? Jarek reached into his robes, and pulled out his notebook. Flipping through it, he stopped and skimmed a page. Onder Drone is clean, and so boringly average that I'm claiming him for intel. He'll be the perfect spy, if he can be trained. I'll have to check with Rose on that. Jarek looked up, but James only shrugged, and Jarek continued. Avery McIlhenny is also clean, as are the 2 Potters. James listened to Tiffany say something in his head at the last comment, and smiled. Jarek caught the smile, and guessed the cause. You can tell your other half that even in families, people can be totally different. Look at Lisa and Draco Jr. Jarek waited, but Tiffany didn't say anything that James would pass along, so Jarek looked back at his notes. Harry Kitchen will probably join his sister in the research department, and that might be a good thing, as he's not the bookworm she is. James grinned wryly. That's a good thing. I can barely keep one Emily out of the lab after hours, two would be impossible to deal with. Jarek grinned back. You won't have that problem with Harry. I don't think. He looked at his notes again. Now, we do have a minor problem with Stephanie Spence. She's one of the Spences of Merrowwind. James frowned. Merrowwind sounded familiar for some reason. And then Tiffany reminded him where he'd heard the name. The Spences were an old wizard family, one of the oldest in the European wizard world, and the current head of that family was one of the most visible supporters of the pureblood ideas. Merrowwind was a small community, consisting only of good families and pureblood wizards. Muggle-born wizards and even wizards that had a Muggle ancestor in the last 4 generations weren't allowed to live there. James frowned. Wait, she was wearing those shoes, the ones with lights in them. Where did she get them? Jarek looked at his notes again. According to Ariel, she got them from a trader that comes through Merrowwind every few months, some sort of gypsy. James nodded, and looked at Jarek. Did she cast the spell that keeps them working, or did she get them that way? She got them like that, and I've already started looking for that gypsy. Jarek said, his name is Rowan, and I've sent owls to Jose Amigo and my father, asking if they can look for him, and convince him to show up here. I said there were some students here that would make it worth his while to add Hogsmeade or Hogwarts to his travels. Jarek looked at James, and shifted uncomfortably. I hope you don't mind. James blinked. Mind about what? Jarek sighed. I pretty much promised that you and Rose would make a large order or two. Since you two have all that money. James shrugged, still not understanding what Jarek was worried about. If he can enchant Muggle things so they work anywhere in the wizard world, I'll pay almost anything he wants. If he won't sell the spell, then I'll be paying him to enchant almost everything Manticore has. Jarek looked at James for a long moment. I am never going to understand your thinking towards money, he said before continuing with the first years. You already know about Raven, and I can't add much to what you know from the papers. James sighed. That's not actually a lot. I was hoping to learn more. Jarek shrugged. Her father is a private person. His house isn't even on the Flow network, and only his friends know where he actually lives. I'm looking into it, but the papers have been looking for his house for nearly 5 years, so don't expect anything soon. Jarek looked up, realizing James wasn't looking at him anymore, and turned to look in the direction James was looking. Well, speak of the devil, he muttered. Standing in the doorway of Manticore Hall were 3 of the first years. Raven Wood, Stephanie Spence and Morgana Campbell were standing there, looking around. Stephanie Spence appeared to be looking for someone, while the other 2 were just looking around. Stephanie saw who she was looking for, and started walking into the room. The other 2 followed her. Although Raven was still looking around, Stephanie stopped by the Pegasus table, and said something to Ariel Fairstone. Ariel looked at her for a second, and then looked over at Chimera's table. She called James on the ring. James, she said, in a voice that held equal parts disbelief and laughter, she wants an introduction to her equals, by which she apparently means you and Rose. James's first thought was tinged with enough anger that Tiffany started soothing him with their soul bond. What makes her better than anybody else? He stopped and considered the younger girl's position. Well then, he said in a deceptively mild voice that had Jarek looking nervous, I suggest you bring her over. I'm sure we can find something to discuss. As Ariel and the 3 girls walked to Chimera's table, Jarek sighed. James, be nice. It's not really her fault she was raised by pureblood bigots. I've got him, Jarek. Tiffany had come up from behind the and slipped into the love seat with James. Jarek got up as the girls approached and slipped away. Ariel stopped in front of James, and looked at him for a second, looking for the signs of his tempi. That most of the Manticores were very familiar with, before speaking. James, may I introduce Stephanie Spence? James stood up, and held out his hand. Good day Miss Spence, he said, it's a pleasure. Stephanie took his hand for a minute. Thank you, Mr. Evans. My father told me to make your acquaintance as soon as possible. James was consulting with Tiffany, who knew the European families better than he did. Mr. Alvin Spence, I believe. Head of the Merowyn Spences, currently listed 4th in the Book of Gold. The Book of Gold was a list of the oldest families in a region of the wizard world. And only listed the oldest families, in an order based on bloodlines, money and social status. Indeed, Stephanie said, as I believe the Evans are in the colonial book. It took James a minute to realize that she had just called America a colony, and Tiffany's hand on his back kept him from saying any of his instant responses. His anger, though, still simmered, and it was to allow it a minute to calm that he turned to the other girls. "Hello," he said, "I'm James Evans, and you are?" James knew both of them, of course, but he wasn't about to let on that he did, as they might begin to wonder why. He turned to the last girl. She grinned at him, and put out her hand, but her voice threw the picture off. It was a near copy of Stephanie's voice. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Evans. I'm Raven Wood." James smiled slightly as he caught the faintly sarcastic tone and realized she was mocking Stephanie. James was also surprised at the strength of her grip. While it was not up to his, it was extraordinary for a wizard girl of her age. He made a mental note to have somebody find out about her hobbies when she made it unnecessary. "I was up early this morning, and saw the groups practicing Aikido. Would it be possible to join you, since the other students say that's a Manticore thing?" James blinked. "You recognize it?" Raven nodded. "Yes, although I haven't studied it. My father is a Kempo Karate black belt. And I've been studying that." James smiled. "Sean Wood is a Kempo black belt. I knew he had some training, but I didn't know he was that highly ranked." Raven looked at him for a second, and then sighed. "You're a fan, aren't you?" she accused. "Please tell me you're not going to start asking about his stunts." James blushed, since that had indeed been his thought. "I was, but if it's a problem, I can resist." Raven rolled her eyes. "Please do. It's so annoying. Famous parents are a pain." Tiffany grinned at her from the loveseat. "I know exactly what you mean." She affected a gushing tone. "You're the daughter of Harry Potter. Tell me, what did he have for breakfast this morning?" Raven giggled. "Exactly." James turned to the Phoenix table, looking for Mercy. When he saw her, he motioned her over. "Mercy, would you allow Miss Wood to join your group in the morning?" Mercy smiled. "Of course." She looked at Raven. "Come with me, and we'll find somebody to get with you in the morning and bring you to our group." The two girls walked away chatting. Morgana spoke up. "Excuse me, but I was told that this was the most likely place to find my cousin, Connor McLeod. Could you tell me where he might be?" James looked over at the Pegasus table, looking for Connor, when Ariel spoke up hastily. "James, he's in the lab." James blinked and then realized Ariel meant Manticore's lab. In the room the first years couldn't see. He thought for a second, and then Tiffany made a suggestion. "James, have Ariel fetch him, and Melissa can keep her occupied until Ariel and he are out of the lab." James acted on that, asking Ariel to go and get him, while Melissa distracted Morgana with a question about exactly how they were related. A little calmer now, James turned back to Stephanie. "My apologies. Would you care to sit and chat?" James was very interested in finding out just how snobbish she was, and how much of a problem it would be. Stephanie sat in a chair and looked around. "I am given to understand that the Fraternal Order of Manticore is getting quite the reputation." James froze. "Oh," Stephanie nodded. "My father says that your group has the best owl average in the world. Despite its youth." James was truly surprised about that. He looked around for Emily, and had one of the Manticores fetch her. While the dragon was looking for her, James, Tiffany and Stephanie chatted. After about 20 minutes, James was very certain of one thing. Stephanie had never been allowed to think for herself. Almost everything she said was prefaced with, "My father says." Tiffany excused herself for a minute, and went to speak to Jarek, following up on a hunch. James, according to Jarek, she was educated in Merowyn by tutors. I think we can assume T. Hay would not have taught her anything her father didn't want her knowing. She may find that not everything is as her father says. I hope so. If you ignore the pureblood bigotry, she doesn't seem to be too bad. I think we'll have to throw her together with somebody that can open her eyes gently. James was wondering who would be best for that, when Raven came back to the table. She looked over her shoulder, and appeared to be counting under her breath. James and Tiffany followed her line of sight in time to see almost every person around the Phoenix table suddenly acquire the startling elect Rick blue hair that had marked the 3 Slytherins during the sorting ceremony. I like her. James grinned at Tiffany's comment. Raven had sat down, and was watching the commotion at the Phoenix table with a smile. Before James could say anything, Emily came up and sat down, saying, "You wanted to see me." James took his eyes off the Phoenix table. "Emily, what do you know about the owl averages?" Tiffany groaned in James's head. "James, you know better. You can't ask Emily an open question like that." Emily had started reciting the history of the owls, and how the averages were collected fro each school when James interrupted her. "I'm sorry Emily, what I wanted to know was the owl average for Manticore." Emily frowned, and thought for a second. Manticore has only had 6 people take tea. He owls that had been in Manticore for a full year, but those 6 averaged exceptional in their owls. We've also had 9 people take the newts, and they also averaged exceptional. James grinned. "So, Manticore works better than I thought it would." Emily started to say something, and then looked at the 2 girls she didn't know. "It works very well, maybe too well. In fact, have you seen this morning's Daily Prophet?" James caught the hesitation, and glanced at the 2 girls before replying. "No, why, is there something interesting there? The Minister of Magic gave an interview, and there is a comment about Manticore that you might find." Emily stopped, searching for the right word. "Annoying." James considered her careful words, and her slightly apprehensive look. "Who has a copy of the paper? I think I'll go look at it." He stood up. "If you ladies will excuse me, business calls." James left in search of the day's paper. Emily left as well, leaving Tiffany and Melissa with the 2 young girls. They chatted a few more minutes, and then Raven left, saying she hadn't seen the lake yet, or most of the castle. Stephanie excused herself a few minutes later, and Tiffany and Melissa looked at each other. "What do you think about them, Melissa?" "Raven can't sit still," Melissa said dryly. Tiffany giggled. "No, really, I never would have noticed that." Raven had been in constant motion, even if it was only swinging her legs when she was sitting. Maybe she swallowed a perpetual motion machine. It looks like it. The other girl, though, she's going to be a problem. She really believes that purebloods are better than other people, even if she doesn't come right out and say it. Tiffany frowned thoughtfully. "Did you notice where her opinions came from? How could anyone miss it?" I was about to ask her if she ever said anything her father hadn't said first. Before they could say anything else, a spike of anger washed over the Lynx. "Son of a bitch, I want Chimera, team leaders and Alexander in the lab in 5 minutes. Tiffany was absorbing what had angered James so badly even as Chimera started collecting the people he wanted. Melissa turned in surprise as she swore in turn. Tiffany was tight-lipped, as she looked at Melissa. "Minister Fudge is sending a team to watch the Manticores, and see if Manticore should become an official project of the Ministry of Magic." Rising winds. Rising winds. Alexander Evans noted 2 things as he entered Manticore Hall. All of the leaders were missing, and the remaining Manticores were gathering in small groups. They had the slightly guilty looks of children caught with one hand in the cookie jar, but under that was spreading anger. He quickened his stride as he crossed the hall to the hidden door that concealed tea. He lab where Manticore practiced the magics and practices that were not taught at Hogwarts. He opened the door and nearly collided with James. James was pacing up and down the warded corridor that separated the various areas of the lab from each other and didn't even see Alexander come in. Alexander watched James, recognizing the signs of James battling his temper. He walked into the library section of the room, and grinned at the group gathered there. Did somebody tell James that the Mountain Cats aren't in the playoffs again? Alexander was referring to an American Quidditch team that James followed avidly. Melissa handed him a copy of the Daily Prophet, and pointed out the article silently. A few seconds of reading brought Alexander to Minister Fudge's quote, and he read it 3 times. As his mind processed all the implications of the statement. The Ministry of Magic has taken note of the remarkable results of the fledgling Fraternal Order of Manticore results in both the owls and the newts. While it is early to tell, the results posted so far are quite interesting. The Ministry is going to be studying the order this year, to decide if they have any methods that would be of Used to the schools of the world in general. Alexander closed his eyes and thought quickly. Manticore had gotten away with the deception of an educational society only because all the adults in Hogwarts were in on the deception, and hadn't said anything. Any outside wizards that spent more than a day or two with the Manticores was going to notice something was up, and would figure out that the NTI cores were being trained in war magic in less than a week. That would not be a good thing at this stage. They had to have at least another year, possibly 2 before Manticore would be strong enough to survive without any ministry help. And despite ministry interference, James came back to the library and sat in the chair Tiffany was sitting in. They looked at each other for the briefest second, and then James turned to the group. We have to control this at the school. My father has some plans that would make our task a lot harder, if it becomes necessary for him to get involved, and I'd rather stay in the shadows another year or 2 anyway. He considered what he'd just said and amended it slightly. Actually, I would prefer to stay in the shadows until our first assault on the patient child's forces. Ron Stone looked up, regarding James curiously, and with a trace of apprehension in his eyes. Pardon me, but did you just say that there are things you would rather not do to protect Manticore? What exactly is your father planning, that makes you hesitate? Alexander knew about his brother's plans, and he quite agreed with Tiffany. So, how do we contain the problem here? Ron's tone subsided as Alexander changed the subject slightly, turning his mind to the problem at hand, while making a mental note to ask Jarek about it later. Rose was thinking the problem through, and lying her sight to each of the possibilities, and Lisa's quicker mind allowed her to start summing the scenarios first. Best case, we could induct the entire team into Manticore, and stop worrying about it. Next best case, we can get the leader of the group to join us, and allow that person to control what his group says or reports. James and Rose had been talking over their private link, and now Tiffany started vocalizing what the twins were thinking. The first thing we're going to need is the names of the team, and then we can set Jarek on them. If we can use them, well and good. If not, we'll have to resort to other methods. I would prefer to keep our reputation straight, but bribery is rarely reported, unless they get caught with the money. The rest of the group was used to this, and started discussing possibilities based on the information coming from the twins. Mercy had a quill and parchment out, jotting notes as the group talked. Alexander watched quietly as he thought over the broader picture. The kids were only worried about how this would affect Manticore, but Alexander was the focal point of information from the adults working throughout Europe, and he had to see onsider who might be in danger of discovery. He wrote some notes as he watched the Manticores working through all the possibilities that Rose and James were throwing out. Alexander was trying to figure out which people he'd have to warn right away and which ones could be warned later, if it looked like Manticore was going to be exposed. Alexander watched as the leaders of Manticore decided how they would deal with the problem. James's suggestion that simply removing the root of the problem, by discrediting Minister Fudge, was met with smiles, until the rest of the group figured out that he was serious. They persuaded him that doing anything like that might be extreme at this point. The meeting broke up about an hour later, and the various leaders went off to their teams to inform them of the problem and what the leaders had decided. James and Rose went to Chimera's table with Tiffany. Rose sat in her window as James and Tiffany went to their favorite love seat. James, how long can we hold your father off? Tiffany was frowning slightly as she thought about the contingency plans in James's head. I don't know, Green Eyes. A lot of it will be how well Manticore stays ahead of the situation, and how far undercover we stay. James was thinking hard, talking with Tiffany and Rose at the same time. Rose was writing a letter to their father, informing him of what Manticore was doing, and telling him to hold off on doing anything until they had the names of the research team. James finished the discussions with the 2 girls and turned to watch the Manticores. The team leaders had told them all what was going on, and James was mildly surprised to find them relaxed. Why are they so calm? He asked Tiffany. They trust you, James. You'll take care of them. James closed his eyes. What are we going to do when I fail? When one of them gets hurt, because they trusted me? James had been taught as well as a veteran of 30 years of Muggle and Wizard wars could do, and he knew very well that only in stories do the good guys win without anybody getting hurt. James, They understand the risks as well as you do, and they understand that you are going to do everything in your power to protect them. All you have to do is your best. Tiffany told him. James was unconvinced, but allowed Tiffany to have the last word as he began looking over the files Jarek was building on the first-year students. Most of them were rather boring, as most people come from average families that don't hold a lot of interest for intelligence gatherers. He did spend some time reading the younger Draco's file though. While he had already seen the file Jarek had on Lisa, and much of this information was the same, he was looking for anything new. He looked over at Lisa, and sent her a thought. Lisa, what do you think of your brother? Is he worth saving? Lisa looked up from her book and stared at James. He's a human being, James. Of course he is worth saving. Lisa frowned as she hot about the story behind the twins changing the bond so it would carry words and thoughts, rather than emotions. Maybe he wasn't, but my brother is not that bad yet. We can save him. Lisa looked at James with a somber expression. You're not going to interfere, are you? No, I want him to be on our side for your sake at least. James and Lisa talked for a few more minutes, until Rose interrupted them to have Lisa read her pages in the book. James turned back to the paperwork that any organization creates and skimmed through it. Most of it was simple, requests for expendable supplies and the like. But one or two were more important, like the list of Manticore's next of kin. James was folding that list and putting it safely away when he became aware that the hall was very quiet. He looked up to see Rose smiling at him. James, brother mine, I have decided that we're going to show Manticore how to play properly. So get up, and prepare to have your tush handed to you. James was already rising. He stood in front of Rose and grinned at her. Have you been working on a potion with Emma? Rose blinked at the strange question. No, why? James smirked at Rose, as he slipped out of his robes, revealing the Manticore uniform underneath them. I just thought maybe some potion fumes would explain where you got the delusion that you could beat me. Rose was slipping her robes off as she replied. So I'm stoned, am I? She said. You might be right, she mused. You have size, height and weight, but then, I have something you don't. James looked sharply at Rose as she made the last statement. Her voice and emotions had changed as she spoke. He had barely registered the change when she jumped on him, reaching for that spot on his lower ribs that was so sensitive. He caught her hands and pushed her off him. As a thought from Tiffany made him pause. Tiffany was reading a scroll that Rose had handed her just as she challenged James, and Tiffany was just finishing it. James turned to look at his soul-bonded as she made her decision, and jumped on his back. Rose redoubled her struggles as Tiffany joined her. I told you I had something you didn't. I have allies. The two girls buried James in a giggling pile. Rose knew every ticklish spot on James, and since Tiffany could feel what tickled him the most, she knew them as well. Between laughing and trying to fend off 4 hands, James was losing until he got Tiffany's head in his hands and kissed her. While he kissed her, he deliberately flooded their soul bond with what he felt for Tiffany. Tiffany pulled back. That's cheating, James, she accused. All's fair in love and war, and this game appears to be both. James grinned as he held Rose off. Really? Then this should be fair also, Tiffany said. She bent down and kissed James, running her hands over his chest. James lost Rose's hands, and Rose took advantage of his distraction to get his ribs on both sides. James jerked as her fingers found the most sensitive spot under his ribs. And jerked, trying to twist away from Rose's fingers. In doing so, he hit Tiffany in the nose with his forehead, sending a wave of pain through both their noses. Tiffany and James stopped, and Rose stopped a second later as the twin bond told her what had happened. Tiffany was holding her nose, and blood was starting to leak out from between her fingers, which was only to be expected. But the blood coming from James's nose caught them all by surprise. Melissa was already moving toward them, and she used her healing talent to stop the flow from Tiffany's nose while she looked at James. A little earlier than I had expected, but a good sign. Excuse me, you expected this? Asked James as he pinched his nose to stop the bleeding. Of course, Melissa said calmly, as she finished with Tiffany. And moved over to James. It happens to all soul bonded in their 3rd or 4th year, and is the last physical sign that your soul bond is complete. Maybe this will calm you down some. Are you trying to tell me that every time I get hurt, Tiffany is going to get hurt the same way? James is going to get every injury I get. Melissa blinked as both of them flooded her link with questions at the same time, and answered them both as she finished healing James. Exactly. Your bodies are now completely in tune with each other, and anything that happens to one of you will happen to the other. Melissa, please tell me I'm not going to start bleeding once a month. Tiffany choked as she thought about James's question, and James was staring at Melissa, waiting for her answer. Melissa smiled, as she pulled out her notebook and started writing more notes on the soul bond. Actually, I don't know. None of the research goes into that level of detail, and it has been a matter of debate in the family for some time now. I'm so glad I get to settle the debate once and for all. Green Eyes, in case you haven't noticed, I am not built to do that. I am Zhu, a little concerned about where I am going to start bleeding from, if I do. James sighed, as he rubbed his eyes. I wish Elric and Cassandra would make another of those after-death appearances to talk to us. Instead of just leaving cryptic books behind. Or at least leave their diary behind. These side effects of the soul bond would be easier to deal with if I knew they were coming. Tiffany moved over and sat in the loveseat with James. Leaning her head on his shoulder, she began soothing him. They relaxed, discussing this new facet of the bond as Tiffany got James to sit in front of her so she could brush his hair. As November turned into December, Albus Dumbledore brought the names of the ministry people that would be showing up after the winter holidays. Jarek started more of his files, and started finding out everything they could about the 5 people Minister Fudge was sending. Emma and Hangeld were working in the lab on the first Saturday in December, trying another of Emma's endless experiments when something unexpected happened. Hangeld was cutting some roots for their potion while Emma set up the small cauldron they would be using for the experiment, and barely noticed when Emma picked up her wand to light the fire under the cauldron. Incendio, Emma said, pointing her wand at the cauldron, just as she'd done 100 times before. She blinked when nothing happened, and tried again. When the cauldron didn't light again, she checked to make sure she had her wand, and not someone else's. First, then she set her wand down and checked the cauldron for one of the rank discs that were starting to show up all over the school as the green flower line became popular. When she didn't find anything, she stood back and regarded the cauldron irritably. Why won't you burn? She asked it. As she spoke the word burn, a tingle ran down her arm and the cauldron ignited. Emma froze, staring at the cauldron and her wand, which was still lying next to the cauldron, while she thought about what had just happened. Everyone knew that controlled magic without a wand was simply not possible, but something had just happened. Are you ready for the roots? Asked Hangeld, moving up behind her, and breaking her concentration. Emma shook her head, and looked at him. She picked up her wand and looked at the potion list she was working from. Not yet, we have to bring the first 2 to a slow simmer first. Emma and Hangeld spend another 2 hours on the potion, and since Emma's wand worked normally on the few occasions when she used it, she gradually forgot the strange event. They actually managed to finish the experiment without any accidents, and trooped down to Hagrid's cabin to see if he would allow them to try it on a couple of the animals he had. Hagrid listened to their request and then looked at the potion bottle Emma was carrying dubiously. You want to dose one of my beasties with one of your experiments? He asked, scratching his head. I don't know about that. I've heard a lot of stories about your experiments, and I'd rather not let you turn one of my friends into something else. Emma blushed, but spoke up quickly. The potion only lasts a couple of hours, and it's very harmless. All it's supposed to do is calm an animal down, and reduce it to 1/4 of its normal size. It's supposed to be an aid in moving dragons and other large creatures that can be aggressive. Hangeld smiled at his father, adding his say. You can be there the entire time, and if anything goes wrong, we'll fix it before dinner. Hagrid looked toward the ceiling. Maybe so, but the only animals here right now are small enough as is, and none of them are very emotional. Hangeld grinned at his father, and lowered his voice. Father, I know better than that. I know about your pens in the forest. Hagrid flushed and looked at Emma. I suppose you know about them as well. Emma shrugged. Hangeld might have mentioned something about it, but since I'm not allowed in the forest, it wouldn't matter to me, now would it? She looked around, and then smiled impishly at Hagrid. Besides, my father is convinced that you have populated the entire forest with. Emma chewed on her bottom lip. Thinking about the names she was looking for, blast bottom skinks, or something like that anyway. Hagrid looked puzzled for a minute and then smiled. Your father meant the blast-ended scroots. No, there aren't any of those in the forest. Hagrid looked wistful for a minute. I wish there were. I've thought of a couple of tricks to teach them. Hagrid finally agreed to let them dose one of the animals, and led them into the forest behind his cabin. They walked a short distance into the forest, and Hagrid led them into a grove. Inside the grove were several pens made of large logs and stones. Most of them were empty, but ominous roars and growls were coming from a couple of them. Hagrid stopped in front of one of them, and smiled as the beast inside hurled itself against the wall of the pen, causing it to shake. I've been needing to get into Flower's pen for a few days, but she's a bit irritable right now, and I haven't been able to. Emma listened to the roars from the pen and turned to Hagrid. Flower, she said, making the name a question. Hagrid smiled, as he pulled a large slab of meat from the bag he had been carrying. And the wee girl is one of the finest manticores I've ever had the pleasure of seeing. Emma blinked, and then grinned. You have a real manticore in there. And don't you be telling that Yank of yours. He'd be Ying to train the poor girl for this war of ours, and she's a peaceful beastie most of the time. Right now she's just in heat, and can't get any relief. Hagrid stared at Emma and Handgelled until they agreed not to tell James about the manticore. He made a cut in the meat and Emma poured the potion in the cavity. Hagrid threw the meat over the fence, and they settled down to wait as a loud chomp and chewing sounds told them that the bait had been taken. They didn't have to wait long. The growls from the pen began lower and less angry sounding, and in just a few minutes, they settled down into a low purr. Hagrid opened the pen cautiously, and peered inside. He smiled, and looked back at the two students. If you want to see her, she seems calm enough. Emma got up and looked inside the enclosure. She looked at the manticore and back at Hagrid. Did the potion's shrinking effect fail? I thought a manticore was only the size of a horse. The manticore inside the pen was just a little smaller than a horse. Hagrid smiled as he walked over and began scratching the manticore's back between the wings, an action that caused Flower to spread her wings out and lower her head to the ground, allowing Hagrid better access. It worked. Didn't I say she was one of the finest manticores I'd ever seen? Hagrid regarded Flower carefully, although I don't think she's a quarter of her normal size. It looks more like a third. Emma nodded, already making notes about the potion. Would you check her over and tell me if you find anything wrong with her, please? Hagrid finished his examinatio, and went to the stone-walled cave he had built in the pen. I've got a couple of things to do here. Watch Flower while I work. Emma nodded absently, as she tried to figure out why the potion was dehydrating the animal. Handgelled stayed by the animal, talking to her in a low voice while he scratched between the wings as he'd seen his father doing. It was about an hour later when the peaceful scene was broken suddenly. Handgelled had been grooming the manticore's wings, and in moving around her, he stepped on her slowly twitching tail. Flower took exception to that, and showed her displeasure with an instinctive attack. Her tail ended in an oblong ball, and it had a number of quills in it. When Handgelled stepped on her tail, she snarled and released 3 of them at the source of her pain. Handgelled groaned in pain, and Emma felt a dim pain as the Chimera Link relayed what was happening. She looked up as Handgelled looked down, and both of them saw the 3 quills buried in Handgeld's thigh. Emma watched in horror as Handgelled staggered and fell over. Rose's Gambit. Rose's Gambit. James and the rest of the Chimera Link were spread out all over the castle when Emma's sending flooded the link. James and Tiffany were in Manticore Hall, and they left at a run, drawing a few more manticores with them, since the only time anyone had seen that look on James's face, violent things had followed soon after. Adam and Lisa had been down on the Quidditch pitch, and they had their broomsticks with them, which gave them a large head start, at least until they saw where the feel of Emma was taking them. James, she's in the Forbidden Forest for some reason, Adam reported. Damn it, what is she doing there? James said, and then moved to more important matters. It doesn't matter. Stay at the edge of the forest until we get to you. Unless you have to go in. If you do, be careful. Melissa and Rose had been with a couple of the younger manticores, helping them with some school work, and were barely behind James and Tiffany when they hit the main door to the castle. All four ran toward Hagrid's cabin, with the longer legs of James and Tiffany getting them there first. James hit the door, and disappeared inside for a minute, but was back out almost instantly. Hagrid's not in. The four of them ran around the back, heading for the feel of Lisa and Adam. James took over as they got to the edge of the forest. Adam, you and Lisa stay as high as you can, while still being able to see us. I've got the point. Tiffany, rear guard. The group plunged into the forest, but had only gone a few meters when Adam saw the forms rushing toward them. Hagrid and Emma are about 50 meters to your 11, James, and Hagrid's got handgelled. James and the others on the ground altered their course. To intercept the others, and in a few short seconds, the two groups met. Hagrid set Handgeld down, and Melissa was working on him almost before he was on the ground. Melissa had the holes in Handgeld's leg fixed quickly, but she stayed there. And the leaf green glow that was the outward sign of her healing talent didn't fade away. If anything, it grew brighter. I need an evacuation. He's got some kind of strong poison in his system. And I can't stop it. All I can do is slow the poison down. Melissa said, and Chimera went into action. An evac drill was part of their training, and everyone knew what to do. James and Rose stood guard while Tiffany and Adam improvised a stretcher out of two long branches and Adam's robe. Lisa went back to the castle to alert Madame Potter, and Emma stood by Melissa to help her with anything she needed. What kind of poison is it, Hagrid? James asked. Hagrid took his eyes away from his son long enough to send a grim look James' way. Manticore. James blinked, until he realized that Hagrid was not talking about the Fraternal Order of Manticore, but a real manticore. Lisa, how bad is manticore poison? Bad. If it was one of us, we'd be dead already, but giants are partially immune to it. Madame Potter is ready and I'll let her know what the problem is. Lisa told him. Also, there's some manticores waiting at Hagrid's cabin to help with stretcher carrying. Thanks, Lisa. We're leaving now. James took the point again, and Tiffany took her position at the rear, as Rose, Emma, Adam and Hagrid picked up the stretcher they had handgelled on, and starting walking back to the castle. They were walking because Melissa was still using her healing talent to slow the poison running through Handgeld's veins, and she couldn't move any faster while she was concentrating on that. Madame Potter says to hurry, and she's got some stuff to help him, but we'll have to wait for somebody to get Manticore antidote from St. Mungo's in London. We don't have any here, or any way to make some in the time we have. Lisa's report was tinged with a worried feeling, and James understood that. It was a long way to London, and a long way back. At Hagrid's cabin, 4 of the manticores took the stretcher from the tired quartet, and set off. Several more walked alongside, ready to take over when someone got tired. James was watching Melissa, and was the first to notice when she started sweating. He moved up to her, and placed his hand over hers, where it rested on Handgeld's chest. Don't wear yourself out, we're going to need you for a long time. I know you can use other people's magic to power your healing, so use mine. Melissa didn't say anything, but James felt a sudden drain, as if he was getting tired. He stayed there, until they were nearly back at the castle. And then Rose moved his hand, and took over for him. James nearly fell over when he stopped, and he looked up to find Tiffany in the same shape. Melissa sent Rose away much sooner, as she didn't have the soul bond to draw on. And Emma took her place. James grinned weakly at Ron from his chair. Thanks, Ron. I should have thought of that. Ron looked at James, who had been carried into the infirmary after Tiffany took a turn at Melissa's side. Why are you still conscious? Pass out, so Tiffany can. James turned his head and looked at Tiffany, who had also had to be carried in. She was out where she sat, with only the soul bond keeping her awake. James got up, staggered over close enough to touch her, and fell into blackness. Melissa stayed at Handgeld's side for more than 4 hours, while they waited for the antidote. And the only things that made that possible were the manticores giving her energy, and the potion Madame Potter had given Handgeld, which slowed the poison in his system. It was still a nightmare, pushing her healing further than she had ever pushed it. James's Quidditch injury had been simple compared to this, as it was merely tissue and bone injury. The poison was trying to spread through Hangeld's system and destroy the nerves. Melissa soon realized that she would not be able to stop it everywhere, and concentrated her efforts on keeping the poison out of his vital organs, including his brain. She was vaguely aware of the manticores feeding their energy to her, but few of them really registered. She recognized Adam, a well of power that seemed endless at first, but even he had to leave. Professor Potter was nearly as strong, and so was Professor Dumbledore, but the real surprise came from Mei Ling, whose power wasn't as strong as any of the previous three, but who was harder to drain, and lasted far longer. Professor McGonagall finally came hurrying in with the package they'd all been waiting for. Madame Potter took it and checked the contents as she crossed to Hangeld's bed. Professor McGonagall looked at the boy lying in the bed, and her eyes widened for a second, before she regained control. Hangeld was a big boy, but now he was nearly twice his normal size. And his hands were black, the color of diseased flesh. The black was spreading up his arms as well, and had she looked under the covers, she would have seen the same thing happening to his feet. Madame Potter finished checking the vial and poured part of the potion down the unconscious boy's throat, and started using the salve that came with the potion on his extremities. She was silent as she worked, and everyone waited tensely for her report. Rose looked around, at the manticores everywhere, and the few teachers that were here. Professor Dumbledore, Professors Potter, Evans and McGonagall, as well as Hagrid. Rose rallied the team leaders to her and told them to take their people off to dinner, and then to the hall or bed. "I'll be here, and I'll let you know as soon as we know anything." The team leaders were reluctant, but a quiet reminder about Madame Potter's temper convinced them to leave before she stopped working on Hangeld and found 50 people in her infirmary. Rose sank back into her seat, rubbing her temples. She'd taken her turn with Melissa, and she had a headache. She had been trying to look down the paths to see what would happen, but every time she did, the headache got worse. She looked up in time to see Professor Potter about to take Tiffany off the bed she was sharing with James. "Professor Potter, I wouldn't do that." Professor Potter paused, looking at her. "I know they are soul-bonded, but they're still too young to be sharing a bed." It's not that, it's simply that if you try moving one of them without waking them first, they tend to hit you before they wake up," Rose said as she got up and walked in that direction. She started trying to wake James up. James finally woke up enough to open one eye and look at Rose. "How's Hangeld?" Rose rubbed her eyes. "We don't know yet. In the meantime, you have to move. Tiffany's parents are here, and you shouldn't be sleeping with her. You are not taking him away from me." Say, and Professor Potter turned to Tiffany in surprise, as she was the one who had spoken. "I have a headache. I feel like death warmed over, and he makes me feel better. If it makes you feel any better, consider this. We're in plain sight of my mother, with at least 4 other people here." She considered the sleeping pair, and suddenly shook James again. When he woke up, Rose looked at him, noting the bloodshot eyes, and a pallor to his skin that was totally unlike James. "What did you do?" James closed his eyes again. "Can we talk about it after we recover, please?" "No, we can't. Tell me what you did." James opened both eyes, and looked at Rose. "Tiffany and I have found a way to mask our auras using the soul bond. We may have given Melissa a bit more energy than she thought she was getting." Rose was beginning to get very worried. "James, how much of your magic did you give her?" James sighed. "You're not going to let me sleep until you know, are you?" "No. When I tell you, can we go back to sleep?" he asked plaintively. "James Evans, you have 1 second to start talking, or I am owling Mom in 2 minutes." Tiffany groaned. "Just tell her, so we can sleep. All of it, I think. Maybe a bit more. Now, leave me alone," James said, and was asleep before Rose had fully accepted what she had heard. She looked around, but Melissa was passed out on another bed, worn out by her efforts. And Madame Potter was still working on Hangeld. She raised her ring, and called for Mercy to report to the infirmary. She told the rest of Manticore that there wasn't any news yet, and waited. Professor Potter had stopped trying to separate the two, and was waiting with Rose for Mercy. He looked at Rose. "Is he always this impulsive?" Rose looked at Harry and grimaced. "I should have guessed he'd try something. He's always tried to protect every injured thing he finds, and when you add his concern for a friend and his concern for Manticore, it should have been obvious. Professor Potter looked at the sleeping boy. It must be interesting, living with him. Rose choked down the slightly hysterical laughter that comment caused, mostly because she thought her head might fall off if she started laughing. You have no idea. Mercy arrived, and crossed directly to Rose. Rose told her what James had said, and before she was halfway through her explanation, Mercy had her wand out and was examining the pair. Mercy examined them in silence, broken only by the occasional spell, and Rose watched her. Mercy finally stopped, and looked at Rose. We need to put them in a private room, and keep them asleep for at least 2 days. I'm not sure how they did it, but they're completely drained of magic, on the verge of being burned out entirely. We have to keep them from doing anything magica. Until they build some reserves back up, or they'll be squibs. Professor Dumbledore was listening. We can do that. 2 days you say? Mercy nodded. At least. I would have Madame Potter look at them to be sure. It would be best to leave them together as well. Melissa and I have noticed that they heal faster the closer they are. Other than that, there is not a thing we can do, except keep them from using magic. If either of them tried so much as a simple levitating charm right now, it could burn them out. Rose looked around the infirmary. James and Tiffany were in front of her. Madame Potter was still working on Handgeld and Melissa had passed out in another bed. There were also a couple of manticores that had reacted badly to giving Melissa magic. Emma had also passed out, having taken a turn with Melissa, and then using what magic she had left to help save Handgeld as they waited for the antidote to arrive. Mercy looked at Rose, and waved her wand in Rose's direction, muttering a spell. You go to bed as well. Your sight uses magic, and every time you try again, you're draining more, and right now you simply don't have any. Rose considered her worsening headache, and decided just to do as she was told for once. Before she could though, she had a couple of things she had to do. Tell Lisa she's in charge until James or I am awake again. Leave someone here to tell the manticores about Handgeld as soon as we know what's going on. She was about to continue giving instructions when Mercy interrupted her. We know what to do. Go to bed. Madame Potter was walking up to Professor Dumbledore when Rose said that. And she waved a wand over Rose. Don't bother. Find a bed here and go to sleep. Rose took a second to figure out what she'd said, and then turned toward the nearest unoccupied bed and fell into it. She didn't bother with covers, she just lay down and gratefully sank into oblivion. Madame Potter checked on all the students left in the infirmary. She used a spell to move James and Tiffany into a private room and bullied them awake long enough to make them drink a potion. When she had the infirmary organized to her satisfaction, she took Professor Dumbledore into her office. She slumped behind her desk and rubbed her eyes. When she was done, she looked at the headmaster. Handgeld will live. More than that I can't say right now. We'll have to wait until he wakes up, and I can run some tests. A lot of how well he recovers from this will depend on how well Melissa kept the poison from his vital organs. She paused, and shook some of the fog from her head. James and Tiffany will be asleep until at least Monday night, although I'll have to keep an eye on them, since potions don't work as long as they should on those two. I'm also going to need to use April, and possibly another of the Manticore Metawizards, since I'm about to pass out, and somebody needs to use the salve on Handgeld at least once an hour until it is gone. The rest of them should be fine, except Melissa. Leave her to sleep until she wakes up on her own. She's going to regret this. Professor Dumbledore looked over his glasses. Why, I find what she did to be most impressive. Madame Potter nodded, agreeing with him. The problem is, she's opened her healing talent fully all at once, instead of slowly, as most healers do. She's going to have raw, sensitive channels for a few weeks. And she'll be feeling every emotion in the castle for at least a week. Professor Dumbledore stared into space for a minute. How bad can this get? Madame Potter looked at him, and there was fear in her eyes. Very bad. Handgeld could be brain damaged. James and Tiffany may be squibs, and if Melissa can't control her empathy or healing talent, we might have to burn it out as well. Professor Dumbledore thought about what that would mean to the students involved, and then what it would mean to the prophecy. When will we know? Monday night. I'll check James and Tiffany, and make a decision then. Handgeld depends on when he wakes up, and it may be a week or more before we know about Melissa. The headmaster left then, so Madam Potter could give April her instructions, and seek a bed of her own. He went to his office and sat behind his desk, sucking thoughtfully on a lemon drop. After he had thought about it, he sent off 2 owls, telling the Evans and Xavier families what had happened. The next 2 days were tense, as Manticore waited to find out what would happen to the patient still in the infirmary. Rose woke up Sunday afternoon, and after spending some time watching the rest of Chimera sleep, she went to Manticore Hall, determined to put the best face on it she could. She entered the hall, and the first person she saw was Lisa sitting at the Chimera table with most of the team leaders. Lisa looked up as she entered, and the next thing Rose knew, she was being hugged hard. Lisa hugged her for a second and then let her go. "I am so glad you're back. Adam and I are going." G-Nuts trying to deal with all these details. Rose frowned. "What details?" Lisa rolled her eyes. "Paperwork, reports, problems, all the stuff we normally only deal with for one team. It seems to grow as you add teams to it." Rose smiled. "Father taught James an IA system for dealing with that sort of stuff, and I never thought about it. Would you like to see how to deal with it?" Rose and Lisa collected Adam, and started on the mass of things that had shown up over the weekend. Rose got the team leaders as well. "The first problem you had was that James likes to collect all the weekly reports on Sunday, so he can deal with them and have a clean slate on Monday." Rose went on to show them how to classify the paperwork, and deal with it. Deborah Valentine looked at her curiously. "Why are you showing us this?" Rose continued to read the paperwork as she answered. "Because when the war starts, you'll all be responsible for an area, and that means all the paperwork. James and I discussed this, but we thought it could wait until next year." She looked up at them and smiled wryly. "We weren't expecting to have most of Chimera gone at once." Monday, Rose went to her classes, but as soon as they were over, she was in the infirmary, waiting for James and Tiffany to wake up. She had all the shields down over her twin bond and sat in a chair, doing her schoolwork. She looked up as somebody else entered the infirmary, and was not surprised to see Emma wave at her, before going to sit next to Handgeld and watching him for a minute before starting her own work. A few minutes later, Adam and Lisa came in with their books and settled midway between the private room the soul-bonded were in and Handgeld's bed. Rose looked over at Melissa, in the bed next to her chair, and lightly touched her with the link. She was still asleep, and Rose went back to her schoolwork. It was an hour or so later that Melissa started stirring, and Rose looked up. Melissa rolled over on her side and her eyes opened suddenly. Rose could feel the emotions rolling through her, and her attempts to shield the feelings she was getting from everyone in the castle. Rose tried to help her, but the shield's over. The link didn't help against the emotions coming from the people that were not in their link. Melissa managed to shield enough of it to look around after a minute, and ask after Handgeld. Rose frowned. "We won't know until he wakes up. Madam Potter says it will depend on how well you kept the poison from his organs, and I believe in your skill." Melissa smiled at her friend, and looked at the rest of Chimera sitting in the various areas. "Where are James and Tiffany? I would expect to see them here as well." Melissa blinked as worry and fear leaked through Rose's shield. She looked at Rose, and waited for the answer. Rose explained what James and Tiffany had done. Melissa frowned. "I need my notebook. If they can mask their physical condition from a healer, that is something that we didn't know." Rose smiled as her friend started looking around for something to write with. She handed Melissa her notebook, which had been put under the bed with the other things she'd been wearing, and Melissa began writing. The next couple of hours passed quietly. As long as Melissa kept her mind occupied, she could ignore the emotions of the students in the castle. Rose was more than willing to help her, and they worked on the things Melissa had missed that day until a sound from Handgeld's bed attracted everyone's attention. Emma was next to the bed, and watching as Handgeld rolled over. He opened his eyes, and looked up. The first thing he saw was Emma's smiling face, and then he saw the rest of Chimera behind her. Emma smiled at her best friend. "If you didn't want to work on the potion anymore, you could have just said so." Handgeld grinned. He started to sit up and fell back. His smile was gone. "I think I'll just stay here." Adam had gone to get Madam Potter, and now she shooed everyone away as she pulled the curtain around his bed. The rest of the group went and sat next to Melissa, waiting for Madame Potter to finish. James and Tiffany were dreaming. They were sitting in the small cave halfway up the Daggerfall cliff near James' home, and looking out over the valley below. James, we have to be more careful. I know you can't stand things in pain, but we have something far more important to do. I know, love. We need Handgeld also though, and I have to admit that I didn't realize just how far we went. James shifted, and looked at Tiffany. He was caught by the setting sun's light playing on her hair, and reached out to play with a strand of it. Tiffany smiled, and reached up to caress his face. They looked at each other, and leaned forward to kiss. As they kissed, the scene shifted under them, and they were in the suite in the Hogsmeade's Inn. They lay on the bed they had spent so many chaste weekends in, and there were no more thoughts of restraint. Melissa frowned, looking up from her work. She looked toward the private room where James and Tiffany were, and started flushing a deep red. Rose had looked up when she stopped working, and she watched in confusion as Melissa started blushing. "What's wrong, Melissa?" she asked. "Go check on James and Tiffany. They are still asleep I think, but they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing in the infirmary. And certainly not when Madame Potter could check on them at any minute." Rose figured out what she meant before she reached the door of the little room where James and Tiffany were resting, and nearly stopped. She looked at their paths, and decided not to barge in. She reached with her twin bond, touching James. "James, wake up. Madame Potter is examining Handgeld." She repeated it, and was abo. To try again when James finally responded. "If I didn't know better," James said, with a mixture of humor, annoyance, frustration, embarrassment, "I'd say you were playing chaperone." Rose grinned as she opened the door, and walked in. "Would you rather I woke you, or Madame Potter, after she finishes with Handgeld?" Tiffany looked at her from the bed, where she and James were spooning. "Personally, I think you should both go away." Rose smiled at her sympathetically. "Maybe so, but would you rather I was the one that caught you with James's hand in your shirt, or your mother?" The two on the bed were spooning, with James lying behind Tiffany, and one of James's arms being used as pillow by Tiffany. His other arm though, was under her shirt, and where it was resting was blatantly obvious. James sighed. "She's got a point, love. Your mother would not be amused. Nor would she be happy to figure out where your hand is." Rose had been trying not to think about that, and from Tiffany's sudden blush and quick movements, which ended with both of her hands in plain sight, she hadn't even realized where her hands were. After they had given Rose enough time to wake the soul-bonded, the rest of Chimera came in. The seven sat, talking about the day, the weather and various other little things, waiting anxiously for Madame Potter. Emma was the first to realize that Handgeld was going back to sleep, but that he didn't seem very worried after Madame Potter left. They waited, and Madame Potter entered the room. "I believe these two were supposed to be left alone, until I woke them." Ginny Pot swept the various people in the room with a stern gaze. "Would somebody care to tell me why they are awake?" The four who knew why they were awake blushed and avoided her eyes. Ginny watched them for a second and then turned her attention to the two in bed. "Well, this is a pleasant change. You're not wrapped around each other, with your hands in places you shouldn't know about yet." James and Tiffany closed their eyes and turned a new shade of red. "Somebody just shoot me now." James sent. "I believe that my husband is going to want to have a long talk with you, Mr. Evans, when you get out of here." Madame Potter began, checking on the two of them while keeping up a continuous and highly sarcastic monologue about the sleeping habits of the two. When she was done, she looked at the two of them, and turned serious. "You will not cast any magic other than the required amount for classes for at least 2 more days. I will examine you again then and let you if you can go back to your old ways. Right now, that means no pranks. No manticore things, nothing other than that amount of magic needed for your classes. Do not let me catch you breaking that prohibition." Madame Potter's tone boded ill for the one she caught breaking the rules she had given them. "You are, however, free to sleep in your own beds tonight, as I am tired of checking on you two in the night, and finding a two-headed lump. I'll sleep much better knowing you two are in different rooms." James and Tiffany began getting out of bed as Madame Potter left the room. They were already halfway dressed when Madame Potter stuck her head back in the door. "Tiffany, I will need to talk to you before you leave. Alone. Tiffany sighed. Yes, Mother. She leaned on James for a minute. I am not looking forward to this. James kissed the top of her head. And I should be looking forward to the talk your father is going to give me. They finished dressing while everyone else collected the things they'd been working on. And while they waited for Angeld and the soul-bonded to wake, James and Tiffany came out of the room, and James hugged Tiffany before she turned toward her mother's office. With a final look at Angeld, the group left the infirmary. On their way back to Gryffindor Tower when they were ambushed. Mr. Evans, I'd like to have a word with you, please. James stopped and rubbed his eyes with one hand. Of course, Professor Potter. What may I do for you? The rest of Chimera was smart enough to wait until they were out of hearing before bursting into laughter. Back in Gryffindor Tower, Adam brought Rose the strange book. Here, everyone's done with it. He blinked, as she took it from him, and her emotions spiked. She went to a windowsill and was deep in the book in less than a minute. Rose had been skimming the parts of the book she could read as it came back to her from the various chimeras, and she was certain she already knew what it was, but she needed to know, and until Angeld and Adam had finished their pages, she couldn't be sure. Melissa came and sat down with her. My empathy is running high tonight. I can feel you through the shields. What is that book? You can help me with it, but keep it from everyone. Because if I'm right about what it is, we're going to have to convince James to use it. Rose filled Melissa in on what she thought the book was, and what it would do. She was barely halfway through the explanation before Melissa figured out why this would be so important to Rose. It was not until Rose was finishing the talk that she understood why James was going to need some serious convincing to use it. Rose and Melissa were still studying the book when James and Tiffany came back to Gryffindor from their respective talks with the Potters. Madam Potter had given them a potion to make them sleep all night, and they went to bed. Rose and Melissa were still studying the book when the first Gryffindors came downstairs in the morning, and they had to rush to get ready for PT. After PT, they went down to the library to get a book that would help them. When they showed up for breakfast, the rest of Chimera was there except for Angeld, who was still in the infirmary. James looked at them. How's the research? Rose shrugged. We're still working on it. Melissa agreed. It is a complicated ritual. It might take some time to understand completely. James frowned. If it's that hard, don't bother. Unless it will help us, or tell us who the patient child is, there are more important things. With that, James put the book out of his mind. Rose and Isa spent the next week studying the book, making sure they understood it. When they were done, they enlisted Mercy and Jarek to do a few things for them, and went to see Professor Evans. They showed him the book, and told him the entire story, from how they got it to what it would do. He listened to their story and their plans, and then agreed to help them. Angeld came back from the infirmary after 9 days, but was on restriction. He wasn't allowed to exercise in the morning or do anything that involved using his muscles heavily until Madam Potter was certain the damage done to his limbs was healed. He was taking 3 potions a day, and had to go back to the infirmary every night to have more salve rubbed over the still discolored portions of his hands and feet. The various people Rose had enlisted were busy over the next 2 weeks, a fact missed by James only because he had bigger headaches. The Yule Ball was just a month away. The Manticores were starting to have pre-dance jitters. With the various boys trying to decide whom to ask and the girls trying to make sure the boy they wanted asked them to the ball. James was complaining about it at the table one morning, and Adam threw a biscuit at him. It's easy for you, you don't even have to ask, you already know the girl you like is going to go with you. Give the rest of us a break, will you? James corrected him absently, as he listened to something Tiffany was saying. Not like love. Adam rolled his eyes. Whichever. The point is, you don't have anything to be nervous about. James shrugged. True, but as my lady just reminded me, it is polite to ask. He looked at Tiffany. Green Eyes, would you be so kind as to grace me with your presence at the Yule Ball, and make everyone jealous of the guy with the most beautiful girl in school? Tiffany smiled at him, and the Chimeras felt her humor. I'll think about it. After all, I might get a better offer. James sighed. Lady Love, if you can find a better match, by all means, go with him. Until you do though, can I assume you'll go with me, so that I don't have to ask 3 girls to go." Melissa blinked. "Why would you need 3 girls, if Tiffany doesn't go with you?" James turned, looking surprised. "That should be obvious. It would take 3 girls to match my lady." Hangeld put his face in his hands. "Would you please stop that? It's just too weird to hear you talk like that." Tiffany frowned at Hangeld, and jumped to James's defense. "He talks like that to me all the time. We just don't do it in public much, because he's shy about expressing emotions." She smiled at the blushing James. "He compared me to a sunrise over the mountains once." She looked smug. "I've seen his memories of that sunrise, and he thinks I'm even more beautiful." Adam was staring at James. "Next thing you know, you'll be writing poetry to her." James found something very interesting in his plate as his blush deepened, and Tiffany smiled. Chimera looked at them, and Rose was the first to find her voice. "He writes you poetry." Tiffany was still smiling as James looked at her. "I can neither confirm nor deny such a statement." Lisa figured out what she meant quickly. "What you mean, is that you aren't going to lie, and say he doesn't, but you promise not to tell anyone. Is that a correct statement?" Tiffany thought for a minute, and then shrugged. "Lisa, go to hell." Chimera stared at James, trying to imagine him writing poetry. Adam shook his head. "Right. Anyway, what are we doing today?" Chimera accepted the blatant change of subject, and talk turned to the classes of the day. After classes, Jarek found Rose and gave her a large bundle of parchments and scrolls. She took the bundle to Professor Evans, and the two of them spent several hours talking. The next day, Rose got Adam, Hangeld and Sonia Gebbs together, and they all spent more time with Professor Evans. 2 weeks before the Yule Ball, Rose called a meeting of all the Manticores while Professor Dumbledore sent James and Tiffany on an errand. Rose and Melissa laid out what the book was, what it could do and what they would have to do to make it happen. She told them everything, both the pros and cons of the mission, and asked them what they wanted to do. 5 minutes later, she had their answer and Manticore started planning the mission. While they worked on that with Adam, Professor Evans, Sonia and Jarek, Rose was working on something much harder. Manticore simply had to plan a 12-day mission. Rose had to convince James that they could skip training this year, and do the mission. 1 week before the ball, James called all the Manticores into the hall, and shut the doors. He stood in front of the group and looked at them. "I have noticed that y'all are doing something, and that you're being very careful not to let Tiffany or I see it. Now, since I trust Manticore, I wouldn't worry about it too much, except that I also noted that a certain sneaky and underhanded sister of mine seems to be the focal point of this little conspiracy." James looked at Rose. "Care to comment, Rose?" Rose took a deep breath. "In a few minutes, James, I'll tell you all about it." She turned to the Manticores. "Ron, would you get the mission statements and maps? Mercy, please send a couple of your people to get the others, would you?" Rose turned to the wall behind her, and began moving the posters and charts there so she would have a place to lay out her plans. James and Tiffany watched, and just before James was about to explode, Rose turned to him. "I know you're curious, but I'm waiting for Professor Dumbledore, Professor Evans and the Manticores from Hogsmeade. We have something to show you, and a mission to plan." Rose smiled slightly. "I am hoping that you will see the use in this, and help us, but one way or another, this is going to happen." Was not your best opening remark. James will get stubborn just because you didn't leave him a choice. "I'm counting on that. I have known him a long time, and this is all part of a game," said Rose calmly. It took nearly an hour for all the Manticores to enter the hall, and then the doors were shut again. Rose looked around, and faced James. "Bear with me, brother mine, not everyone knows the whole story, so you are going to hear some things you already know." Rose told all the Manticores about the book, and how they had gotten it. She went on to detail how it had been protected against anyone but the 8 using it, and how they had opened it. Here is where it becomes interesting to us. Melissa and I have studied the Book of Life, and it is a spell. A long and complex spell which will do 2 things for Manticore. The first, and most important thing, is that if we cast it properly, it will create 2 amulets, which slow a person's aging down by 3/4. Lisa was the first to understand what that meant, and she looked at James and Tiffany. "Rose, are you sure it will work on the soul bond?" Rose held up the Book of Life. According to this, yes. I have not actually cast the spell, or used the amulets, so I cannot say it will work. James and Tiffany were looking at each other, and the hall grew quiet as they waited for James's response. James finally looked at Rose. This sounds too good, too easy. A spell, and Tiffany lives her normal lifespan, plus some. What's the hitch, sister mine? Rose turned to the wall behind her even as she began talking. The spell has to be cast at the heart of the world. Since I cannot see the heart, we have two choices. We can put out the word, and hope it shows up someplace we can get to. That is a tight question of time and logistics. The spell itself takes 3 days to cast, and the heart of the world is never in any one place for more than 4 days. Rose looked over her shoulder at Manticore. That means that Jarek's contacts would have to find it, get word to us, and we would have to get there in less than 12 hours. Jarek looked up at Rose. My contacts might be good, but you're asking for perfection. James nodded as he considered it. I agree, that would be nearly impossible. I assume that you have an alternative. Rose took a deep breath, and felt Melissa send her a wave of reassurance. Yes, I do. The Book of Life tells us where the heart of the earth will be over Midsummer's Night this year, and we can be there when it arrives. She turned back to James and Tiffany. What I am proposing is that Manticore go there, hold their position, and cast the spell. She gestured with her wand, and the ROLLED up map on the wall behind her opened, showing everyone where the heart of the world would be. James looked at it, blinked and turned astonished eyes on Rose. You want us to invade the Jauntlands? The ball of green fire. Arguments and counter-arguments. Are you out of your mind? Not really. We have been working on this, James. James and Rose were facing each other at the front of Manticore Hall. Rose had just revealed where the heart of the world was going to be over Midsummer's Day, and James was not taking it well. The fact that they would have to travel nearly 200 clicks into the Jauntlands, an area forbidden to humans since the Treaty of Drakenoir in the 16th century, was a large part of it. The giant tribe whose lands they would be invading would be completely within their right to kill them all. And nobody could do anything about it. The next few minutes confused all the Manticores except Tiffany, and even she was hard-pressed to keep up. The twins slipped int. The 1 or 2 word sentences that they could use with each other to argue about this. Rose, planning. James, risks. Rose, Alexander. James, patient child. This went on for several minutes, and by the end of it, the Manticores were hopelessly lost. The first few sentences had been easy to follow, but after that, nobody had the faintest clue of what they were arguing about. Emma Weasley put a stop to that. Excuse me. The twins broke off, and looked at her. I realize that you two understand what you're saying, but the rest of us are involved here, and we'd like to be able to put our 2 nuts worth in as well. Would you please use a language the rest of us speak? James looked at her, and the Manticores looking at them. Fine. I was just asking Rose how she plans on hiding 60 people for 3 days. While we cast the spell. A few more than that actually, James. We are taking Alexander, Martin and a few others. How many people are we going to be responsible for? Rose looked at Alexander inquiringly. He answered the question. Right now, myself, Martin, Falcon and Shadowwalker are definite goes, and I'm still waiting for replies from Blacklegs and Stalker. Alexander grinned at a sudden thought. If Stalker goes, we'll have another ranger with us, a lady by the name of Leafstar. Sonia giggled. She directed her question at Alexander. Still, Alexander smiled at some joke only the borderers understood. Yes. Sonia looked at her cousin Mary, who was one of the reserve Manticores. They shared a smile, and turned their attention back to the argument. James was examining the mission plan for the trip into the borders. So you want us to leave here, consolidate at this point, just outside Drakenoir, and use that as our jump-off point? Rose nodded. That is the last place you can port key to without attracting the attention of the borderers. While the rangers won't bother us, the rest of the borderers are not in on the mission, so we'll have to avoid them as well. Alexander is going to have an area of the border being watched by allies, who will not report our entry. Once we're in, we should be fairly safe while we move, as the giants can't catch fly Inhumans unless they get in front of us, and ambush us. James considered her plan, and nodded. With a point team out, Covered with invisibility and silencing spells, it might work. He turned back to Rose. What are you going to do about the 3 days we have to be stationary? Rose unrolled another map. Here is the valley where the heart is going to be. It's not so much a valley as a canyon, with just 2 points that offer easy entrance for anybody that can't fly. If we put 3 teams at each end, we can cover both of those entrances. She unrolled another map, which had team markings on it, and let James examine it. She watched him, hoping he'd spot the flaw in the plan and make a suggestion. Once he started making suggestions, they could draw him into the planning, and by the time he realized that he'd been tricked, he would not be able to withdraw. James was examining the team locations carefully. This is good, he said absently, as he traced the positions, but it doesn't leave a reserve. Try this. With a team here and here, and at this end of the valley, a team here and here. That leaves 2 teams in reserve, mounted on broomsticks, ready to be the quick reaction force for either side of the valley. Jarek moved up to the map, and Adam joined them. What about sleep? 3 days is a long time to go without sleep. James frowned. We don't have enough people to relieve the teams. Alexander interjected a comment. That's not a problem. You sleep at your positions, in a 50-50 ratio. James blinked at him. Explain what you mean, please. Alexander shrugged. When you're setting into a defense like this, you pair 2 people from a team together, for mutual support and to allow one of them to attend to anything that comes up. Food, latrine needs, sleep, that sort of thing. As long as one person at each position is awake, there are eyes on the perimeter 24/7, but everyone gets to sleep and eat. He looked at the map, and made a couple of minor changes to James's deployments. Of course, a lot of this will depend on the terrain when we can actually see the site. James and Jarek started a debate, and Rose smiled at Tiffany. I told you I could do this. Sister mine, came James's thought, as he continued to argue with the rest of the planners. I might be planning this, but that does not mean we're going to do it. This could be the thing that causes the Sphinx knot. James, said Rose, in a voice that had suddenly gone to steel, like I said, this mission is going to happen. I am not giving up my brother, or my friend because of your fears. All you and Tiffany have to do while we cast this spell, is stand there with your hands on the heart of the world. You can do that in chains, if necessary. James turned to stare at Rose. Before he could say anything, Rose played her trump card. I've been using the sight. I cannot tell which path is which at this point, but if we don't do this, the patient child will win, if the war goes longer than a few years. Simply because you and Tiffany will not be there. James stared at Rose. He sighed and turned back to the planners. Where are we going to put Phoenix? It will have to be close to a central location. Rose watched as James drew the team leaders into the planning session, and the argument was mostly over, except for one last comment from James, which only Rose heard. Sister mine, I am going to repay you for scaring me out of a year's growth. Count on it. Rose merely shrugged. A prank or two was a small price to pay for her brother. As lunch approached, the planning session broke up, and the manticores started downstairs to eat. James and Adam were still arguing in front of the map, and Rose looked at them. She touched James and groaned. She walked up to them, and cast an obscuring spell on the map. James, I know you. You are not pulling an Emily, and skipping meals. Adam and James looked at her, and James was about to say something when his stomach rumbled. Rose looked at him. You were going to say something. James sighed. Betrayed, alas, by my too human flesh. Tiffany winced as James mangled another classic literature quote. Yank, learn the quotes, if you're going to use them. The next 3 days were hectic, as James reviewed every step of the mission statement, going over each thing one step at a time, and insisting on knowing every detail. He gave Jarek new orders regarding intelligence from the borders, questioned Sonia and Alexander about the borders, made Mercy start looking into the most common injuries inflicted by giants, as well as the health hazards native to that area. The team leaders came in for a share of extra work as well, having to go over their teams, and make sure that everyone was clear on what they had to do. Chimera finally cornered James in the lab one morning, and took the notebook he'd been writing plans in away from him. Rose was their spokesperson. James, go make sure your formal robes are ready for the ball. Brush Tiffany's hair. Do anything, Just let the manticores enjoy the holidays. There is more than enough time after them for us to plan this mission right down to the time each of us can pee. Tiffany flared up as James thought something. James Evans, if you think you can ask me to a ball, and then not go, just because something came up that you're working on, you had better think again. James smiled at his better half. You're right, and I apologize for even thinking it. I can assume then, that you haven't had a better offer, and are going with me. Of course I am. For some reason, nobody else has asked me. Tiffany pretended to pout, and then smiled. That means I get to dance with you. Her words were innocent, but the mental images she sent James at the same time were not. James stopped, thinking about those images until Melissa elbowed him. Just think about something else. James rolled his eyes. That is the only problem with empaths and links, he complained. As they walked out of the lab, you have no privacy at all. James did let the manticores have the rest of the time until the holidays for themselves. The only thing he did was study the data that they had collected. And make notes for after the holidays. The day before the ball, James and Rose were sitting in Manticore Hall, and James looked around. Who's taking who to the ball? No. W.U. and Tiffany have been working with Professor Dumbledore and William Moore on that project for Richard, but who's taking? Mercy. Daniel is taking Mercy. Jarek is taking Sonia, I think UKN. Al who's taking Lisa, and Emma and Emily is going with Ron Stone. Ron and Emily. That is a pair that I wouldn't have thought of. James grinned at the thought. Emily Kitchen was the single biggest bookworm in Hogwarts. And Ron only opened a book for study, and closed it again as soon as he was done. James and Tiffany had seen him sneaking around late at night sometimes, and knew that he loved to fly as much as they did. They had never let him know that they knew he went out after nightfall to fly, although James was careful to keep an eye on him, in case something happened to him. James looked at Rose as a new thought occurred to him. There were a couple of names absent from that list. Melissa and Di aren't going. We have something to do that is far more important. I've finished the research into that project you asked about, and the potion part of it has to be finished that day. James sat up. I'm sorry, Rose. Are you sure you can't put it off one more day? Brother mine, first, I agree that it's important enough to skip a dance over, and second, the only person that asked Melissa to the dance was Draco Jr. What? Why? James was puzzled about that. Melissa was not a ravishing beauty, but she was cute. And she didn't have any bad habits that James knew about. James, you're a nice guy, but what you know about people could be engraved on your thumbnail. How many guys outside of Manticore want to date a girl who knows what you feel, and what you think? Melissa can't hear thoughts, James said, only emotions, and she would not use that against a guy, certainly not one she liked. He thought about what she'd said. Why didn't any of the guys in Manticore ask her? James, think about how it looks to the guys outside of Manticore. She's part of our link, N.D. Most of the school has figured out that we don't need to talk to each other, which means she reads minds. Everyone also knows she's a healer, which means empathy. Very few of the Manticore Link people have been asked to the ball by anyone not in Manticore. Not that it matters, as all the ladies in Links are going with a guy from their Link for the most part. James frowned as he thought about that. James was almost completely oblivious to personal relationships. He'd never been very good at them before he had soul-bonded to Tiffany, and the soul bond made it worse. He simply didn't think of people in any sort of romantic way. And that made thinking about their dating or romantic actions a logic puzzle to James. Since matters of the heart don't always make sense to logic, James had given up on figuring it out. And simply asked Rose or Melissa to explain anything he needed to know. He thought about it for a minute, and then shrugged. I'll trust you to tell me anything I need to know. And leave anything else in your capable hands. I note that you didn't say if anyone asked you. You're right, I didn't, and I am not discussing my love life or the lack thereof with my brother. I can't say I'm sorry to hear that. I was dreading it. James smiled at Rose. I love you dearly, but I don't want to hear about you snogging somebody any more than you want to hear about what Tiffany and Di get up to after the rest of you are asleep. You mean you do something besides brush her hair? Asked Rose in mock astonishment. James grinned at her, even as he blushed. Sister mine, you have no idea, and I don't think you want one. Quote, "Brother mine, you've just reached the TMI line. Melissa and I are taking 30 galleons from the Green Flower account to pay for the March project." Okay, I assume it's going well. The Feathers are using the Winged Flame services, and they have given Kathy permission to attend the ball, provided she is back by 0100. William is going to port key to their house and pick her up. Using the port key to bring her here, and he's going to take her back as well. Richard March was dating a Muggle girl, and while he could send her letters, they were usually separated for the entire year. As he was linked, that meant he had not been home in a long time. Rose and Melissa had used a witch working at the Winged Flame to approach the Feather family, and gotten them to attend a few of the classes that the charity offered. The Winged Flame offered classes in Muggle-Wizard relations to Muggle families that had a wizard or witch born to them, as well as offering a home for magical children that were not wanted or safe in their homes. It also offered classes to families that had a wizard or witch marry into the family. The Feathers had known that there was something strange about Richard, but finding out about the wizard world had come as a shock. After a few classes, they had understood that Richard was just a boy with a talent that most people didn't have. When Rose and Melissa told them about the ball, they had been hesitant. Rose had sent her mother a note, and Mary Evans had called the Feathers. She had made an appointment, and spent a day showing the Feathers a world they had never known about. In the end, Mary Evans had convinced them to allow their daughter Kathy to attend the ball. Jarek came over to them and sat down. "I have the list of ministry researchers and their files." James reached for the pile of paper that Jarek had brought with him, and looked at the top one. Elbert Madison. He frowned, looking up as he thought. "That name sounds familiar." "It should. He's Emily and Harry's grandfather," said Jarek. "He was at the last family week." James smiled. "Great. That should make our job easier. He already knows about the prophecy, and he supports us." Jarek nodded. "I've been in touch with him, and we're working on ways to hide Manticore. He can control 2 of the others, but 2 of them might be problems." James looked sharply at Jarek. "Tell me about them." Jarek pulled his little notebook. "Gilbert Locke is a career ministry man who only stays there because he is one of Minister Fudge's biggest brown-nosers, according to Mr. Madison. He's been shunted through every department in the ministry, and was assigned to this project over Mr. Madison's protests." James winced, as Tiffany's memories show. Read him the Weasley family stories about the last time a ministry employee had been at Hogwarts. While this person didn't sound as bad as Dolores Umbridge did, he could do more damage, simply because they actually had something to hide now. James shifted as Tiffany came up and sat next to him. The rest of Chimera was also gathering as they heard the discussion through the link. Lisa was thinking about what Rose had relayed to them as she took one of the files from the stack in front of James. "What about the other person that could be a problem?" she asked. Jarek grinned mirthlessly. "She's a former Ravenclaw, professional researcher and a very nice person. She is friendly, been on Mr. Madison's team for 6 years and good at her work. She's married, has 2 children and is very loyal to her family." Emma frowned at Jarek. "What's wrong with that? She sounds like a very good person to me." Jarek nodded. "That's the problem. Her name is Elizabeth Marley, but her maiden name is Fudge. She's the oldest daughter of Cornelius Fudge." Chimera stared at Jarek while they thought about that. James looked around the hall, looking for Carrie Fudge. "The biggest question here is she like Carrie, or her father?" Jarek sighed. "Neither, because according to Professor Dumbledore, she was one of the brightest witches in Ravenclaw when she was here. That means she has a brain, which makes her very different from her father. She's also organized and thorough, which makes her different from Carrie as well." Jarek passed another parchment to James. "On the bright side, Mr. Madison was able to buy us some more time. He convinced Minister Fudge that 1 year was insufficient data to work with, so the team will be coming here next year." James sat back, idly caressing Tiffany's hair as he thought about the whole thing. "So we have to deal with a ministry sneak who will report what we're doing, simply to stay on Fudge's good side, and his daughter, who will report us because of family loyalty." Jarek considered James's summary. "Yes, that's it in a nutshell." James thought some more and then narrowed his eyes as a thought came to him. How many of the Manticore's family work in the ministry? Jarek had that answer instantly. 5 manticores have family working in the ministry, not counting Emma, Tiffany and me. Carrie Fudge, Emily and Harry Kitchen, Maynard Winchester and Joy Grethen. Of those 5, only Emily and Harry's grandfather knows about the prophecy. Jarek smiled. Of the 3 of us, my father, Arthur Weasley, Percy Weasley Jr., Hermione Granger Ashley and 2 of Bill Weasley's children work at the ministry. James looked at Emma. I see what your family is doing now, he joked. You're going to take over the ministry by numbers. Emma grinned at James, saying, of course. Violence is such a passé way to take over. Emma looked at Jarek. You missed one though. Charlie's daughter works there as well. A shadow crossed her face. Fleur remarried. But Melody Gaines is Charlie's daughter. Jarek swore. I never thought about that. Do any more of your relatives work there? Emma thought about it, and shook her head. Not that I know of, but Grandmother Weasley would know. Jarek made a note, and then looked at James. That list of course, only covers immediate family. If I continued the list to include cousins, the list would be almost 3/4 of the ministry. James blinked. That many? Is there any way we can use that? Jarek frowned. I doubt it. Too many of the people in the ministry are loyal to the ministry. He looked at James quizzically. What do you mean, that many? You have nearly that many in the American Department of Magic, and if you count all the relatives in local departments, the Evans and Pend Rogons encompass nearly 46% of the American Department of Magic. James and Rose looked at each other, and back at Jarek. Keep track of them, James said, but don't count any American Pendragon as a relative or an ally. Unless Mom tells you they are. Jarek nodded. So, Mary Evans is the Pendragon heir. James looked surprised. You didn't know that. Jarek smiled. Not until now, although it was high in the list of possibilities. We couldn't find any records of Mary Drake until she rented an apartment and started working at a tailor shop, the day before the Pendragon heir went missing. Based on physical descriptions of the heir, and your mother, there was a high probability of them being the same person, but no proof. Jarek stared at James with a wounded expression. James, do I ever tell anyone anything they don't have a need to know? Jarek went back to the original topic. Anyway, Mr. Madison can control 2 of the team, as well as showing us all the reports that the team makes. The only people we have to worry about are Gilbert Locke and Elizabeth Marley. He looked at his notes. In fact, Melody Gaines is listed as the researcher's assistant for the group. She's been working with Mr. Madison for a year now, and he trusts her. He looked at Emma. How close is Miss Gaines to the Weasley clan? Emma sighed. She's not close at all. We would love to see more of her. But Fleur doesn't like being around us. She doesn't like to think about her first husband dying less than a year after they were married. Jarek frowned. In that case, we need to keep her out of the loop. If she lost her husband to a dark wizard, she'll be very upset to find out there is another, especially if Melody joins us. James agreed with him, and then said, keep track of the people coming here. But since it's going to be next year, I'm not going to worry about it right now. The Jauntlands may make the whole idea of keeping Manticore secret impossible anyway. Jarek winced. Don't remind me. The endless possibilities for having out cover blown there are driving my father and I nutters. Adam smirked at him. You mean you weren't nutters already? He asked. Jarek looked at him innocently. We're not nearly as crazy as the boy that once wore cowboy boots to school for an entire year. Jarek smiled again. True, however, Adam's school didn't teach equestrian skills at that time. Adam looked around. They also have another advantage. They add a couple of inches to your height, and when you're the shortest boy in your year, that means something. Hangeld was looking at Jarek. How many tidbits like that are you hiding? Jarek smiled innocently. Me, you don't believe that I'm hiding anything, do you? Chimera stared at him for a minute in disbelief, and then burst out laughing. Tiffany smirked at Jarek. James believes you try to keep secrets from yourself. Jarek looked at James severely. That would be impossible, much like trying to hide a one-way blinds prank that went a bit wrong. James and Rose blushed. Jarek, said Rose calmly, if you value your health, you'll shut up right now. She stared at him, and didn't take her eyes off him until he shifted uncomfortably. Who else knows about that? William Moore is the only other person I know of, he confessed. Lisa groaned. I know about it as well, she said. It made the papers here, and I read about it then. When you approached me, I did some checking on you too, and the lawsuit came out. The rest of Chimera, who didn't know what they were talking about, was looking from one to another curiously. Emma spoke up first. A prank that made the papers in Britain, and a lawsuit. What did you two do? James and Rose looked at Tiffany and Lisa, who were giggling as they shared something over a private link. Rose groaned. We'll tell you about it later, since half of you know already anyway. Right now, I believe we have a few things to do, and I need Melissa in the potions lab. I hope not. I'd never be able to look Handgeld or his father in the face if they knew about that. Sunday, the day of the ball, James had granted a playdate to the Manticores. He had due, nay so only because Rose and the other ladies in Chimera had convinced him that nobody was going to have their mind on PT or anything but the ball. The only thing James did do, was warn Manticore not to pull any pranks at the ball. It is my lady's first ball, and it will be perfect for her. If I do catch anyone pulling a prank that ruins any part of the ball for her, I will do things to that perso. And that students will be talking about 300 years from now. The day was a mass of last-minute preparations, with a great deal of giggling behind the closed doors of the girls' rooms, as they did things to their hair and faces that left the boys shaking their heads. Adam was visibly nervous, and Handgeld wasn't much better, pacing across the common room as they waited for their dates. James watched them with a smile. You two do realize that Emma and Lisa are enjoying what Tiffany is telling them, don't you? He said calmly. The two of them looked at James. You were right. Links don't allow for any privacy, Adam said. They're not supposed to see how nervous we are before we see them. James merely grinned. Like you two haven't been listening to Emma. Emma's thoughts were suffused. Ed with embarrassment as Tiffany relayed that comment to her. It's not my fault. I just can't shield that well. It doesn't matter now, Lisa said pragmatically. We're coming down now. The boys waited at the bottom of the girls' stairs. Emma was the first one to come down, and Handgeld stood there transfixed as she came down the stairs. Emma was wearing a simple gown of green silk, and had nay something to her hair to make it lie flat. With her hair pulled back, and a touch of eyeshadow, her large expressive eyes were the focal point of her face. She smiled at Handgeld as he held out his arm. Whatever Handgeld said to her was over a private link, but it made her blush and then smile again. Lisa came down next, and her dress was a dark blue, contrasting beautifully with her blonde hair and pale skin. Adam took her hand, and smiled as he spoke. Miss Malfoy, I think I understand why James can write poetry now, if he thinks Tiffany is half as beautiful as you are. James looked at Adam. My lady is as beautiful to me as Lisa is to you. Nice necklace, Lisa. Lisa was wearing a simple necklace, of a white knight holding a silver sword, which every Manticore present recognized as Adam and Lisa's signatures. Emma smiled at Handgeld, thinking of the oak and lioness charm hanging under her gown. It was Adam and Handgeld's turn to smirk at James, as Tiffany came down the stairs. She was dressed in a gown of gold-laced green, and her hair fell freely around her, flowing like a scarlet river down her back. The winged flame charm around her neck stood out prominently against her skin, while the thin silver chain it was hung on was nearly invisible, leaving the impression that the charm was hanging there with no support. James stared for a minute, and then held his arm out to her. Her hair is a crimson waterfall, flowing like silk. Her eyes are shining green, emeralds without peer. Her beauty is unmatched by mortals mere. The sight of her fills my heart, no other has seen her ilk. Yet it is not the physical wonder that makes her divine, but the love that she holds for me, heady as wine. Shining in her heart and soul, a love that makes her mine. James spoke softly, caught in Tiffany's eyes. Tiffany laid her hand on his arm, and neither of them moved for a long minute. The rest of Chimera could feel them, touching at levels the link could not take them. They turned and smiled at the silent couples. We think we have a ball to attend, shall we go? Said a voice that was neither James nor Tiffany, but some mixture of both. Lisa looked at Adam as they went out of the portrait hole. I envy them, and yet I don't. I know exactly what you mean. The house elves and some of the staff had been hard at work in the main hall. The dining tables were gone, except for one that was pushed up against the wall, and covered with finger foods and bowls of punch. The ceiling did not look like the sky tonight, but had the soft light of a noonday sun that was covered with clouds. Falling from it were large snowflakes that didn't land, but disappeared when they touched something. The hall's decorations were snow white, with trims of light blue, and made you feel as though you were walking in a winter wonderland. The three couples looked around, admiring the hall. Emma smiled at Hangeld. "I know where you want to go first," she teased gently. Hangeld smiled, but shook his head. "The food will be there all night. My courage, on the other hand, is more likely to disappear." "Emma, would you dance with me?" Emma's smile grew softer. "Of course I will." They walked over to the area set aside for dancing, and joined the few couples already on the floor. Adam looked at Lisa, and merely held out his hand in silent offer. Lisa took it, and they followed the other two. Ames and Tiffany looked at the two couples. Adam and Lisa were passable dancers, but Hangeld and Emma were staying in one place, swaying. "My lady, shall we join them?" Tiffany smiled at James. "Yes, although you do know that the only dancing I can do, I learned from your lessons. So, take the lead if you can." Tiffany and James traded the lead back and forth in their dancing, and while they were not that good at dancing, the closeness of their soul bond meant they didn't step on each other too often. Professor McGonagall was standing against the wall, watching the proceedings with Professor Potter and the headmaster. "I wonder what pranks will be pulled tonight." Professor Dumbledore smiled softly. "I don't think there will be any. Little birds have been busily running through the castle all day, warning everyone. Even the Slytherins about something James said this morning. He told the other two professors about James's threat to do things this morning. Ever since then, the Manticores have been passing the word along, and most of them have added even more comments. It would take an absolute fool to pull a prank at this ball." Professor Potter smiled. "You know," he confided to the others in a low voice, "despite his being a Yank, and his disturbing temper, I'm beginning to like James." More couples trickled in, and soon the hall was full of couples, most of whom were enjoying themselves. One couple, though, was standing in a dark corner, looking at James and Tiffany out of the corner of their eyes. "Bloody Yank, trying to scare people." "I agree," said the woman. "We should show him that not everyone is scared of him." The man standing there nodded in agreement. "What should we do then?" The woman considered the question, and then turned back to the man. "I have an idea. Here's what we're going to do." Quote, the ball was nearly over when James and Tiffany looked up from the rapport they had been in. They were still on the dance floor, but had joined Hangeld and Emma in simply swaying to the music. "James, all hell's about to break loose." Rose's sending was sudden, and swept across the Chimera Link. "Some sort of monster is about to appear. Melissa and I are on our way." James and Tiffany looked around. There were still quite a few people in the hall, mostly long-term couples unwilling to end the night. James spotted Professors Potter and McGonagall, and started towards them. Professor Potter spotted the movement, and looked that way. He saw James heading towards him with a look that boded ill for someone. "Minerva, look at James." That was when the peaceful scene became a nightmare. In one corner of the room, the floor buckled, erupting as something huge pushed through the floor. It spoke in a rasping, sibilant voice. "Fools, to think I could be slain so easily." Professor Potter froze, not believing what his eyes were telling him. 1 inch the basilisk. Fire and ice. Fire and ice. The people in the main hall at Hogwarts froze, staring at the nightmare that had suddenly disrupted the ball. It towered over them, and hissed. That seemed to be the signal everyone was waiting for, and chaos instantly reigned. Some students were running out of the hall, some were trying to hide. But there were a few, most of them Manticores, struggling to join James. All the Manticore rings went off then, as Rose called the Manticores. "Zulu, Zulu, Zulu," in the main hall. "I say again, Zulu, Zulu, Zulu." In the main hall, Zulu was a code phrase Manticore had made for a life or death situation, one that would require the skills they had learned in training. None of the Manticores had thought to hear that call until the war started, as it was not used in training. It was not joked about, not even James would use it as a ploy. Across the castle, Manticores dropped what they were doing, and ran for the main hall. In the main hall, James had rallied the dozen or so Manticores still there, and set the ones that were in Phoenix to herding the other students out of the hall. He looked at Professor Potter. "You've fought that thing before, does it have weakness?" Harry looked at him grimly. "The last time I saw it, it had both eyes torn out, and I had stabbed it with a sword. Right through the brain." He dodged a chunk of table, thrown across the room as the basilisk tore the refreshment table apart. "I would have sworn it was dead." "And so it is." EY turned to find the headmaster standing there. "What you are looking at is far more dangerous than a creature. It's a magical construct. It's formed of dark magic, strengthened with a person's hatred and fear, and other dark emotions." James looked at the beast again. "How do we kill it?" Professor Dumbledore had lost the benevolent look he usually had, and 3 generations of wizards looked up as the thing approached. "You have to destroy it with pure power. You have to put more power into the thing than it can handle. Professor Potter, if you would." He activated his ring. "I want everyone to cast at that thing." A scream split the air. James turned and froze as he saw Tiffany running across the hall. The basilisk had cornered a third year he vaguely recognized as a Hufflepuff, and Tiffany was running to get the student who had fainted. James's eyes blazed as a sweep of the thing's tail knocked Tiffany into the wall. He staggered as he felt the tail slam into her, and he felt her ribs crack as she hit the wall. He stopped and looked at the monster as it turned its attention back to its victim. He made a gesture, and the raw magic knife he had shown Professor Dumbledore appeared in his hand. He looked at it, and concentrated. It shimmered, and grew. When it stopped shimmering, James was holding a large sword. He charged the thing as it bent down to bite the student laying there, causing several manticores to abort spells to avoid hitting him. It hissed as he swung, cutting across its tail and looked back at him. James stood his ground, waiting for the monster to move. James waited, and the monster did 2 things at once. It looped its head over to bite at him, and at the same time, it swept its tail along the floor, knocking James's legs out from under him. James's head hit the floor and he lost the concentration he needed to hold the sword. The sword dissolved into nothing as the monster snapped at James. He rolled to the side, and avoided the first bite. The basilisk brought its tail around and pinned James beneath its coils, leaving only his head free. James struggled for his wind under the crushing weight, nearly blacking out under the beast as it bent to bite his head off. Tiffany saw what was about to happen to her soul-bonded, and she froze for a second. Terror, love, fury, protectiveness, all of that and more swelled in her being, and something deep in her soul was released, sweeping through her, setting her nerves afire. Something hot and fierce exploded in her. "I don't think so, monster." The voice that echoed throughout the great hall didn't sound remotely human. And a good many people turned. Tiffany was standing up, and her eyes had gone away, replaced by green flames. She started toward the thing, and as she walked, green flames grew around her. She did not seem to be affected by them, and they continued to grow. As they grew, Tiffany walked on them, not noticing it, or anything except the thing that had her soul-bonded trapped. Tiffany stopped about 10 feet from the beast, and raised her hands. The green flames poured toward the thing, covering it, forcing it away from James. Tiffany didn't seem to notice, as she poured more and more green fire into the construct. Only a few people saw the small ribbon of green fire that stayed with James, as he fought to breathe. The construct began glowing under the spells and green fire, and suddenly exploded, shaking the hall, and knocking almost everyone flat. Tiffany was still wrapped in green fire, and unaffected by the explosion. Professor Dumbledore was one of the few that was not knocked down. And he was the only one that saw the green fire fade back into Tiffany as she floated down to the floor. At least he knew what those strange lights in her aura meant now. He made a mental note to mark her aura for future headmasters as he helped Professor McGonagall up. Tiffany was helping James up, and James smiled at her as he got his breath back. His eyes changed as he saw the remains of the hall. He spotted a body, half covered by a piece of the table, and started toward her even as he started issuing orders to the manticores. Damage control, Sphinx, take charge of clearing the debris. Phoenix, we have injured, you know your job. Ron Stone started directing the manticores in clearing the debris from the hall, while making sure that there were not any more students under the debris. Mercy set up a triage point in the cleanest section of the hall as the Phoenix Meadowizards started collecting the injured for treatment. Angeld helped James lift the table off the student while Adam and Lisa gently slid the girl out. Melissa reached down and started checking the girl over. "Get Madam Potter. Tell her that I have a female with a crushed pelvis." Rose went to get her as Chimera continued looking for victims. Across the hall, Professor Potter was helping the headmaster when Professor Dumbledore stopped and looked toward the wall. He turned back to Harry and frowned. "Two students just left the grounds. Get the househeads and find out who is missing. I would think that the missing students might be able to shed some light on this night's events." Professor Potter looked at him. "I'll be glad to know somebody can. What was that green fire?" Professor Dumbledore looked at him, and his eyes were troubled. "A myth." Mei Ling was working nearby, and heard his comment. "Pardon me, sir, but it is not a myth. I knew of the last pyromancer, although I never met her. It was," she paused, thinking back, "about 1600 years ago." She shrugged. "Give or take a century or two." Professor Potter looked confused. "I've never heard of pyromancers." Professor Dumbledore looked at Mei Ling. "I have read of them, but there is little known about them. I think Miss Sun Tzu and I will have a talk before I say more. Right now, we need to clean this up and find out which students have left the school." Harry hesitated, but turned to find the househeads. He saw Professor Snape first, and crossed the hall to speak with him. An hour later, the Manticores had cleared the hall, and all of the students that had been injured were safely in the infirmary, where Madam Potter and Mercy were directing the Phoenix Meadowizards in their treatment. James looked around the hall, and got the team leaders together. "You all did well, as did your teams. Get everyone to bed now. Make sure anyone that is injured stops by the infirmary first." The team leaders agreed and started sending orders to their teams over the links or the rings as they turned to collect their teams. James turned to Chimera, but before he could say anything, Rose spoke. "Good plan, James. When are you and Tiffany going to the infirmary? Melissa says that one of you needs to have their ribs looked at." Lisa looked at them. "Tiffany must the injured one. James would never go so quickly if it was him." James sent the rest of Chimera to bed, and they walked to the infirmary. "I'm really getting tired of this place," Tiffany told him as they approached the doors. James grinned at her. "You're just carrying on a family tradition. I understand your father spent a great deal of time here. This is one tradition I can live without, thank you." In the infirmary, they found Melissa working on a fourth-year Slytherin's arm. They were waiting for her to finish when the Slytherin boy looked up and saw them. He looked at them for a minute, and then looked around. "I owe Mercy an apology. Would you be good enough to extend it to her? I would do it myself, but I have to live in that house for another 3 years." James looked at him, and lowered his voice. "If it's only the cliques, you could start your own clique, with the Manticores that are there. There would be 6 of you in the house. And you would have many friends outside of it. You might even find that there are more people like you in the house." James looked around. "Look here, at this scene. Here are people from every house, working together, and not worrying about rivalries. I refuse to believe that everyone in your house is a complete loss. I will forward your apology to Mercy, but in return, you're going to think about what I said. Why do you care? In a couple of years you'll be gone back to America, and we'll probably never meet again." James sighed, looking down at his feet, and then looked the boy in the eye. "Once, I stood by, and let something happen because I didn't think it concerned me. That decision cost me, and I swore I would never do it again." James looked at the boy curiously, as Melissa finished with him, and started examining Tiffany. "What brought this on anyway?" The boy pointed at a bed where a girl slept after being healed. "My date and I were near where that thing came up, and she was hit by a piece of wood or something from the floor. Mercy ran almost under the monster, and was helping her even as the monster was still coming out of the floor." James looked at the boy. "You know, when I stopped the abuse, Mercy was one step from ending her life. Where would your date be now, if I had stayed out of it?" The Slytherin thought about what James had said, and then hung his head. "Point taken. I will think about it." James stood up, and turned to go be with Tiffany. He stopped as the boy in the bed said something else. "Don't bother with my apology. I will do that myself. James grinned at the boy, and then grew serious. If you need someone to talk to, that is not in your house, I can be found in Manticore Hall most of the time, or somebody there knows where to find me. He turned without waiting for the other boy's response, and crossed to the chair Melissa had pulled up for Tiffany. Tiffany smiled at him as he took her hand. Melissa says I'll be fine in just a minute. She rolled her eyes. She also says she has a couple of questions about the green fire. James rubbed his eyes. She's not the only one. I would like to know about it as well. Tiffany grew serious. So would I. All I know is that I stood up, and that thing had you pinned, about to bite your head off, and then, it just sort of erupted. I could feel it growing in me, and I just threw it. Melissa frowned as she finished with Tiffany's ribs. They will be tender for a day or two. James, you're responsible for not letting her strain them. I trust you to monitor her, since you don't want her back in here. Quote, she looked at Tiffany, and then at the clock on the wall. I do have questions for you, but I'm tired from all the healing and you will be tired shortly. I had to draw on more of your energy than normal for this, and you're going to be very tired in about 20 minutes. Melissa looked at James, and a ghost of a smile crossed her face. Thank you for the offer, but I think I'll find a bed here. In case they need me. Besides, I would hate for Tiffany to find me in bed with you in the morning. James blinked, and then thought about what he'd said. Shaking his head, he smiled back. I wouldn't worry about you, it would be me I worried about. You can hide from her. Tiffany yawned, and James's attention went to her. As interesting as this is, Yank, could you escort me to bed? James smiled softly at her. Of course, my lady. The two soul-bonded walked out of the infirmary, hand in hand. Melissa watched them go, and turned to find Madame Potter watching her as she put away her wand. I'm going to assign you a room here. Between overtaxing your healing talent, and watching over those crazy manticores of yours, you spend more time here than you do in your room. Melissa tried to say something, but a yawn came out instead. Madame Potter just pointed at a room. Go to bed. Melissa started toward the room, and then turned. I said, go to bed. You know all. Call you if I need you. Melissa turned back, and was asleep within a minute of her head touching the pillow. Albus Dumbledore was not asleep, and it didn't look like he was going to get any sleep tonight. It was already 0400, and he was still waiting to hear from two of the househeads. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick had reported all of their students were accounted for. But Professor Snape and Professor Sprout had yet to report. He looked at Mei Ling, sitting in a chair half asleep, and stood up. I believe I have learned everything I need from you, Miss Sun Tzu. You can go to bed now. Mei Ling looked out of the professor's window. No point in bed now. I think I'll just get some of Lisa's coffee and stay up. Professor Dumbledore looked at her over his glasses. I would suggest you go to bed. There will be no classes tomorrow, and James has already told Professor Potter that the Manticores will not have PT in the morning either. Mei Ling looked shocked, and then her face cleared. Tiffany must have been hurt. Is she going to be okay? Yes, she will, said the headmaster, but how did you guess that Tiffany had been hurt? Mei Ling smiled. James wouldn't cancel PT for anything less. Even if he was hurt, we'd still be doing PT. Since Tiffany goes out to do PT every time he does, the only way he can get her to stay inside is not to go to PT himself. Since he goes out to PT if any one team is out there, the only way to do that is to cancel PT for everyone. Professor Dumbledore nodded. Since he has cancelled PT, you should find your bed now. Professor Flitwick, would you escort Miss Sun Tzu to Ravenclaw, please? The professor and the student left after saying good night, and Professor Dumbledore was left alone with Professor McGonagall. They sat in silence for a few minutes, thinking about what Mei Ling had told them about pyromancers. A pyromancer could take the magic in their body, and turn it into a controlled flame, which would last as long as their magic did. It wasn't good for much, except pushing raw power into something, or burning things. It was controlled by the wizard or witch's will, and it would only last as long as they concentrated on it. What it was good for, was being used in places you didn't want to use regular magic, as it ignored wards, and couldn't be detected by normal magic. Professor McGonagall looked at the headmaster. What was that thing? Harry said you called it a construct, but but I've never heard of it before. I have spent more than 40 years trying to suppress that information. Constructs were a creation of Grimwald. Minerva looked at him. Everyone knew about Albus Dumbledore's defeat of the dark wizard Grimwald. So, you've been suppressing this spell ever since? Yes. It is far too dangerous. Last night, had it not been for the swift actions of the manticores, and the pyromancy of Miss Potter, that thing would have taken most of the bottom floor of the castle apart before Harry and I could stop it. Professor Dumbledore looked at the wall, and levitated a book to his desk. He found the section he wanted, and passed it to the Gryffindor househead. She read the section, skipping back to reread a couple of parts, and looked up at Professor Dumbledore when she had finished. That is an ugly spell. Professor Dumbledore nodded. It is that. The person casting it creates the frame of the monster, and binds it with magic. After that, they pour hatred, envy, jealousy or any dark emotion into it with that spell, and release it. It will target the person or people the emotion is directed at, and continue until it destroys its target or it is destroyed. The fact that I find most disturbing, Professor Dumbledore said quietly, is that somebody has saved that spell for more than 40 years. And that they taught it to their child, or children. Do we know who the missing 2 students are yet? Not yet. I am still waiting for the Slytherin and Hufflepuff reports. Just then, someone spoke the password for the gargoyle. The 2 professors waited, and Professor Snape walked in. He sat down and looked at Professor Dumbledore. 2 of my students are gone. Reginald Crabbe and Lassen de Mardyk. The 3 professors looked at each other. Are those the only students missing? From my house anyway. I think Professor Sprout is looking for a student. Professor Dumbledore frowned. Only 2 students let the grounds. If there is a 3rd student missing, we need to find that student. He left unspoken what might have happened to that student. He looked toward the D. Or as somebody spoke the password again, and a few seconds later, in walked James and Tiffany. Hello, sir, said James tiredly. I assumed you would want to talk to us, so I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Professor Dumbledore looked at Tiffany, who was sagging in James's arms, and motioned them to chairs. Professor McGonagall frowned as James escorted Tiffany to a chair, and sat down, cradling Tiffany in his arms. Tiffany curled up, and was only half awake as James looked up to find the 4 adults staring at him. He blushed, and answered the unspoken question. She will heal faster like this. Since I can feel her pain, I would prefer she heals sooner rather than later. He looked down at Tiffany, and his eyes were soft, warm with love and concern. That look made the professors blink when he looked back up. The look he directed at the headmaster was neither loving nor concerned. Do you know who is responsible for that thing? Professor Dumbledore considered the boy before him, contrasting the careful, gentle touch he was using on Tiffany with the fiery anger burning in his eyes. You will allow me to deal with this, Mr. Evans. I understand that thing hurt Miss Potter. But it also hurt 26 other students, and I have the first claim. James looked at the headmaster, and nodded slowly. True, I will allow you to handle the matter. If you wish to make use of Jarek and his father in this, sir, you know where to find him. James looked down again as Tiffany stirred. He spent a minute soothing her as she turned, and her ribs protested. Albus Dumbledore turned to Professor Snape. Are you sure those students are gone, and not simply in some secluded area of the castle? Are any of their things gone? Professor Snape looked up. I didn't think to check if NY of the missing students' belongings were gone. I will do so now. He got up to leave, but James stopped him. Pardon me, sir, but I have a faster way. James spoke into the ring. Hydra 1, come in. He waited a minute, and then spoke again. I'm with Hogwarts 1 and Slytherin 1. We need to know if any of the things belonging to the missing students are gone. James looked at Professor Snape. Which of the prefects do you want Sonia to have checked their rooms? Prefect Goyle. James nodded and relayed that. When he was finished, he looked at the headmaster. Sir, what was that fire Tiffany threw? Tiffany turned her head, and regarded the headmaster out of one sleepy eye as they waited for his response. Professor Dumbledore told them what he knew of pyromancy. James smiled at Tiffany. My lady, the Human Torch. He looked back at the professor. Where do we find a trainer? Professor Dumbledore smiled faintly. In the grave. There has not been a pyromancer for nearly 2,000 years. Before they could say anything else, Sonia, also known as Hydra 1, called James. Lacinda has some things missing, but all of Reginald's things are here. Did they have something to do with that thing? Hydra 1, we don't know yet. I'll let you know in the morning. Thank you for your assistance. James reported what she had told him, and went back to thinking about pyromancy. James thought about what the headmaster had said, and looked down at Tiffany. You would have to have a talent we don't know how to train, wouldn't you? Tiffany looked at her soul-bonded sleepily. I won't want you to get bored. James smiled at her. I could never be bored with you. He looked back at the headmaster. I don't suppose there is any way to keep this talent a secret. Professor Snape snorted. You were a little occupied, and might have missed it, but allow me to describe the scene when I entered the hall. That thing was laying on you, your manticores were casting an amazing range and number of spells at the beast. And there was a woman wreathed in green fire standing about 2 meters off the floor, pouring green fire into the monster, a fire I could feel the heat of at the door. James looked up. Off the floor. Professor Dumbledore nodded. She was walking on the fire, it appeared. James groaned, and put his head down. He rubbed his forehead with one hand as he thought about it. Too many students that are not in Manticore saw it to ignore it, I suppose. He looked up. While we're on the subject of talents, Melissa tells me that Emma has come to her privately about her wand not being reliable. Is it still too early to give her that book? How many times has it been unreliable? Asked Professor Dumbledore, looking at James intently. 3 or 4 times so far. It was a month between the first 2 times. Now it's down to once a week. Professor Dumbledore thought about it. The first time it happens twice in 1 week. Have Melissa give her the book. James looked at Professor Dumbledore curiously. Why are you being so careful with Emma's talent? Professor Dumbledore looked at James for a long time, and then spoke softly. When Miss Weasley comes into her talent, she will, for all intents and purposes, stop going to classes with you. Some few classes, such as potions, care of magical creatures and herbology, will still be useful to her. The rest of the classes teach normal witches and wizards to channel power through their wands, to cast a spell. Since Miss Weasley will not do that, she'll be attending a different set of classes. James looked at the headmaster, startled. Where did you find a teacher for warlocks? James watched the bland expression of the headmaster while he thought. James put the professor's kid glove treatment of Emma's talent, the private lessons and a couple of things Emily had turned up in researching the warlocks for him together, and rubbed his eyes again. How dangerous is she going to be until she learns to control it? Professor Dumbledore sighed. A warlock, as you know, does not need a focusing tool to cast a spell. They do it with a gesture, and a word. Until Miss Weasley learns to control her new talent, he could accidentally cast magic any time she speaks and moves her hands at the same time, especially if she feels strongly about whatever she is talking about. James stared at the professor while his sleep-fogged mind absorbed what Professor Dumbledore had just said. He considered the rash, emotional, young bundle of nerves that he called Emma, and buried his head in Tiffany's hair. Emma talks a great deal, Professor. And she becomes emotional quite easily. Professor Dumbledore smiled at James. Yes, I have noticed that. The next few months should be quite interesting. Professor McGonagall wasn't quite smiling, but the hint of laughter in her eyes gave her away. I think you're beginning to understand how I feel when your people come to my attention. James looked at her, and then at the other professors. He turned back to Professor McGonagall and spoke softly. I know that we can troublesome at times, Professor, and that you have exercised amazing amounts of patience with us. I have noticed that, and I have been remiss in not telling of my, he stopped, and looked down at Tiffany, excuse me, our admiration for you. Professor McGonagall was about to say something when somebody else spoke the password and rushed up the stairs. Professor Sprout came in the room, and spoke directly to Professor Snape. Are you still missing 2 students? When Professor Snape nodded, the professor turned to Professor Dumbledore. Headmaster, I have to inform you that there are 4 missing students right now. 2 of my 7th-year students, Ernie Wordsmith and Diana Bray, are missing. James's head came up, and a second later, so did Tiffany's. Diana Bray didn't do this. I would know if she did. Diana Bray was a Phoenix Meadowitch, assigned to the Pegasus team. Pegasus 1. This is Chimera 1, respond please. Roger. Was your Metawitch with you tonight? He said after a minute. He listened to the response. James stiffened. Pegasus 1, the next time you can't find someone attached to your unit, I want to know right then, not the next day. Chimera 1, out. Tiffany was wide awake now, and pulling the Marauders map out. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Tiffany got up, and James stood. James crossed to the headmaster's desk, laid the map down, and began going through it. Professor Snape was looking at the map. If you only knew how many times I had that map. I should have guessed it would be a verbal thing. James Potter always was good at that sort of thing. Tiffany looked at him. It has history, though, Professor, and right now, it's fairly important. If you had destroyed it, we wouldn't have it now. James pointed. Here, Diana and someone else. He stopped, looking closer, and frowned. I will be damned. Diana Bray and Reginald Crabbe are in a broom closet together. Professor Snape looked up. Reginald Crabbe is in a closet with a manticore. I don't believe it. Professor Dumbledore agreed. Given the events of last month, I find that hard to believe. To find out why that's so hard to believe, read Quick Exit. Raven. James frowned, and spoke to his ring again. Pegasus Medic, respond. A minute later, he tried again. He looked at Tiffany, and turned to Professor Dumbledore. Sir, would you watch this for a minute? Please, he asked, indicating the map. Professor Dumbledore agreed, and James and Tiffany pulled the Cheshire Grin portkeys out. After they had gone, the adults looked at the map. The closet where the two were was almost directly under the main hall, and Professor McGonagall was the first to voice her suspicions. If on of those manticores saw something strange going on, they would investigate, wouldn't they? They watched as the dots marked with James and Tiffany's names appeared, ran down a corridor and cut across the castle, using a tunnel. Coming up a few hundred feet from the closet, the two dots went to the closet, and Professor Dumbledore tapped the map to enlarge that area, as the area was fuzzy with so many people there. Before they could do anything else, Professor Dumbledore heard a call from the ring he wore. Phoenix, I need the medic on call. Hogwarts 1, this is Chimera 2. Chimera 1 is busy. Diana and Reginald are unconscious, and James is checking on them. Medic is en route, and we'll have them in the infirmary as soon as the medic says we can move them. Professor McGonagall was looking at the ring as he relayed what he'd been told. That is a useful item. Yes, it is, said Professor Dumbledore, but do you really want to join Manticore? Given the way their potions lab must be stocked, said Professor Snape dryly, I wouldn't mind being able to look around in there. Plus, it would be nice to be on the winning side openly for once. Since Professor Snape had spent almost all of the Voldemort War as Professor Dumbledore's spy, hiding his affiliation with the Order of the Phoenix, the other professors could understand that. They turned their attention back to the map. As the dot marked Joy Grethen joined the other four dots, and then four of them disappeared. Professor Dumbledore moved the view to the infirmary, where the four dots representing James, Tiffany, Diana and Reginald had appeared. Professor McGonagall, James once said those multi-portkeys of theirs had 6 destinations. I know one is the hallway outside Manticore Hall, one is the main door to T.H.E. Castle and one appears to be the infirmary. I would like to know where the other 3 destinations are, if you don't mind. Professor McGonagall looked at him. Why is the destination the hallway outside the door? Why not simply port inside the hall? This is James, the Noid. Not even his portkeys will work in the hall. Hogwarts 1, this is Chimera 1. Diana and Reginald were stunned, and Madam Potter says we can question them in the morning. If you say mischief managed, the map will clear, and I will get it back tomorrow. Right now, Tiffany needs to go to bed, unless you need us for something else. No, everything can wait until we talk to the 2 students, and find out what happened. Roger that. Chimera 1, out. They watched as the 2 dots marked James Evans and Tiffany Potter disappeared. Professor Dumbledore moved the map to show Gryffindor Tower. The dots were close together, and in the common room. A few seconds later, the dots separated and moved toward the boys' stairs and the girls' stairs. I should have known. I would still like to know what the other 2 destinations are, Minerva, said the headmaster, as he put the map away. I'll ask, but I think, Professor McGonagall said. That one of them is the Quidditch pitch, and the other is somewhere around Hagrid's cabin. The talk turned to the two students still missing, Ernie Wordsmith and Lassinda Mardyk. Professor Snape didn't have much to say about Lassinda. She has been here 7 years, and I may have spoken to her outside of classes a dozen times. She's quiet and very private. The only probable I've ever heard of anyone having from her was in her first year. A couple of the cliques tried to pressure her, and she did something that made them back off, and spread the word to leave her alone. He shrugged. As far as I know, that's still how matters stand. No one in the house bothers her, and she doesn't bother anyone. She did well on the Owls, and that's all I know. Professor Sprout had more to say about Ernie. He's been distracted lately, even irritable. I spoke to him about it, but he claimed it was stress, which is easy to believe, as he is taking the Newts this year. I gave him some advice, and was going to bring it to your attention if the situation had not changed after the holiday. Professor Sprout looked up as he thought. He's always been a quiet boy, a follower of others rather than a leader. And well liked. He did acceptable on the Owls, but was nothing special in that regard. He was a normal student in all ways. Albus Dumbledore frowned as he considered the information he had been given. On the surface, this does not sound that bad, a quiet young woman and a nice boy. On the other hand, the boy you say is a follower is displaying unusual behaviors, and there is that construct tonight. They talked about it a few minutes longer, but they decided they did not have enough information, and tabled the discussion until they spoke to the two that had been stunned. Very few people made it to breakfast the next morning, and James had to wait until almost noon to get most of the Manticores together in the hall. He shut the doors, and looked around. Diana is fine, and Professor Dumbledore is talking to her now. I want to talk about the Zulu. James had each of the team leaders report on their team's actions, and then they conducted an after-action review, just as they did during training. At the end, when James asked for questions, Ron Stone stood up. I don't have a question about our actions but about the other students that were there, fighting with us. Should we consider them for Manticore? James looked up, surprised. Other students. Ron nodded. One of them was a fourth-year Slytherin, standing over Mercy while she was working on a girl. And the other two were a Ravenclaw named Desiree Dranig, and a Hufflepuff girl she hangs out with, but I don't know her name. James looked at Sonia. Do you know the boy he's talking about? Jam. Described the boy he'd talked to in the infirmary. Sonia nodded. His name is Jeff Goyle. He's the younger brother of Prefect Goyle. James looked at Zachary Moore, the team leader for Hufflepuff's unicorn team. What's the name of the girl, do you know? The sixth-year boy frowned, and made a call on his ring. A few minutes later, he looked up at James. Her name is Mary Linden. James nodded. Right. Those of you in their houses know what to do. Give them the once-over, and get them up here to talk to Rose and Melissa. He stood up, and collected his notes. That's all I have. You all did good work last night. James looked pointedly at the Pegasus team leader, Connor MacLeod, with one exception, which has already been discussed, and I think we will not have that problem again. James looked out over the crowd. I do have one more thing to say. You all did well last night, and I am proud of every one of you. You responded to the Zulu, and fought well. Congratulations. Manticores. Deborah Valentine stood up. We had good trainers, and better leaders. She looked around then, and continued in an impish tone, even if one of them is a real hothead. James and Tiffany grinned at her. Which one of us are you referring to? James asked her, Tiffany, the green fire thrower or James the berserk? Laughter came from the crowd, as she answered him. When you put it that way. The group was in good spirits as they made their way to lunch. James was talking to Connor about his medic, telling him her condition when his ring sounded. Chimera 1, this is Hogwarts 1. Hogwarts 1, Chimera 1, go ahead. James answered the call, even as he looked at Tiffany. Maybe making his ring a commo unit was a mistake. I have finished talking to Miss Bray and Mr. Crabbe, and I would like to see you, Miss Potter and Mr. Clearwater around 3, in my office, if you don't mind. Not at all, Hogwarts 1. James replied. Tiffany called Jarek and relayed the message as James finished talking to the professor. They ran into Mercy and Melissa who had missed the meeting, since they had still been in the infirmary looking after the last of the students hurt in the attack, and me. RCY looked at James after they said hello. Did you do something to Jeff Goyle? He was very polite to me this morning, and said some things that make me think you had a talk with him. James smiled at Mercy. I did talk to him. But his attitude change was your doing. He was impressed with your actions from last night. Mercy shrugged. I didn't do anything, except help people. That is what I do. James looked at her out of the corner of his eye. Mercy, I have heard from at least 4 different people this morning, that all say you came within a meter of that thing last night, trying to help. A Slytherin girl that caused you a great deal of bother, while you were in Slytherin. That is a bit above, helping people, as you put it. Mercy shook her head. No, it's not. She needed the help then, and I could do it. No one else was close enough, and none of the manticores were hurt at that point, so I helped her. James smiled at her, and hugged her. And people call me crazy. Prefect Goyle was waiting at the bottom of the stairs, and stopped the group. He took a deep breath, and spoke. I am given to understand that I owe the lives of my brother and his fiancée to your group, and particularly Miss Riddle. He sighed. As much as it hurts me to say it, I am in your debt. When you have need, you may call on me. Mercy stepped up before him. I will call that marker now. I want you to help your brother. He's going to be doing some things that some of the other Slytherins are not going to like, and he will need all the support he can get. Prefect Goyle looked at her. That's it. Help my brother. Prefect Goyle looked at her, and his eyes narrowed. You sound very sure of that prediction. Could it be that not all of the talents of your group have made the papers? Obviously not. After all, Tiffany's green fire was unknown. Rose said calmly. Prefect Goyle smirked. Was being the key word there. I take it you have not seen the morning paper yet. He handed them a copy of the Daily Prophet, and walked away. James sighed, as he opened the paper. Rose, can we afford to buy the Daily Prophet? Dark magic attacks Hogwarts. Latest generation of Potters rises to the defense of Hogwarts. Late last night there was an assault on Hogwarts School of Wizardry and Witchcraft, resulting in multiple injuries and severe damage to the Great Hall. Eyewitnesses claim that the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, and Professor Harry Potter were joined by Mr. Potter's daughter, Tiffany Potter. While the nature of the attacker is under dispute, all of the reports agree that Miss Potter was seen throwing green fire at the attacker. While standing 3 meters off the floor, James stopped reading. Eyewitnesses. How many people saw what happened last night anyway?